Hello? Okay. That's so weird. Hello? Is it working now? Okay, that's so weird. I don't know what it is. Yeah, sorry. I was talking to you. So my mic was unmuted, but for some reason, sometimes my OBS doesn't register it. So I have to go in, click properties, and then just click OK. I don't have to change anything. I just have to go to properties and it starts working. It's so weird. Anyway, I saw you were in here. I was like, hey, I just added a sound alert from yesterday that I forgot to add to the widget at the bottom of the stream, like underneath. Could you check to see if the sound alert bonk showed up? If you wouldn't mind. I felt bad because I noticed it in my redeems. Thank you. Appreciate it. I noticed it was in my redeems. I was like, oh shit, I forgot to do that yesterday. What's going on, Edge? We're eating our nuggies right now. Sorry, I was talking to people, and I was like, man, no one's replying. The hell? Oh, okay. Would you mind helping me with an elite quest? It's the one in Weavers. No, it's not. Weavers Brightwood. It's like a level 25 elite quest or 35 elite quest. I could technically probably do it, but I have to kite mobs for so fucking long. That's just not viable. I mean, it took me 10 minutes to kill Papa Bear last night. Literally 10 minutes to kill the Papa Bear. Oh, crazy. Yeah. That's the last quest that I can think of in that area, and I'm moving over to Weavers. I'm already 44, because I'm like over leveled like a motherfucker. I'm also at full range right now, Edge. I'm doing throw hatchet with bow. Because like we were talking about the other day, if you actually, I know you'll be on later. I don't know if you're like busy right now, but I know we're talking about how if the tanks are going to be running leadership, I don't need to run sword and shield with leadership anymore. So I'm testing out hatchet right now, and I'm actually liking it. To a point, there are a few things that I dislike about it. At one point, nice. The problem I'm having with the hatchet right now is for some reason it's having this weird problem where I'm hitting shift to dodge and he's not doing it. Like even if I'm not attacking. I don't know if it's like a lag problem, like a desync problem, just an input delay problem or something. What do you mean EXP boost? Oh, I have no idea. Well, guess what I'm doing? Okay. I mean, technically weaving, leatherworking, and woodworking aren't a big deal. Same thing with smelting. Like, they're not a big deal to level fast. Stone cutting, on the other hand, I'm okay with leveling fast. Stone cutting is kind of a pain in the ass because most of it is the gems. Like I said, the smelting, woodworking, leatherworking, and weaving is whatever. Like, that shit just happens. The stone cutting is the pain in the ass one. I don't know why they would do a double XP. That's just weird. I mean, I guess it makes kind of sense because a lot of new players are coming in and they want them to level up their stuff faster. But still weird. I think I'm a little nuggied out. I have 4 left. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, come back with a drink, and take my multivitamin, and then we'll get back and we'll get into the stream. So just give me a few minutes. Hey, we'll be right back.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Motherfucking piece of garbage shit, bro. Yeah, I was talking the whole time. What up? What up, Tofu? Yeah, thanks for the hydrate. Thanks for, I just had nuggies and stuff. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Yeah, I was talking about the Shin thing in Minecraft, and then I was talking about what I was doing right now. But yeah, so the Shin thing is really nice because now we can actually like try to actually buy some of these things that otherwise would be out of our price range because some people just have too much money. But also, I like the idea that they increased the daily sell limit to 500 million. I think before it was like 20 mil or 18 mil or something stupid. Now it's 500 million, so you can actually make good money every single day just by selling crap. So that's nice. But what I was saying is, New World currently has a 2x event for all the refining skills. It was 50 mil? Okay. But yeah, they have a 2x EXP for all the refining skills. And so I think I'm going to take advantage of it tonight, and I'm going to do stone cutting for a while. Because, yes, it's kind of feels a little bleh when it comes to the Ironman aspect of it. Right? Because, you know, I'm using less resources. I'm doing it twice as fast. But honestly, I don't care all that much. Because at some point, you know, I'm going to like have more than enough EXP to, like, you know, from just doing the skill. I'm not that worried about it. Are you a bot, bro? You not see me mining over here? The guy might be a bot. Yeah, It's all the refining skills. So it's leatherworking, weaving, smelting. It's those 5 skills that I showed earlier. So it's smelting, woodworking, leatherworking, stone cutting, and weaving. And that's why I said I'm the other ones like smelting and woodworking and leatherworking and weaving, they're all very easy to level. So I'm not worried about those ones. It's the stone cutting that I'm worried about because that one takes so long. The only reliable way to do it is to use a ton of sandpaper, doing like lodestone and high tier stuff. Unless you're stuck just doing boulders the whole time. But I think at 2 times EXP, doing boulders is actually viable. So I don't have to use a shit ton of sandpaper. Would they change? I'll check it once I'm done with these couple rocks. Hold on. I need to make me. I might go and make myself an iron pickaxe really quick, with speed on it. It might not be. I don't know what it is. All right. You said mining? Wait, what? That is wrong. 1000% wrong. Because it shouldn't be trackable at 125 and then gatherable. I think these two are swapped. I think these two are swapped. Because they look at this one. Actually, yeah, this one's completely wrong. Because I think orichalcum should be over here, and these need to be like I don't know. Because it's trackable at 200 and it's mineable at 150. Star metal is like harder. That doesn't make any sense, like at all. Like this is harder than supposedly mithril. Like that's 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 funny. That's actually really funny. But you can track mithril. That's the funny part. I'm 99% sure it is that way, Edge. It is. But according to the sheet, it's not. It's all jacked up. I'm pretty sure at max level at 250 you can track mithril. Yeah, they're gonna be like, oh, there's a glitch. We gotta do another maintenance. Bro, if they do a fucking maintenance for something that trivial, I already lost my mind last night when they had their weekly maintenance. But that was actually like actual weekly plan, like their planned weekly maintenance, and I was already pissed about it because they don't, for some reason. Edge, you remember back in the day they used to actually put it at the bottom of the screen as like a message of the day when you're in game. They'd be like, hey, we're taking the servers down in 2 hours. They would tell you at the bottom of the screen that their servers are going down at X time, whenever it was like, 2 hours out or whatever. They don't do that anymore. Like, why? Why wouldn't they do that? I don't understand. I don't get why they wouldn't do that anymore. I do. Okay, I think okay, so we're not gonna like full out go into professions today, but I think we are gonna get a little bit of professions today because it's kind of frustrating that I can't run around and I can't gather some of these motes when I'm running around. Because motes are the main thing that I like to gather when I'm running around because they're kind of something I need in abundance. And I need level 30 harvesting for most of them. I don't even have 30 harvesting yet. So Topher, I was contemplating this. It's up to you if you want to help or not. But I was thinking that I'm gonna be working the next couple days. Jukas, yo, sorry I didn't claim your sound alert yesterday. I noticed it today. Like I saw you send a URL yesterday, and I didn't think anything of it. I didn't really pay that much attention to it. I was kind of scatterbrained, but I noticed it today, and I did claim it for you. So. Well, I'm gonna do faction stuff. I will be doing faction quests and stuff. I just haven't got around to it yet. I typically put off my faction grind until I'm max level, if I'm being honest. Like, it's something you should do while you're leveling, but I'm too lazy to grab faction quests when I'm in town. I just speed run my quests. That's all I focus on. I just speed run quests, and then when I'm max level, I typically will try and do my daily 3 faction quests for a dungeon. So I'll grab one for a dungeon that's like muted. Like I'll do M1 spams with faction quests, expeditions and stuff, and I'll get my faction rep that way. So I can get my faction tokens, and because I get 10 times faction tokens and I get 10 times gold rewards doing my 3 dailies, right? So I had less time spent doing it for max benefits, and then I spend most of my time just doing professions. But today I am gonna jump in and do a bunch of, why is there oh, it's over there. I'm gonna be doing a lot of profession stuff today. I'm gonna still do some quest stuff, but I'm mostly gonna work on my stone cutting because there's a 2 times EXP event going on right now that I want to take advantage of. Why is there like a double? What the fuck? There are 2 guys laying there? It's just me, or is this like fucking weird, right? But anyway, so what I was saying before I got sidetracked, Topher, is I'm gonna work in the next couple days, and I kind of have the itch to want to redo the farms. If you wouldn't mind helping. So basically, it would entail having at least 2 5x5s. I don't know what we have available right now. I think we have most of them unlocked. If we don't, we should probably try and get some more compost made. But I would like to get as many of the 5 by or not 5x5s, but 5x2s. Yes, I think for the last few we need mega compost. For like the last couple corners. But yeah, like Edge said, Jukas, the the runes of holding you just get from doing your faction quests to get the faction tokens, and then once you have the faction tokens, you just buy it from the merchant. It's really easy. So there's nothing locked behind having to, purchase from other players or whatever. Because here's the thing. Anything that I would have traded a player for or purchased from another player from the trading post is something that I could get for myself. There's nothing that I can't do for myself. Now, granted, there are things you have to party with people, aka muted dungeons and raids and stuff like that. So it's impossible to solo everything, but you could self-find everything. Alright, so that's one little loop. So yeah, that's what I was thinking, Tover. If we have a 2x5 like prepped, we could put in some farms. So we could put in a pumpkin and so we can do a 5x1 for pumpkin and melon on top of each other. Do pumpkin on the top, melon on the bottom, however we want to organize it. And then we still have another 5x1 after that. That we could do actually a bunch of layers, right? So you can do like wheat, pumpkin, carrot, right? You can do like 3 or 4 layered ones that way, where they're just one single layer zigzagged, like a long zigzag. So you get like 3 or 4 up and downs. And then I would also I'd like to find a way to reset back to the start of it. I'm just not sure the because I don't want to have to run back to the beginning, right? I'd like to just go to the end, and I don't know if we can use like a teleport pad or if we can use pretty much anything else. Because I know a lot of people that just run off the edge and they just respawn wherever they set their respawn to, right? Yeah, so you can either run off the edge and then dive and have a set home at the beginning where the pad is. But I thought there was another thing that could just teleport you. I don't know what I'm saying is like when you hit the pad at the end, it just brings you to the end without you having to, you know what I mean? It's set like 2 set points. I'm probably wrong on that. Okay. So you have to do the set home. So what I would like to do for each one of the farms then is have a sign at the beginning that reminds you to do like /set home, so you remember to do it, and what speed you have to do the farm at, and if you have to crouch or not, right? Like the little tidbits so you don't have to remember every time. Yeah, I remember the cobble generator that we used. Remember, that's what I was wondering. Because that would be pretty awesome. You get to the end and it just puts you right back to the beginning. So you don't have to do set homes. Anyway, so those are the few things that I would like to put in. Obviously, we're going to need some snow, right? Not snow blocks, but like the snow layers. We're going to also need soul sand, right? Probably a bunch of doors. Some miscellaneous other things. But the short of it is basically I wanted to set it up, and like I said, I wanted to no-brain it by putting the signs in to remind us of everything that you need to do when you're starting the mine, right? And then we can set them up to fall off to have us reset. As long as you do the set home on that way, that portal part, or that's, you know, whatever where the thing is. That way, I would like to fall off the same direction you have to go when you start, so you can just hold the same direction. So right when you die, you're already holding the correct keys, and you just keep going right when you spawn back in. That way it's kind of seamless. And then, like I said, obviously since we'll be using rancher boots to set our speed to the correct speed, put the speed on there if it's crouched, if it's if it's WD, or if it's just D, you know what I mean? If it's just strafe. Whatever the criteria of the farm is. And if there's a specific like pitch you have to be at, because I know for the melon and the pumpkin, you have to look at a specific pitch to hit all 3. Hammer! Yep, you're hammered all right. Sorry. That Thor clip, like the
Like
clip from the Thor movie, just
You look thirsty as fuck right now.
thanks for the hydrate. You got your Aslo step? Let's go! And low key, Topher, also on that sign, could you put the hotkey to figuring out like where your is it like F3 or whatever to see what your yaw is or your pitch or whatever? I can't remember. I never remember how to check my pitch. Like, is it the... I don't even know which one it is. I know there's 3 numbers. I can never remember. It's like I said, I want, maybe you have to put 2 signs, I don't know, but I would like to put the signs at each farm so it's like a no-brainer to remember. I'm gonna grab it. Yeah, I'm gonna grab it. I'm not as worried about iron as I am the boulders right now because I'm working on my stone cutting, but I'm still grabbing the iron every time I see it. There's another one there I was hoping that would come back, but yeah, it's good for me. I have like 600 iron that I need to smelt. Oh man. Well, I covet the rocks right now. Ugh. Oop. Why's that guy pointing at me? 32 to 37. In what? Oh, base up. Yeah, bro. I was just kind of, cruising along, slow and steady, going through Everfall. And then, yeah, yesterday I was like pushing through the Weaver, not the Weaver, but the Brightwood quest line, and I leveled like almost 10 times last night. I think I got like 8 or 9 levels last night. It was kind of crazy. And then now, like, I have the one elite quest left. I don't know if there's any other daisy chains after that one. And then now I'm gonna be in Weavers, which is even a higher level zone. So I was expecting to hit 50 tonight, but now I'm gonna be sidetracked with stone cutting. Especially once we hit like 100 stone cutting, it's gonna get real slow. I should also make me an iron pickaxe. Cause this is really fucking slow. I do have an iron. Oh, I have a journeyman. Yeah, 200 speed. And it's just got mining XP on it, which I'm not opposed to mining XP. Early mining XP levels is actually super huge. It gets you into like the star metal and the orichalcum super fast, which is very beneficial. So you're not leaving stuff behind every time you're running by. So I kind of think very low level stuff, like all the way up to like I would say star metal tools, having EXP on your tools is worth it. I'm one level off being able to wear star metal tools, but I haven't worked on my professions at all yet. So I can only make iron, I think. And I think I can only make iron because I started off as a ranger that has 50 engineering. You got myths already? Nice. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, even if they're not like bad, you can get like a solid myth tool set for relatively cheap. Now, if you trying to find a good one, like one that has like moats on it or something, you're gonna spend like a child's worth. Like you're gonna be giving up your firstborn child for one of those. But Carbon, I think it's 45. It could be 40. Actually, I think I'm wrong. I think it is 40. Yield, luck, and moats? Interesting. I actually shot. Which moat was it? But yield, luck is good for sure. Speed is also really good, but only if only at certain periods, like at certain thresholds. I don't remember. F5. Yeah, F5. Life, death, soul. Okay, yeah, I think life moat is one of the more expensive ones. The only one that I would say you probably don't want is water moat, because that one's just very easy to farm. Air is also really easy to farm, I think. I think fire is a harder one to farm. Like, I think shock moats can be a little pain in the ass, but there are a few good places to farm those. But I think life moats are typically the more sought after ones. But yeah, if you yeah, having moats is really good. Like me personally, I probably need like a different pickaxe for every moat, because that's pretty much the only thing I farm is iron and stuff. So if I had pickaxes with different moats, I could farm a ton of moats. I also think moats are going to be less, I wouldn't say less needed, but I think the demand for them is going to go down this league because I think it's easier to change your gems. Because I think there was like something in like the pre-patch notes that I read or I saw in like a video or something where they were talking about how they were trying to change the way that the like the weekly gems wouldn't be as much of a problem as they used to be, because before, every week when the mutants come out, people would change their gems, which destroyed the old ones and you had to get new ones. And I think that they were trying to put a new system in place that changed that, so you didn't have to destroy your gems every week, put new ones in. I think that was the premise behind the gem slots, right? So you put a gem in, and I think you can just change the gem, right? I think I can just how do I all right, I'm pretty sure charms cannot be removed. Current charms will be lost if replaced. Okay, so maybe not. I thought, I don't know. I read, like I said, I read it somewhere and I don't really understand like what they were trying to say about it. What up, Dig? So like I said, I don't know exactly what the circumstance was when it revolved around the gems, like having to swap them every week, but it made it seem like you weren't gonna have to like swap them as much. But like I said, I'm not 100% on that. I'm not really sure one way or the other. Because that was why moats were so sought out for, like the demand for them were so high, is because every week you had to cut 5 new gems every week. Because every week it was like, oh, it's cold this week. Next week it'd be like nature. The next week it might be nature again, but then the week after that it would be fire, right? So you're always changing your gems depending on what the next week's muted criteria was. So every week, like everybody doing muted 3s and stuff, we're like burning through tons and tons and tons of moats. Oh, people aren't prioritizing stone, you say. People aren't prioritizing stone, you say. I think he was trying to see if I was a bot. You soloed one of the 3-mans? Okay. Was it easy? That's crazy that it was easier than fucking Moria, bro. That's actually crazy. Bro, Moria is way too overtuned. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, cause do you remember the one, Dig, that had the 2 bosses that shared aggro? That dungeon is way, way too hard. For it being like a level like 58 or 60 dungeon, it is way too fucking hard. I don't understand how a level 60 group could go into that raid or into that dungeon and actually clear it at level 60 when max gear was level 60. Max level was level 60, and having like not even like raid gear and going into it to try and clear that shit. That was nuts. Yeah, I wish music was 2 times, bro. Music takes way too long. Yeah, I'm just curious, why would they change the scaling of the skill of the dungeon later, right? it should just scale with whatever level you set it to, not whatever the fuck they want to set the base, you know what I mean? Like starting values at, like that's just dumb. This guy went through and grabbed all my damn stone. What a bitch. That's my stone. Give me my stone. Yeah, I feel like the whatever math they used to do the squish for Moria was wrong. Oh, there's okay, that makes more sense then. I thought those ones were scalable. Yeah, they probably did the math wrong. Whatever the formula they were using, they probably input like a digit wrong, which is like why it's not adjusted properly, because it is fucked. Absolutely fucked. Back to New York. Yeah, what up, Medicated? They had the new expansion released on Monday last week. So it's been out for like 7 days. And they also, if you didn't buy Angry Earth, like the last couple of years when they put out that have to purchase DLC, it's all free now. So as long as you have the base game, you have everything for New World for free now. That comes after it so far. At least until they come out with another expansion and they're like, hey guys, well here's a new expansion, but you're gonna have to pay for it in like 2 years probably. So, but if you have New World and you haven't played it in a while and you want to, it's a great time to give it a shot. Yeah, I just saw that in chat. You made a steal. What profession level did you need to make the steel one? Or was that 100? Ooh, yield and XP. I actually like that. Oh, it was only 50? Oh, so I can make steel. Oh, I should do that. Okay. Alright, well next time we go back to base, can someone remind me to make me a steel pickaxe? It might be, it might not be. I don't know. I'm just here, let's see if we can look. So 50 is steel. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I can make me a steel. Go from the journeyman, that's 200 to almost 400. So it's like double the speed. That's gonna save us so much time. And if I get yield, it's gonna really help. Thanks, Medicated. Appreciate it. Are you finally done changing all your names? You changed your name like every month for a while there. It's gear score. Over. Look at the gear score difference. The one you made is 335. The other one was probably like a 320 or 315. Gear score plays a pretty big role in the gathering speed. It shall always be medicated. That's funny. Well, I'm glad you finally settled on a name. How's the puppers and everything? You know, I know we don't talk all that much because of our sleep schedules. Oh, also, I don't know if I told you or if you noticed, but we definitely have a VODs channel now. If you haven't helped me out over on the VODs channel, you go into the About Me and clicky, and then go over there and clicky a couple buttons. I'd appreciate it. To my calming voice. Getting so big? Yeah, puppies do that, man. Puppies do that. I love puppies. Seven months old. Let's go. Yeah, I think right around a year they like hit their spurt and they have like a little bit more growing after that up to like 2 years, but usually at 1 year they're relatively most of the way full grown, depending on their breed and stuff. Oh man. Yeah. It was so funny when we got Buddy. I know you want to go to bed, but I know when we got Buddy, the Lab Mastiff, he was a puppy and he was roughly 3 months old. They didn't know exactly his age when we first got him, but he was roughly around 3 months old. He was like this big Oompa Loompa looking fucking thing. He was so awkward looking, but his feet were mad. Like his feet were almost the size of my hands at 3 months old. And I looked at this dog and was like, bro, you're gonna be fucking huge, aren't you? And now he's like 100 pounds and like he's just a big goofball. He had the biggest fucking hands in the world, I swear. Oh yes. It's probably boredom. If I'm gonna be honest, most of the time when dogs sit there and just chew on shit, for one, they pick a specific item that smells like the person they, that they like or whatever, or they're mad at. But he might just have too much energy. So he might need walks and or playtime. Or if he's doing it when you're not home, it's separation anxiety. But typically it's boredom. So if you want him to stop chewing on stuff, option A, punish him, which obviously is part of the solution to a point. Obviously only when you catch him doing it, not after the fact. But secondly is just take him on more walks, go play fetch, throw the ball for him, maybe frisbee, play some tug of war. Maybe, if you're fucking lazy like I am, use a laser pointer and let him chase the laser pointer around the house for a little while. Like anything to get some of his energy out, and I guarantee you he'll stop chewing on shit. If it's separation anxiety, that's a completely different ballpark though. I know it's hard. So the way I did it is I have the same problem. Like I'm a little too softy. So when I see them doing something they're not supposed to, I just yell, right? I yell and I stomp a little bit and it scares them. And it's like my way of like getting my point across that they're doing something they're not supposed to and then making them go and lay down. And then 5 minutes later, after they've done what I've asked them to do and they've realized that they messed up, I give them some lovin's, right? To know that let them know I'm not still mad at them, I'm not upset with them. But they needed to understand that, hey, you're in timeout, you did something wrong, blah, 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 and then, go about your day. Wags his tail like a dance, that's actually pretty funny. Yeah, I know. I do it here, Tover, because I do almost all my farming in Everfall. I just always have. I'm more comfortable here, and there's just literally a loop that I'm doing. So like I start at the city, I do a loop around this thing, I drop down, I'm right back at the city again. It's just easy. That's actually really funny, Dig. Yeah, I don't remember where the starting zone is in Everfall, because it's been a long time. Wasn't it like over here? Starstone Shores? And then you walked your way all the way down? Some shit? Yeah. Most people don't go over there, because there's nothing really, there's no quests over there, there's no reason to go over there. Except for the PvP spot, this tower. This is the only reason people ever go over there. So there's no real reason to be over here anymore. So it's a dead zone. So they saw the dead zone and they were like, oh, well, how can we make it not a dead zone? Oh, let's just add a PvP spot right here. That's literally all they did. Instead of putting a quest over there. But yeah, the puppies and kitties are doing great. You know, Buddy's finally got some of his allergies under control with the new doctor we have up here. So he's doing a lot better. TT is becoming a little bit of a brat because she's starting to steal people food. She's never done it before. Like when she was younger, she was like really she was really good about not eating, you know, human food. Right? We would leave food out, she would leave it alone. Now, if we leave it a little bit on the counter or on the table or whatever, like when we're done eating and like let's say there's like a couple scraps on her plate still, she'll jump up on the counter or the table and just grab it off the plate and like steal it. She's never done that. This started in the last like 8 months or something, and she's been a brat about it. The cats, on the other hand, are doing good. They Jake just doesn't like the cold. Every time it starts getting cold out, he gets really, really, really cuddly. And it's really, really, really annoying. He's not gonna have to miss it. That's funny. Alright, how are we doing? That put us to 85. You know, we're making good progress. Alright, let's grab all our iron. I don't have to grab it anymore, right? I can just process it right from the storage. Alright, let's go do a quick smelt. Quick smelt. And then I want to do my silver while we're at it. Save a little bit of room. Alright. And we'll just do this. We have it. Alright. That put all of that up. Alright, let's go check out. Oh, we need to do steel. So I need to make some charcoal. I think we have some wood, but I think I have to go get it from the other storage. Yeah, we have one. Alright. Go get the wood, turn it all into charcoal. We haven't farmed a lot of wood, so. Yeah, I don't want to keep you, man. If you want to get some sleep, go get some sleep. I appreciate it. Like I said, any help you'd give us on either the VOD channel or here, I'd appreciate it. But you know, get some sleep. Talk to you next time, as always. Boom. All right. So let's make a bunch of steel. Good. That's pretty solid. All right, let's go make. I'm gonna have to probably get some more materials to make the steel, but it's fine. Alright, so first things first, let us craft these. Get those out the way. Alright, and then let's find our tools. Alright, so we need timber and leather. So leather we have. Problem is, like, I want it to be a higher gear score. So, like, I'd have to do, like, higher tier stuff to really push it. We don't have. We do have a few, like, lumber. Some timber. So what do we have? It's gonna take steel no matter what, unless I do like a higher tier, which we don't have. We do have some rugged leather. We could do this. Only 7 though. Alright, let's grab this. Grab this, let's grab this. And then we don't have a lot of wood. I might do a little bit of wood. I just want to push the gear score a smidgen. Not a lot, but a smidgen. I'm gonna throw that away while we're at it. Actually, just take this out. We'll take this out. All right, so let's go do the leather really quick. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Cut a little bit of trees before we make it. And the problem is, I think I'm gonna make like a starter piece to double my my cutting speed. I'll make like a woodworking one first, like a log, a chopper or whatever. I'll make that first because I need to double my speed. It's gonna just take too long if I don't. And then reagents. Reagents are easy. All right. So we're gonna start with this. Yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna hold off on the pickaxe first, Edge. Thanks. Because I want to do a higher gear score one, so I think I'm gonna do the hatchet first. Go cut some trees for a hot minute to get a higher tier piece of wood, so I could push the gear score a smidgen. Yeah, I remembered. I appreciate the reminder as well. Yeah, so we're gonna start with. I think we're gonna start with making this purely because this is gonna have almost double the gathering speed depending on what perk it hits. And then we'll be able to log faster, so we'll be able to get that done faster. So once we can then at that point we could get like some of this, right? We can get a few of these, that'll push our gear score a little bit more. And then the leather, I won't be able to like push this any further, but we can at least get rugged leather, which that's fine. Because like right now rugged leather puts us to 310. If we did coarse leather, you know, still 310, so it doesn't change it enough to really worry about it. So all right, we'll just make one really quick, and then hope for the best. Yeah. Like that would be the easy place to farm. What do we get? We got yield and discipline. Okay, I'm okay with this. Logging XP, it's actually huge, and then yield, pretty good. The equip tool. That'll level up our. I always hit I don't know. That'll level up our stuff a little bit faster, and the leveling up faster is actually kind of the huge part because it gets us to because we can do mature trees right now and regular trees, but if we can get to weird wood, that's actually huge because then we have a chance. I mean, we don't really have any luck yet, which is actually the problem. But if we can get to Weirdwood, we could have a chance at the Weirdwood rare drop. Oh, also, we haven't done territory standing yet, so gatherable. Okay, storage. See, this is the problem. You're stuck with this station fees, which is really good for us because we're gonna be here a lot. Getting 1 or 2 points in territory standing is actually really good because it gets you levels faster. So I think we'll do 1 point here just so you can level faster. You always see, this is the problem too, trading, right? So typically you pick one place to do trade fees if you're actually not playing Ironman, that you're not going to be storing a lot of stuff, right? All right, so we got 1 point here, 1 point here. I should probably do station fees as well because I'm going to be crafting a lot. So I think we're just going to kind of keep them all. So the problem is getting gathering speed is great early, but late game, it's kind of useless because once you have tools that are high level and you have speed on them, you don't need as much from territory standing because territory standing has a very big fall off, right? But early on, it's great. Faction rep is also pretty good. If you're grinding a lot of faction rep. All right, so I'm trying to get station fees to 20% and territory standard to 20%. That's kind of the goal. Ooh, see, this is where it's, you know, when you get one of these instead of the gathering one, it's kind of helpful. So yeah, I want to get the station fees up a little bit. I'm not gonna worry about the other places right now. All right, so that should boost our chopping a bit. Let's get these mature trees. Yeah, because if I can get the gear score up a smidgen, not a lot, but a smidgen, because a base of 310 isn't great. Would we hit on ours? Yeah, we hit 310 like guaranteed. If we can get it to like 330, that'd be huge. But it requires us to probably use some of our resources to push it to like weird wood and to like tier 3 leathers and stuff like that. I might have to actually get star metal as well. But at that point, it's like, kind of, we'll just go with star metal tools. Yeah, see, there's the petrified. But I need the regular wood along with the mature wood, so. Yeah, I'm not really worried about leather right now. I get so much just from killing all the rabbits. I'm not really worried about that. I'm not trying to like push my leather working in any way, shape, or form. The only reason I'm gonna do the woodworking is so I could try and make a slightly better pickaxe. Speed up our pickaxe. Or our mining for stone. I'll probably just do one loop here of trees. Doesn't help that other people are doing trees, so. Should have went out the back to the side, being honest. They should just be focusing mature trees. Oh, you got a steel harvesting sickle? Let's go. Yeah, 315. Nice. Yeah, look at this. 315 is 365, and then 335 is 385. Like, it's so good. You got the harvesting luck. See, the luck would be huge. Because it would give you the chance for the actual, like, rare drops. Because a lot of the rare drops require a minimum of like 1,000 luck, right? Which is roughly 1%. Or is it 10%? That might be 10%. I think it's 10%. No, I think it's 1%. I always forget if 1,000 is 1% or if it's 10%, but I think it's 1%. Okay, it needs to stop trying to join the VoIP. It's actually pissing me off. Wrong button. Okay, you're done. Done trying to join. Like, holy hell, bro! So annoying. All right, let's just. Yeah, we just need to get, like you said, some of the rare materials from the matures. We can get a couple of those. We can just go make the pickaxe. That's all I'm trying to do. I don't want to make all my tools, not right now. I just want to make the ones for pickaxe basically, and I want to do the pickaxe one with a higher tier material, just to see if we can get a slightly higher gear score. If we don't, we don't. It's whatever. Not a huge waste. But I do like that this one hit yield and EXP. Those are like the two good ones right now. Like speed obviously gives us more XP per hour. Because you chop faster. So if you had speed plus EXP, that's the most EXP rates you can get. The yield just helps because we don't have to chop as many things to get the materials. Which I feel like early levels, speed and EXP is king. Because getting through the levels faster is more beneficial than getting the yield. And then once you get to star metal where you have 3 perks, that's where you want to get the yield. And then once you get past that into Orichalcum, that's when you want to try and pick up things like possibly Azoth, which is kind of meh nowadays. But like motes is really where you're picking up at that point. But that fourth perk is almost always going to be motes. And also when you get to like Mithril, you can kind of opt out of EXP. Obviously, you can opt out of speed as well in some situations, but speed is still useful because even if you have a ton of mining speed from territory standing and even from like your songs and whatnot else, you still like are never going to be able to one hit Mithril unless you have 300 strength and you get the lucky proc. So speed will always be useful, but EXP, if I'm being honest though, EXP is honestly still worth it in most skills past level 250 because getting your proficiency levels up can give you massive returns. Hitting those proficiency levels is huge. We got petrified wood, which I don't think is the one we were looking for, is it? It's the wildwood. Does that come from weirdwood? I thought it came from mature trees. Was I wrong on that? Does the wildwood only come from weirdwood? Blues from matures? Is it? Okay. Yeah, because I know, what is it? Iron can have has the potential to drop void metal, which is blue, right? Well, I mean, I'm cutting matures right now, Topher, and I'm getting the green ones. That's why I was asking. Because I got 2 petrifieds back to black, and I'm only cutting mature trees. But like I said, that's just like when you're farming iron, for example, right? When you're farming iron, it can give you Fey iron, which is the green version, right? Or it can give you void metal, which is the rare version. Yeah, that's what I thought, Edge. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was cutting the right tree. Because I know some of them can only be obtained from certain trees, right? So I wasn't sure if the wildwood was actually part of mature trees or not. Give me a foot. Give me your foot. Oh, fucking freaking rabbits and their stingy feet, man. Stingy ass rabbits, man. Alright, well, I didn't get any of the blues that I was hoping for. I could technically farm this for a little longer, but I'm not that interested. I was hoping that I would get one, but I forgot I don't have luck. So hitting blues is going to be pretty rare, if even possible. So I think we'll just go back. We'll make our pickaxe and we'll just get back to the stone farm. We're making good progress on the stone farm. We are going to save this mature trees, though, because that's going to make a bunch of lumber for us later. We could turn it into lumber. It's tempting. We'll check. Because it'll tell us what the gear score difference is if we go to lumber instead of timber. Take a quick gander. If it's a 5 gear score difference, then it might be worth it. But if it still stays at 310, then it's not worth it. Obviously. Steel pickaxe. Yeah, it's 310 if we do lumber. 315 if we do the rare, which I'm actually okay with that. If we went to wildwood, it's still 315. And 320 if we use this, which we actually have some of that. Okay, so if we use this, okay, so we could technically hit 320. I'm okay with this. Don't know if we have, because we don't have any void metal. Yeah, okay, so let's go grab the 2 rage hides really quick. There's 2, right? And then we'll drop all of that off, and grab this. Rid of that. And hello? That button not work? Wait, was that just weird to me, or? Oh, now it works. That was fucking weird. Okay. I think we're good. We put all this over too. All right. I haven't seen the message yet. Wait, what? Oh, I put it in the wrong. I put it in the wrong one. I forgot I was not in this one. I was in this one. I still don't like that they have separate storages. They need to put everything in one storage. Like, your storage total limit should just increase for every town you unlock, instead of having to put it from one city to another city to another city. It's just really frustrating. All right, 320. I'm okay with that. Why can't I do this one? Boom. Let's go. Cross fingers. 320. We got EXP. Ugh. I think I want to make another one. I can make 2 more. I really don't care about the moving faster. As often luck. Okay, I'm not opposed to the luck. But we'll try again. I'm gonna do one more. Oh, I can't. Set this. You suck. All right. The question is, do we do luck for void metal? Actually, we can't get void metal, but we can get adder stones. Okay, I do like the money XP, but I think we have to go with luck for now. Because if we don't do the luck, we can't get the adder stones, I don't think. Oh, and at 325, so it's slightly higher as well. All right, so I'm okay with this. I don't really want the Azoth, but whatever. Check chat. You got a silver at. Let's go. That's huge. Yeah, that is the perk you definitely want to farm. That's what the stone farming is for, obviously. You want to get a bunch of those, so when you start getting to like tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 bags, you have them to be able to force that on every time. It's absolutely insane. It takes a long time. It's a really low drop chance. Obviously, the more luck you have, the better chances you have. But it's a very bad conversion. Takes a lot. Yeah, I think honestly, Dig, if the scaling of Moria is just wrong, I feel like we could probably do most of the like later dungeons, you know, non-Moria dungeons, as a two-man, roughly around current level, you know, like correct level. We could probably do it, and we'll just have to backtrack for the Moria ones specifically. So I mean, we could try. I mean, like I said, it's gonna take me a hot minute to get around to doing the dungeons, obviously, because I'm gonna be enveloped in this for so long. But I'd be down to speed run a bunch of the dungeons, the 3-mans and 6-mans and whatever. If you're still interested by that point, you know. The 63 to 100, yeah. I'm only doing like 600, roughly around 600 stone per trip. I'm not getting a whole lot of stone. Obviously, you know, going out to where you are is probably better. Ooh, what we can do, I haven't done it yet. Playable. We haven't leveled up our music yet, so I don't have any buffs. I haven't learned any songs yet either. I have some on me I could learn. This one takes a minute. I like the 30-second ones. They're a lot faster. I just don't like doing a lot of music back to back because my brain just starts melting and then my eyes start going all funky and then I just start like missing a lot of notes and start getting a little vertigo. So doing like one song an hour every couple, like maybe 30 minutes isn't too big a deal. All right. All right. So that should give us the buff. Gathering speed. Okay. So we're going to do it one more time. It won't help us all that much because it's just a small amount of gathering XP, but it could reduce us by one swing on some of the rocks, which will speed us up. I should also switch my spec to full strength. We'll do that after this song too. We're trying to maximize the amount of like stone we can mine per hour, basically. Because more strength will give us more yield and ability to one hit. Yeah, when you craft them and you get lucky and hit the extra pockets without actually like forcing it, it's really nice. All right, so we got territory triumph as well on that one. I'm not worried about that, but we did get the 1 hour buff to yield, which is huge. And then let us. All right, first things first. Let us. How do we pull up our? There we go. All right, so we're gonna upload this one. Yes. And then we're going to respec. Yes. And then we are going to we'll just set it here for now. All right. Let's equip this one. And then we will put our points in. I don't know if we have enough to hit 300 though. It's actually really sad. Yeah, 25% chance. So we need a little bit more levels. That kind of sucks. But it should give us more carry weight. Should give us more yield as well. Yo, what up, Cal? Yeah, I figured, Cal. I know I'm gonna be taking a hot minute break from Locho. because I have the Ironman grind on this that I'm really enjoying right now until I get bored. And then I also have Path of the Exiles at the end of the month. So that's going to be another couple weeks. Yeah, Dig's over there just soloing dungeons right now. Dude, his Guardian is actually kind of nuts. I just thought it was funny. Dig's like, oh yeah, Guardian's okay. You know, it's there's other classes that are better. And he's like, yeah, I bet your bear is just as good. I'm like, bro, there ain't no fucking where blue bear is as good as like a blue guardian. I honestly don't see it. Not at least at leveling purposes. I just feel like his guardian is just way too fucking strong. Like, I feel like the blue bear might have more healing potential, like self-healing potential comparatively, but I think the guardian just has more defensive layers. I thought you did say dead. Slayer dead. Indeed. Made me laugh a little bit. Yo, what up, Tover? I was like, who the fuck just walked up on me on a horse? How's your buddy's skilling Ironman coming along, Tover? But why are you just chilling? What's going on? Yeah, this is saving us a lot of time. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What the? Yeah, I'm just like, why are you just like chilling? Like, so weird. Like I said, Diggs Blue Guardian is fucking insane, bro. Go with Dig. Dig will help you out. I think Dig is like 75 or 80 right now. I think he's actually 80. $82 now? Oh, okay. I know you were like burning through quests in the one place, and I know you got a lot of levels. I just wasn't sure what level you got to. Yeah, Dig's just a big ball of blue fucking guardian, man. You know, stopping that wrecking ball. Give me some adder, man. Yeah, the adder stones, Tover, they take forever to find. They're very rare. Like, obviously, the more luck, obviously, the less rare they become, but, like, they just take forever. Wait, what just gave me an earth moat? What the fuck? Like, legit? What the fuck? Oh, okay. I didn't realize the quest skinning knife that I got has a chance to give earth moats. Interesting. Obviously not a lot, but it helps out. Good supplement. Level 45, let's go! Got another bag slot. We still need to get our second bag, bro. Like, I'm honestly tempted just to make 2 dog shit ass like tier 2 bags just to have a little extra carry weight, and then replace them when I get to the quests. Just to get a little extra. I mean, I haven't had a single carry weight problem so far, but I haven't done a whole lot of farming it either. All right, not a bad haul. Yeah, I've definitely done more than 3,000 stone so far, or roughly around 3,000 stone, and I haven't got a single adder yet. So I think once we get an adder, maybe I'll go and look into maybe making a bag, which I'll have to do some faction rep for that, but not a big deal. Like, I guess I don't really need the bag right now, if I'm being honest. Maybe I shouldn't. I was contemplating doing it just so I have the extra bag space, but I feel like I don't even really need it right now. I know, music is the fucking worst, bro. Absolute worst. Okay, like one of the few things in this game I fucking despise doing. So that's usually when I pick just one day and I just sit there and I just play music for 6 hours or whatever, and I just get it out of the way. Because then I only have to do it like once an hour. Because if you literally play music once an hour while leveling it, right? You know, just doing it to get the buff, it's going to take you forever to actually max level your music. Now, technically, you don't need to max level music if we're being honest. Like, right, so we go to music, right? You basically just need to get to 205. Increase EXP for non-fishing gathering skills. And technically, who the fuck cares? It's the luck that really matters. So getting to 150 is really all you're shooting for. And then basically you just play the luck one or the yield one, depending on what you're trying to do. Like usually luck is probably best. You just play the luck one once an hour and eventually you'll hit 250. Like that's really all you need to worry about. But even getting to 150 can take you a hot minute. The best thing to do is there's a few really good songs for EXP rates. They're like 30-second songs, but they're jam-packed full of so many notes that you get a shit ton of EXP per song, as long as you like don't miss too many notes. And you can actually like speed level your music pretty fast. But I mean, the short of it is basically play on the hardest difficulty with the shortest song that has like a lot of notes jammed into it. So some of the short songs don't have a lot of notes, so some of them aren't very good, but most of them are pretty solid. And you'll get like a couple thousand XP per song. And if you obviously are hitting most of the notes and you're not really missing very many, you can easily level up pretty quick. It just takes fucking forever, bro. Yeah, so what I found, Topher, is after like a few songs, you gotta close and reopen it. Because it starts to like cause like really bad stutters and lags. Like the game already does that to me occasionally, but music really does it. It's almost like it has a memory leak when you are playing songs back to back. Because I don't think it's intended to play songs back to back. So I think once you go from one song to the next song, it starts gradually getting worse and worse. So you have to like close the menu and then just reopen like the song menu. Like completely leave the music thing and then reopen the music thing, or it'll just start to lag like that, and it's really obnoxious. So, yeah, if you're gonna sit there and spam music, play like maybe 3 or 4 songs, close it. Play 3 or 4 songs, close it. Play 3 or 4 songs, close it. It's your best bet. I think we're making good progress though on the stone cutting though. Like, technically I could do this not on double XP, but it takes twice as long. And like I said, yeah, it's kind of cheating. I wouldn't say cheating, but it does like trivialize the Iron Man process of leveling this skill. But fuck it, this skill sucks. And like I said, all it's doing is saving me time at this point. I would have basically been doing the same thing anyway, and I'm gonna end up having to farm extra boulders at the end of the day, regardless, for adder stones later. So this is just getting the stone cutting out of the way while I can. So I don't really care all that much. I don't know. That's a good question. I wouldn't see why not edge, but it's only for refining skills. So it's only for like leatherworking, smelting, woodworking, weaving, and stone cutting. Now, if it was for like weaponsmithing, armor smithing, engineering, bro, I'd be going ham on engineering right now. I'd be leveling the fuck out of some engineering. That is the one skill I hate to level. Like, I'm not opposed to leveling up weapon and armor smithing. Like, those ones are fine. I'm totally down for those. But I hate leveling engineering and furnishing. Oh my god, fuck furnishing. Furnishing can absolutely suck my wang, bro. I've leveled that up to 250, I think, once. And I fucking despise every second of it. Yeah, not cooking as well. Cooking is not part of it. Cooking is an actual, like, crafting profession, not a refining profession. Yeah, you were telling me you and a buddy of yours or something were jumped on one of the new servers and you did like a bunch of like level grinds on a bunch of different characters or some shit. That's crazy. I mean, I can see like once you know the game and you, oh, we got an adder, let's go, first one, huge. All right, that's one bag. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, once you've like gone through the game a couple of times and you like kind of know all the quests and you kind of know the ins and outs and whatnot, and you just basically follow the main storyline most of the way, I can see you like speed leveling that game really fast. Because like Dig was saying, like when he got to the Dunland, man, like there's so much XP from the quests and there's so many quests. He leveled so much. Do 2 bags. Yeah, extra pockets. Territory standing, pretty solid. Luck, ooh, that one's huge. With the burden for alchemy. I'm not a huge fan of the burden, but the luck, huge. Obvious. That's pretty insane, yeah. I need to look more into the crafting in this game because I'm not sure if there's a way to more specifically craft other than just forcing one perk. I don't know if there's a way to change a perk or if there's a way to like guarantee 2 perks that you're shooting for or anything like that. I can't remember exactly. I know there was talk about being able to like change a stat at some point, but I don't know if it actually went into the game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dick. 2 weeks is pretty insane. It's 80 to 85. Obviously, if you're not like working on deeds, that speeds you up a shit ton. If you're not doing all the side quests, right? If you're avoiding a lot of like the really shitty side quests that like are just time consuming, it can speed you up a lot as well. Focusing on like streamlined kind of quests that are in your path, not doing a lot of backtracking and stuff, like you could really level really fast, I feel like. I gotta pee really bad, so I think once we're done with this route, I'm gonna pee and then we'll get back on the grind. I don't plan on doing this all night, guys. Like, obviously, if New World has anything to say with it in 11 minutes here, we're probably gonna hit fucking maintenance again. And if we hit maintenance again, we'll go play Mega Bonk while we wait again, depending on like the downtime estimation. And then we'll, when we finally get back into the game, hopefully if we do, we'll do the quest probably. But oh, a second adder, that's huge. Two in one loop, man. That's huge. Also, we need to stockpile any motes we can find. Oh, I also, okay, let me do this super quick while we have a second too. We need to get 30 harvesting super quick because I could be getting some of those harvestables while we're walking by too. Edge, I mean, Topher, when did I ever say I stopped? I'm playing on my hands and knees right now, man. You want continued luck, you can't stop. Who's out here? Who's out here? Get off my hemp. We're gonna try and steal one? No. I think he already came from this way. Bitches. I don't normally do it from this direction, so I'm a little lost. There's one. Oh, maybe not. Where is it? I'm a little lost. Oh, there it is. I knew there was this one. I thought there was another one between these two. Ugh. Gotta get to 30. Come on. No. Oh, he's laying here. Hell yeah. Stay asleep. I can. The problem is, like, in order to get started, I have to do like a specific quest. And it started at 35, and I haven't gotten into the zone for it yet. Like, I kind of am, but I'm not. I'm over leveled for where I'm at in the game right now because I do every side quest and I do all the stuff per zone. So I'm hella over leveled. But yeah, I haven't done the Halloween stuff yet. So for example, all I've done is the 2 starting cities, Everfall, and I just finished Brightwood yesterday. And I'm finally at a point where I need to do this elite quest. But I'm at the point where I'm just now going into Weavers. Right? And if we look at the quest that I picked up, this one right here. So I have to do this. Locate and put an end to so-and-so. Weaver's Fin, blah, 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 blah. I went and tried to do this, and I got one-tapped by one of the mobs. He literally hit me for 9,000 damage. So I was literally standing, like, at max distance away from the guy, and one of his ads came running all the way across the fucking battlefield, charged me, stood right in front of me, looked at me, and just hit me in the face with a fucking... I want to say grapefruit for some reason, but a pumpkin. He just literally tapped me in the face with a fucking pumpkin and called it a day. Kind of a dick move, but that's what happened. So it was like, it's not really kind of worth it if I'm gonna die. Now, don't get me wrong, I could, in theory, go and try again and just run away and stay as safe as I can, kind of thing. I need a little bit more. I need 30. But basically, I have to kill one of those guys to complete this quest and to get an item to throw into the cauldron to get the event started. Because in order to even do the trick-or-treating portion of it, I need the outfit. And the outfit comes from killing that guy the first time. Yeah. No herbs here. All right. I'm going to go pee really quick. And then we're going to rinse and we're going to do another herb run. Well, I'm gonna transfer my stone first, but I'm gonna convert the stone and then we'll go pee and then we'll go back out. We'll do a couple more hemp runs. I just need to get to 30 really quick so I can gather some of these gatherables for more modes. Yeah, because the main goal is obviously this profession right now. I need to hit this to 2.5 as fast as possible. All right, I'm gonna go pee super quick. I'll be right back. Oh, all right. So I do need to check really quick. I don't think I need to get to max level. I mean, if I want to do the prismatic scarabs, I got to get to max level. See, this is what I'm thinking. Like, where it says you maximum control over the items you craft. I don't know what that really means. But then, like, these are used for making a bunch of things, right? That's basically what I'm getting at, right? Territory supplies? Interesting. Huh. I don't know what those are. But anyway, yeah, it looks like 250 is what we're shooting for this stuff. This has daily cooldown. You can only make this once a day, so I mean, maybe this is worth, but I think I don't know. Maybe we do just need to shoot for 250. Oh, yeah, the mechanics are requiring it of two people. Oh, I hate those. I didn't go pee. What? I'm a fast peer. Literally, the bathroom is right outside my office. Like, not even kidding you. It's like 3 steps. Maybe more like 5. But, because I have to, like, walk out the room, right? And then once I walk out the room, I have to take a right, and I have to go around the bookcase, and then into the bathroom. I mean, I rinse my hands off, yeah, but not gonna sit there. Here's the thing: I pee every like 30 minutes. If I washed my like fully, like actually washed my hands every time I'd pee, I'd have raw hands, right? So rinsing them off is the best I can do sometimes, or I will literally have raw hands. Can't wash your hands too many times an hour, or you literally will bleed. Even if you use like hydrating soap. It's not a full bookcase. It's like a 4 foot tall kind of bookcase, like glass doors on it and stuff. But it's got like some of my technical books from school, and it's got like cookbooks in there, things like that. Things just to get out of the way that we don't use all that often. And then we put there's an Alexa on there. There's a picture, like a digital picture frame on there, and it's kind of like a semi junk storage where like anything that like we're trying to get up off the floor or we need to take upstairs or something, it just kind of ends up on there and then eventually goes upstairs. It's not wrong, man. That could be fun. Ma, I gotta go. Mom. Does he? That's funny. I don't know. I know that you can like customize what it answers to. I know there's a few presets, but I know you can like straight up customize it. That's kind of funny. My problem is like the presets. Obviously, if you leave it to Alexa, it's kind of annoying because especially when they play stupid ass Alexa commercials or commercials that like say Alexa and it like prompts and it like it's kind of fucked. Like I hate it when commercials do that. But also like one of the other presets is like computer. Like bro, computer comes up in regular conversation more often than you would think. And the problem is if you use Alexa, whenever you're trying to have a conversation about Alexa, it goes off. So it's kind of annoying. So having it, like, the thing is you want to set it to something that's not going to come up in regular conversation, right? Comes up in regular conversation, it's going to randomly be going off. So stupid bitch, that would probably come up in conversation in my house every once in a while. Because I call my dog a stupid bitch all the time. Like, if I'm being honest. Call my dog a stupid bitch all the time. 2 more levels. Like, she'll just be barking randomly. I'm like, stop being a stupid bitch. My wife's like, be nice to the dog. I'm like, fuck that. She's being an idiot. Yeah, I saw your message where you basically finished Keep On Mining yesterday. Got all the achievements and stuff. That's pretty cute. Huge. I was gonna say cute for some reason. I don't know why. Weird. It's so cute. It's like, what the fuck? Are you weird? What up, mate? What's going on, man? Homework, nice. Get that shit done. Come on, I need a little bit more hemp. We're literally at like 28 right now. Oh, see, that was the hemp I was looking for. Because there's hemp here. Oop, it just spawned. And that was the hemp I was looking for earlier. I just never remember where it is coming from this direction. I usually go from the other direction. Yeah, and that's my problem too, Dig. Is like, I'm not opposed to spending like $5 on a game. It's just, if I'm only gonna get like 10 hours out of it, and it's like, it doesn't have any replayability after the fact, that's where I kind of just, I lose the, like the interest to want to spend the $5 on the game. Yes, I'm gonna get my money's worth out of it. But I want something that's got a little bit more replayability to it. Something that I can replay multiple times. And I can get like, huge chunk of EXP, or like time out of it. Like, take this game for example. I've obviously spent like almost $100 in the game because the base game was like $40 to $60, and then I think I bought it when it was 40 when it first came out, and then I bought the expansion, which was another like 40 bucks or something. So it's not that it was cheap, but I have almost 1,500 hours in the game. So it's, I've gotten way more time out of this game than I should have. Time versus money spent. But that's kind of like my justification for games is $1 per hour spent at minimum. But ideally, I'm looking for like 10 times hours per dollar spent to justify me actually spending on a game nowadays, right? I'm a little cheapskate nowadays, like extremely cheapskatey. I mean, my New World hours, Topher, would be through the roof if I had more to do at endgame, right? Because what ends up happening is I get onto a grind and I'm enjoying the grind and I'm doing it, and then I get sidetracked with another game, and this game doesn't, like, it interests me. Like, there'll be days where like I'll be like, you know, let's say be playing RuneScape and I'll be getting, not RuneScape, but PoE. Like PoE League will come out, it'll draw me away from this. I'll go play PoE for a little while, and after like 2 weeks playing PoE, I'm like, all right, time to go back to New World. And I'm like, oh, but this game had something come out, and then I just go down this rabbit hole of playing other games, and I'm always like, man, I want to go back to New World. I want to go back to New World. I want to continue my Ironman grind. I want to continue my. But then, what happened last time? If you saw my last Ironman, which is on my main screen, he's only level 64. I didn't even finish him. And I wanted to keep playing him, but I went down the rabbit hole of Lotro and, you know, some of the other games that we were playing, tried, you know, playing all those other games, and I never went back to the New World, and I wanted to. It's so funny. Like, I'll literally be like sitting down, you know, looking at my phone, like playing some like Sudoku or something. I'll just be like, oh man, you know, going to play some New World sounds really good right now. And then when it gets down to like actually getting on my computer and I look at my games, like New World doesn't pop into my head when I'm just sitting there looking at my games, right? Usually it's like, oh, what has something new that I want to play? What has something that just was fresh released, or that I, you know, that has something new to do? And that's usually what draws me to one game or the other. And I would love if New World had something more to draw me into the game for long term. Like, that's the big thing, is like, my Ironmans I love, but what kept me from going back to my other one is I never, oh, a third Outer Stone, let's go. I didn't have the VODs saved, right? So that really kind of, not forced me, but made me not want to continue the last Ironman. And I was putting it off because I wanted to save all the VODs. And ever since I started doing the VOD channel, I had more of an urge to want to come back to this. And I was waiting for the right time. And the expansion was kind of the make or break for me coming back to New World. If the expansion wasn't free, I was never going to come back to New World until it was free, right? Like it is now. But now that it's free and everything else, it's like, all right, perfect time to come back. We can play a full Ironman through, save off all the VODs, you know, and actually really truly show the progression from start to finish. And I think my hours are going to balloon like a motherfucker in New World. I'll probably, if I had to guess, I'm probably going to end up putting about 1,500 hours into this character. Easy. Because just the combat trophies alone is probably going to take me 500 hours. Unless I get lucky with like some grouping and some like RNG drops and stuff. I have a feeling my just the combat trophies are going to take me 300 to 500 hours. Easy. Leveling furnishing, probably going to be another 200 hours. So just getting my trophies, my ultimate trophies alone, is going to probably take me 800, 900 hours. It's going to be insane. And that's not counting crafting trophies, which I truly don't need. After looking into it, I don't need them. The only thing that crafting trophies actually are going to do for us, they used to do more for us, but now all they do is raise the minimum gear score, which is a lot less necessary in the grand scheme of things than raising the maximum gear score like they used to. So we might actually get our goal done, which is what people used to bust my balls about before, is making a max gear score bag. That was my goal 5 years ago, was to make a max gear score bag, and I still to this day have not done it. So hopefully we'll actually be able to get that done this time. That was the goal, Edge. I was wanting to get to 55 tonight, but I saw the double XP, thanks to you. And now I'm gonna be sidetracked working on this. Yeah, exactly. That's the only reason why I even brought it up to you, is because once I found out it was free, then I was just like, all right, Edge might be actually interested in giving it a test, because he hasn't got to play since, you know, the expansion release. Maybe he might like the new stuff, maybe he won't. Either way, you know, it's free. It's not, you know, not any skin off your back. And so, Dig, like, I understand, like, when a game has a bad launch, it kind of puts a bad taste in your mouth and makes you not want to come back to it. But I also feel like every single game I've ever played at launch has had a bad launch. So if I didn't play games that had bad launches, I wouldn't play a single game. WoW's launch was fucking dreadful. Almost every single WoW expansion launch has been dreadful. Every single Path of Exile, you know, League launch has been dreadful. Now, don't get me wrong, most of those game companies, they fix it in less than a week. Fucking New World, on the other hand, it's 6 years and they still suck at it. Right? So it's different. It's definitely different. Like, we're talking apples and oranges here. But like I said, I'm not faulting you for it. But another one, let's go. We're at 4 outer stones. Hell yeah, let's go. Sucking that dick, baby. Nice, long strokes. Never stop. But I would say that, like, it's one of those games that if the end game doesn't interest you, which is mostly PvP, like once you've grinded up the levels, grinded up your gear, it's mostly PvP oriented. There's not a whole lot of PvE like content. There's no point even playing the game, right? Like, regardless if it was a good launch or bad launch, you know, what they add to the game, if the end game doesn't interest you, then there's no reason to truly play the game. That was just like one of our viewers that's been in here for the last couple nights that I don't know if they're going to show up again, because we had the conversation about like what there is to do at endgame, and I think I might have scared them off of the game. It's just like, well, what is there to do at endgame? And I was like, not much. It's mostly PvP related, and it's mostly like locked behind like elitist people, and I haven't seen them since. So like I said, I feel like dropping a game because they had a bad launch is kind of a cop-out, in my opinion. Like I said, take that with a grain of salt. I'm not calling you out. I'm not trying to be a dick about it. I'm just saying, like, I feel like if a game is bad at launch because of, like, they had bad server stability, they had a lot of bot problems, queues, blah, 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 that gets fixed usually within a month. And if you never come back to it because the launch was bad, then I feel like you truly didn't enjoy the game itself, right? It wasn't so much the launch that was the problem as it was the game didn't hook you. But at the end of the day, you look at it as like, well, it was because the launch was bad. It wasn't because the game is bad. But I think subconsciously you don't come back to the game because you didn't enjoy the game, but you're associating it to the launch, not so much the game mechanics itself. I don't know. Could be wrong, but that's just the way I feel about it. There has been a few games, I'm not gonna lie, that I have fallen into the trap, like what I was just talking about though, Dig, where the game launched and I looked at it and I said, fuck this game. And I've never looked back at it. There has been games that have done that to me, right? Lord of the Rings was one of them, right? Took me, what, 20 years to eventually come back to it? I finally come back to it and I'm liking it, right? Final Fantasy 14, another one. Fucking despised their beta. Obviously, I didn't even play them on launch, and then they deleted their game on launch because it was so bad. Right? Like, I'm never even contemplating going to play that one. Like, there are games that I have never played because I didn't like what they were at the very beginning. I've never given them a shot going forward. Totally true. And yeah, Edge, I cannot wait. I haven't seen any of the spoilers. If you wouldn't mind, like, sending me some, I would appreciate it. I know you've been like, oh, did you see the spoiler? Did you see the spoiler? I haven't seen any of them. There's only one spoiler I saw, and I was on Datmod's stream the other night, and they changed the ability to be able to open up stacked decks, which is insane. I think I don't think anybody's gonna really sell stacked decks anymore. There's gonna be a lot of stacked deck farming. There's gonna be a lot of strategies for farming stacked decks, and I think there's gonna be a lot of like people opening them. Oh, did they make it cheaper to respec now? Oh, you can actually do a full respec now? Oh, that's huge. That shit was so frustrating when you're like trying to respec like 100 points. Oh, it was so annoying. That's really sick. Okay. I like the fact that they're giving you a button now for it. But yeah, so now, Edge, with the stacked decks, you can either, I think it's control click to automatically open the stacked deck to your inventory, and you can fill up your inventory. Or I think it's shift click and it'll auto drop it on the ground. It would open it and auto drop it on the ground for you. So you can fill up your inventory with a bunch of stacked decks. you know, auto drop them to the ground and let your loot filter take over, or you can just open them to your inventory and just put all of them into your stash. All right, we are a little overweight. Get rid of this. Ooh, luck ring. Actually really good. Oh wait, can we wear an earring? Oh, we can wear an earring now. Okay. All right, I think we're just gonna put this on because I don't want to deal with, like, it's slightly better, but the gear score is worse. Like, that's the problem I have with some of those, is like the gear score matters to a point, but the stats under, like, the perks matter almost more. But yeah, I don't know what else has changed. I don't know what else we're gonna run into, or what we're gonna, you know, need to worry about or deal with or whatever. We're just gonna put this on. Mess around with our gear slots to save us some inventory space, honestly. This is where an extra bag would come in handy. Because now we're getting to a point where we're actually farming enough. Yo, what up, mate? Thank you.
Right now.
But yeah, like I said, Dick, don't take it with, like, what I said with, like, too much emphasis or whatever. It's just, I understand and I get the sentiment, and like I said, I've also done the same thing. But I would say, like, New World specifically, they've been doing a lot of updates. They've been doing a lot of quality of life changes, and yes, they had a poor start, and they still are lacking. But I think they've made great strides in the right direction in 6 years, finally. They're really slow about it. Like, I think their strides are way too slow to really be meaningful. But I would say at this point, they're at a playable point, I think, at this point. Finally. I think with this expansion, the content they have finally added for in-game PvE aspects with the raids and the catacombs and that kind of stuff, it gives you stuff to do at in-game that isn't just PvP, but it still has a ceiling of, like, how much you can really do it and enjoy it. It's at least at a playable point, I think, at this point. Personally, right? But I definitely will 1000% agree that before, it was really bad. I will say though, I definitely at some point in my life do want to play Final Fantasy 14 and ESO. I just don't know when I can actually find time to add it to the game list. If I'm being honest, that's the problem. Between, like, getting through Lotro and, like, getting like doing my PoEs on every 2-month rotations, and then, like, jumping back into New World and some of the other games we have on our list, like Mega Bonk that we've been really enjoying, Eidolon, BDO, Gideon, like all these other games that we've been playing. Like, I don't know how easy it's gonna be to actually slot in like a new MMORPG. I really don't know if we have enough time in our play schedule to actually add in, like, ESO or Final Fantasy 14, because both of those games are huge. They're almost as big, if not bigger, than Lotro. They have a lot of content. They have a lot of grind, a lot of leveling, a lot of quests, a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, we're going a different route this time.
Mainly because like the other way, like it hasn't had any iron. It's not that I need the iron, but I definitely want to keep getting iron to level up our smelting. I want to start getting into star metal stuff soon. Like it's not necessary to like level up my professions right now, but I think if we were to level up our professions a little bit, it'd help us in the long run a lot. Like just getting the star metal tools would be kind of huge for us. Yeah, no, I'm gonna like the iron. I'm not really truly worried about Topher with my iron route. Like even if people are taking my iron route, I still end up with iron by the end of my iron route. Iron isn't the problem. The problem we're gonna run into is gonna be silver, gold, and platinum, and the orichalcum. Like even mithril, it's like it's kind of a problem, but it's not as much of a problem because you don't need as much mithril as you do all the other stuff. It's truly like the iron is the biggest bottleneck. Because that's you need so much iron just to get you to the orichalcum, and then once you're at the orichalcum, you need so much silver and gold and platinum to push you from orichalcum to orichalcum, aka and beyond. Like you just start really getting struggle bust. Oh yeah, the furnishing is ridiculous, bro. Like if I'm being honest, my furnishing, the reason I the way I leveled it last time was a pain, but it was kind of two birds with one stone. I was leveling my fishing while I was leveling my furnishing because I was doing the instruments, and it required a bunch of snails and it required a bunch of catfish to do it. But I feel like it worked out pretty well because I got like really high level fishing from it. What up, guys? How's life, man? Thanks for stopping on by. Oh. Yo, Edge, are you even gonna have time to log in and play tonight? I know you said you had like stuff you had to do before you could log on, and it's getting kind of late. Started like 2:30 for you. So that's what I was just saying. Yeah, I don't know any of the spoilers yet. Like any of the updates, anything that they've talked about, except for the stacked deck update. And then Edge said that there was a full respec button that they're adding, which is awesome for talent trees and atlases. I actually love that. But other than those two things, I don't know anything that's being added. But yes, I'm looking forward to that for sure. Cannot wait to play Righteous Fire, bro. I'm missing it so much. You know, honestly, Edge, I fell in love with the Blood Notch version. But I think one thing will change this time is we're going to focus more on AoE increasements. Because I think the problem we were struggling with that build was getting the explosions to actually hit mobs further away to give us the cascading effect we were looking for. I think that was what was really holding the build back. I think if we focus more on getting more AoE on the tree and in our jewels and stuff, like our cluster jewels, I think it would have felt much better. Because like when we were fighting like the Maven, like remember like we were spawning the phantasms, but my AoE wasn't quite big enough to hit the phantasms because they were spawning just outside my AoE, and then their explosions weren't big enough to actually hit the boss. So I had to like kite it just right to get them within range of each other and then get in range to kill them. It was just a tedious thing and it just wasn't working as expected. But I think if we focus more on like increasing the overall AoE of our explosions and our RF, it'll feel much better. So what else? We need to validate some stuff. I don't know where we got silver from, but well. It's only a single level. Yeah, so getting the 250 is probably not in the cards, for being honest right now. Let us... Those... Okay, we need to get rid of some of this basic stuff too. Oh, we could probably do some of this basic attribute food. Oh, I forgot we leveled as well. 8 more points here. We need 15 more points to have a chance at... We even have a 15. We have a bunch of 10s. This one will work. 30 minutes though. So it's only a 30-minute buff. It's not great. Oh, these could really help. If we made some like food for boosting the gear score of our tools when we go to boost them, if we get engineering food, that could be huge. Level up our cooking a little bit. Try to get like basic engineering food. Boost the gear score a smidgen. That could be helpful as well. Yeah, we're just looking for anything to boost the gear score of our crafted tools to give us even more mining speed, basically. I am curious. Right, so what exactly... Okay, so we can make heart runes. Alright. So 250, we just get infused sand, and then these. I think these are what we were looking for. Maybe not? Oh, so the rune glass. This is what we're shooting for. What level is this? The rune glass stuff. Rune glass is really what we're shooting for making runes. The rest of it we can just eventually get. The 180. I think this is what we're shooting for specifically. Shoot for the rune glasses because these are insane. Because it gives you like an enhanced version, double dip kind of thing. So this is like converts percentage of the damage dealt as nature on hit, dealing arcane damage per second. Converts 50% of damage dealt to nature. Hits inflict hex, dealing extra arcane damage. So it's like you can kind of do this, right? Extra fire damage. And this one, 3% heal for 3% of the damage you deal. This one's really good. The leeching one, this one's frost, so ice, electric, siphoning. And on hit, your melee deal. So this is pretty good if you're doing melee attacks. Yeah, so converts 50% of your damage dealt as nature, and then hits inflict poison, dealing 8% nature damage per second. This would be huge for the hammer I want to make. So I want to make I want to get a hammer that has what is it, like chaining nature or something on it, and probably like nature attunement. Basically, I want to get as much nature damage as I can on a hammer with like heavy attack increasements, heavy attack leeching, things like that. A bunch of heavy attack perks. So I'm just going to be straight up heavy attack spamming, and I want to have as much nature conversion on it as possible. And that's for the Lost specifically. That is going to be my Lost weapon that we're going to be using. And And then we'll work on getting the Mjolnir for our ancients. And that'll be 2 people out of the way. Then we'll need to farm a good... Honestly, I think for slash damage, we're just going to go with the hatchet. And we're going to get the throwing hatchet from the activity log. Hopefully that'll work really well. Because that'll work for humanoids as well. For the vanguards. And then from there, we just need a decent thrust weapon. Which I think is going to be bow. If we're being honest, bow and spear is going to be our thrust weapon. So I'm going to need to get a decent spear. But I definitely want to run bow as well. What I'm thinking is we could, in theory, run bow for our thrust instead of a spear. Spear is really strong. But hear me out. Run bow and have a void gauntlet offhand, right? For the life taker or whatever it is. That gives us disintegrate on ranged hits. So we get a little extra damage, we get a little extra weaken on them. And I think that would be probably the ideal setup. But we'll have to change up our bow spec if we do that. For more single target orientation. Instead of the dot damage that we have going on right now. So, I don't know. It'd be a slightly different playstyle. I just have to... I'm trying to figure out... Because I don't think there's any good offhand for my hatchet. Because the hatchet is like our ranged ability. Like, we're going to be tossing, you know, hatchets from a distance while people are pew-pewing, right? So I feel like we're just going to be primarily just sitting on our hatchet and offhand doesn't matter. I think the only thing the offhand's going to provide us would be... Ooh, maybe we run Void Gauntlet on that as well, and we can empower ourselves. We can throw down like an empowering thing around us. I'll put that down, give us a little bit of damage. That wouldn't be bad. Because it's... ooh, I wonder if... can't run Disintegrate. We'd have to run a different Void Gauntlet. I was going to say, like, if we're already running the Void Gauntlet, we can just run that, but we're already going to be running Artifact Hatchet. So. I don't know. Gotta figure out the hatchet one a little bit and the thrust one. Next stream will be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I think. Yeah, Friday night to Saturday night, and then all the way to Monday. I kind of want to run bow for our thrust. Not opposed to it. I'm just trying to think, like, the way we have our bow set up currently is to add more dots for our hatchet build. But I'm also thinking, like, maybe we don't need to run bow for our hatchet build. But if we don't run bow for our hatchet build, what do we run instead? That's the question. If we can't run a artifact for it, we're already running an artifact. So just like what truly would suit that slot. And I'm thinking Void Gauntlet isn't a bad option. Like a non... a non-artifact Void Gauntlet. Okay, so it says Star Metal is unlocked at 100 when I just hit that Topher. The little pop-ups. It says I can do Star Metal at 100, so... But yeah, I think Void Gauntlet might not be a bad option. Swap to it, put down the empowering circle, give us a little extra damage for our throws. Could be good. And then we could probably go into the Void Blade and get Leech. So if something gets too close, like maybe okay, ooh, I have an idea. So we could do our third perk on our hatchet could be Berserk, which would give us a leech. So if something does get like point blank on us, we don't have like point blank or not, right? If we have to man fight something, we do have we could swap to the Void Gauntlet, put down, you know, a powering orb, stuff like that. throw up the leech on the mob and just void blade it to death and just man mode like leech it. We could do something like that, but I know in like higher tier mutations it's not possible. But currently, like lower level stuff, like open world stuff, things like that, I think it's possible to do that. Just trying to think what would be the more ideal. Forgot I can't block. I don't know. Just I can see problems both sides, right? I can see problems with doing the Void Gauntlet, right? Because it's gonna be most of the time I'm never gonna like pull up the Void Gauntlet unless I'm putting on the Void Orb, right? Or the empowering circle. And I never want a man fight anyway, so it's like, what's the point of getting the Void Blade? I mean, I could always run Tether, Leech, whatever the thing is, where you put the little thing on it where you increase it, it gives you a Leech or whatever, and the Void Orb, just use it as a buff like that, and then just be throw. But like switching to put those dots on and then switching back, I just lose DPS. To just constantly throwing, so it might not be the best option. And if you're running with a good healer that's going to be already Void Gauntleting, like it's kind of wasted as well. I don't know. There is definitely a hole in that setup, but I do like the Life Taker with the bow option, or range with thrust against corruption and beasts. I do like that. I do like the hatchet for slash with the throw abilities, if I like the throw abilities. If I don't, you know, we can always switch it to melee instead of throws. It's not a big deal. I think hatchet is definitely a viable like slash ability. It's like insane DPS. And then we already know what we're doing for our strikes. Just gotta find a good second hammer. Mjolnir for one, and the other one is just like a one-off, just regular ass hammer that has the right perks on it. That one's gonna be a little harder to find. Yeah, I don't know. Trying to find a good secondary for this is actually kind of challenging. I mean, we could run the axe. I'm not opposed to running the great axe. Gravity Well plus Maelstrom. And either Reap for pulling an extra target in. Charge for disengage. Or Whirlwind for extra slash damage when I've grouped them all up. Those are 3 possible options. It's not a bad option because Gravity Well is really good for grouping things together for big mutations. I literally just toss the Gravity Well and go right into a hatchet. I don't even have the Maelstrom. Could be a possibility. It's actually not a bad option because if you group them together and I'm doing the throw hatchet, it helps the tank be able to pull them all together, get them all like taunted and stuff, and it also helps all the DPS do more damage in like one cluster. And since the throw hatchet has the explosions to all the AoE mobs, it would increase my DPS as well. So, I mean, I think that's a solid option. Yeah, so I usually do Sword and Shield with Spear. I usually run the Spartan build. That's usually what I typically run, but I'm starting to opt out of Sword and Shield recently because I ran DPS instead of a tank, and I always ran leadership. But when I was Googling the other day different Sword and Board builds, most tank builds People are saying like the top tier tank builds are all running leadership nowadays, which makes sense. And I've always wondered if it was viable for tanks to run leadership, because I always ran it as a DPS because I wanted leadership for the party. One thing I never tested is, does leadership actually boost the person with leadership, or if is it just the group, right? Does it actually give you 10%, or does it only give your party members 10%? So I've never confirmed that one myself. That would be something nice to confirm, but I always ran it because of that. And I liked the abilities. There was a lot really fast arcing slashing type, so I could hit multiple targets at a time. It was a slash weapon for Angry Earth, and the abilities were actually pretty chill, and I really liked it a lot. But if tanks are going to be running leadership, there's no point in a DPS running leadership, right? No point in having two people running leadership, because it doesn't stack, from my understanding. So if tanks are going to be running leadership, then I can run a different slash weapon to, you know, take advantage of having the leadership and doing more damage while the tank does its tank job, right? It's kind of the thought, which is why I was starting to switch over to Hatchet, which I used to love until they nerfed Berserk. But Hatchet just feels weird. There's so many times I go to like do the dodge when I'm like in the middle of combat. I'm like, all right, I know abilities come in, I'm waiting for it, and then I go to like dodge it, and he doesn't dodge. He just stands there and gets smacked by it. And I don't know if it's like an input delay, a desync, a latency problem. I don't know what the actual issue is. There's so many times I go to hit shift to dodge an ability, and he just doesn't do anything. And I don't feel it when I'm on like my bow. I don't feel it when I'm on like other weapons. But specifically when I'm on the Hatchet, I have a lot of problems. And it's been driving me nuts. But it's just like the way I play the game myself, Cal, is I don't just have a one build to rule them all. I swap my weapons depending on what I'm fighting, depending on what they're weak to, right? So when I'm fighting Ancients, I run a Mjolnir hammer, and I just heavy attack spam with my abilities because they're weak to lightning, and 99% of the strike damage is converted to lightning, so it does extra damage, right? So not only do the heavy attacks do decent damage because they're heavy attacks from a two-handed maul, but I'm getting a 30% buff from them being weak to lightning. And then if you add in trophies, if you add in coatings, any other buffs and benefits that you get from like leadership and stuff like that, or empower, you start hitting big fucking numbers. And then, you know, carry that over to Angry Earth. They're weak to slash and fire. So getting a slashing weapon that has some sort of fire conversion. Those are 30% weak to fire, 20% weak to slash. So if you have a 50% conversion to fire, you're doing roughly 25% increased damage. You know, between the slash damage being 20 and the fire being 30. So that gives you a big juice boost in DPS towards Angry Earth. And then you get thrust is for corruption and beasts. Once again, just want to have a thrust weapon, so bows, muskets, rapiers, spears, right? Any of those. And then you have strike damage specifically isn't very good at any of them. Like, it's better against Ancients, it's 20%, but Nature's 30%, which is, ooh, 6 that or so. Let's go. So that's why sorry, not Ancients. Ancients is 20% strike and 30% lightning, which is why the Mjolnir is so strong. But Lost is only 10% strike, but it's 30% nature. So that's why I'm looking for Runeglass Nature. Ooh, another Adders, bro. We are fucking going ham on Adderstones right now. So that's why I'm looking. I want to get the Runeglass that converts 50% of the damage to nature with the poison additive, which is nature damage per second. And then if I can get, you know, heavy attacks to deal more damage and things like that as perks on top of that, we can definitely juice out a shit ton of damage on that one. Okay, another Adderstone. Red 9, let's go. That'll be our Lost weapon. So we have a Lost weapon idea. We already have a Mjolnir idea for Ancients. And then we have our Angry Earth, which is going to be our Throw Hatchet. And then our Thrust is the one that we were just contemplating. We haven't figured the Thrust one out quite yet. Oh yeah, and slash as well for humanoids, so vanguards and stuff. But I switched my build. I have 3 different build sets. Like I said, one's for technically 4, switching the 2 hammers out, but we'll just count that as 1. So we have the hammer build, we have the slash build, and then we have the thrust build. We always run those 3, and we switch them depending on what we're fighting. Which typically means that I try to get my armors so I don't have to change them. So they're all the same armor set with the like generic perks that work for all 3 builds. And then the weapons are what changes. Weapons, maybe jewelry is what changes for the builds. So the 5 armor pieces will stay the same. Reporting for hacking. Covert. I'm cupping the biscuits and swallowing the gravy, man. Like, they're rewarding me. Alright. All I gotta say. Yo, what up, Thor? How's life, man? Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you. Yes. They have added new content, a new zone. They're probably gonna add more in like 6 months. Like the rumor is we're probably gonna get a new weapon in like the next 6 to 9 months. Ooh, sorry. I don't know how true that is, but that's the rumor. I haven't seen a roadmap. But yeah. They gave us a new zone. They gave us I think new dungeon. I'm not 100% on that one. Maybe that one's coming too down the pipeline. But here, I'll show you some of the stuff. So one of the things that they did is they gave us a activities page, which obviously doesn't really matter, but they gave us catacombs. It's a 3-man RNG kind of designed, just randomly generated dungeon. You have a time limit to clear as much as you can to get stuff out of it. Obviously, you have Outpost Rush, we have Capture the Flag, we have regular expeditions, we have muted expeditions. Then we got 3v3 arena still. They added another raid, if not more than 1 raid. They gave us soul trials. Once again, they gave us like elite ones and non-elite ones. And they have the season trials as well. They gave us they gave us like a few things here. Extra raids, extra catacombs. I think an extra like dungeon or something. I think they gave us Capture the Flag. They gave us the soul trials. They gave us a new zone, which I haven't got around to yet. But it is here. Nightingale. They gave us this new zone. Massive ass area, massive zone. They increased the gear score, they increased the level cap. So there's new content, but kind of still the same game in a way. Thanks, mate. Yeah, my nose is a little stuffy right now. I sneezed and now it's like really stuffy. A little annoying right now. But today, this very second, I think it started today. They have a 2 times refining EXP for your professions. So the refining skills have 2 times EXP. So these 5 here: leather, woodworking, smelting, stone cutting, and weaving. So we're working on stone cutting right now. Yeah, level cap is already increased. I'm pretty sure it's 70 now. It used to be 65. Well, technically it used to be 60, and then with Angry Earth they went to 65, and now they're at 70. Gear score went from 725 to 800. Oh, and they also removed stats from gear, which I'm kind of pissed about, FYI. I like it and I dislike it. So the reason I like it is obviously it makes things easier, so you don't have to worry about what stats come on what gear. It simplifies the gear that you're looking for. So you could find something with perfect perks, but if it didn't have the right stats, it was useless to you. Now that's not a thing. It's less things you got to worry about that come on the gear. But what I dislike is there's still achievements for equipping gear to give you up to 260 of a stat. And it's impossible to obtain now because the gear doesn't have stats on it anymore. So why do they still have the achievement for doing it if it's not obtainable anymore? So anybody that's never obtained those achievements can never obtain it. You can never 100% complete the achievements of the game now going forward unless they remove those achievements. It's literally impossible. I don't like it when they make achievements impossible. So that's something that obviously wasn't in their mind when they were thinking about changing the game. That's like a afterthought, like a byproduct of like, oh shit, we forgot about achievements. Who gives a shit about achievements? Well, some people do. I'm not naming any names, but this guy does. This guy cares about achievements. We're 110. We're trying to shoot for 180. I don't really care if we hit 200 or 250. I want 180 because 180 is going to give us rune glass. And rune glass is what we're shooting for. Once we hit 180, I don't care about getting to 250 anytime soon. We can do that anytime going down the road when we're making rune glasses and stuff. But yeah, 180 is our goal as of right tonight. Hopefully we can hit it by the end of the night. Like, we're at 110, we have 70 more levels, and these levels are actually taking quite a while. We're getting like 1.5 levels per trip. Yeah, Thor, that's what I'm saying. So achievements is what people have to look forward to completing when they're at max level and they don't have any, you know, wars or anything to do, right? But that's also what the catacombs introduction, the capture the flag introduction, the raids are introduced. Like all that stuff is giving people more stuff to do throughout the week because it's like weekly content where you have X amount of like weekly runs to do. So, you know, you have 25 muted runs you can do every week. You have 25 raids you can run a week and stuff like that. So that's keeping a lot of like the end gamers, max level players, something to do throughout the week. If you happen to clear all that out and you have more free time, then yes, the achievements is really what you're shooting for. But it's just annoying that it's still there as part of the in-game achievements. I mean, maybe they'll take the servers down and what the fuck is running on that guy's feet? So weird. You know, maybe they'll take the servers down and be like, oh, planned maintenance, guys, fixing the achievement board so people don't complain that there's achievements you can't attain. Like, thanks, Rage. Sorry, guys. Another 90-minute maintenance to remove achievements off achievement list. Because that couldn't wait until fucking until weekly update. Bro, I wouldn't put it past them, Thor. So they do their every Tuesday morning weekly maintenance, you know, which is fine. Every game has their weekly maintenance, and I'm okay with that. But what pisses me off is they did a weekly maintenance last week on Tuesday, right? And then on Thursday, so they released the update on Monday. Weekly update on Tuesday. And then on Thursday, because I didn't play it on release day and I didn't play it on Tuesday or whatever, right? I was playing other games that I was working. They did a random Thursday patch update as well. And then they did their normal Tuesday update this week. So last week, in the last 7 days, they have done like 3 or 4 updates. And this is why I despise New World. Right? Not the game, but the people running it. Right? And it's not so much I despise Amazon as a whole. I despise the gaming portion of Amazon because whoever the fuck is in charge of like scheduling things and thinking what's good for people obviously has the brain of a walnut. Doesn't understand gamers at all. Doesn't understand fucking business logic. Has 0 fucking brain cells. If you think taking your game down 4 times a week for 90 minutes at a time is good for the player engagement, is good for your player retention, I don't want to see what your other thoughts are in this world. But the thing, it's Amazon, but Amazon is so large, Thor, like, you can't even just say it's Amazon. Because certain parts of Amazon have been done well. Like, obviously, everything has its faults. There's pros and cons to everything, right? Like, you have problems. I'm pretty sure it was you that has problems with Amazon Prime, specifically where you live. But Amazon Prime over here is great, right? And, like, I feel like their Amazon Music is pretty good. Their Amazon Videos is pretty good. Like, you know, if you go and watch, like, if you have Amazon Prime and you go watch, like, their movies and stuff, I think that's pretty solid. Like, I feel like they have a lot of good products that are done well, and we don't have much to complain about. But the few things that, like, because this brings us back to another argument, is like, we hate people, right? in real life, we all hate people because people are very selfish, people are very inconsiderate, and people are just dickheads and whatever, right? But here's the thing. The only reason we think that is because the only people that stand out to us, that really cause us problems, that make us hate people, are the people that are doing that. We don't even notice the nice people. We don't even notice the people doing the right things, because when they're doing the right thing, they're not in our face about it, right? They're not, you know, it's one of those things, like if someone's being considerate and letting you merge in front of them, you're not thinking much about it, right? When you're driving a car and you put your turn signal on, someone slows down to let you in, you're not thinking much about it. That's a nice, considerate person, right? You're not like, oh man, that guy's so nice, man. That guy deserves a Christmas present, right? The only thing you're going to remember is that dude that speeds up to prevent you from merging in. You don't remember the guy that slowed down for you. You remember the guy that sped up and pissed you off, right? It's the same thing with like services. You don't really recognize and or give props to the good parts of services. You only see the standout bad stuff. Even if there's only 10% of it that's bad, 90% of it that's good, you're like dog shit service because of this, this, and this. But what about the other 90% that's actually good? And that's what that's the problem I have, is like Amazon as a whole isn't really, I mean, there's a lot of bad stuff with Amazon, right? Whether the way they treat their employees or, you know, their customer return policy or whatever the fuck, right? There is some problems with Amazon. I'm not going to defend them wholeheartedly, but what I'm saying is I'm not going to say it's an Amazon specific problem for their gaming division. I will say their Amazon gaming division is a problem from their leadership standpoint and their business model and stuff, and like whoever's in charge of like thinking the good things are good and bad things are bad, because whoever the fuck is in charge of that management is a fucking idiot. But overall, like I don't like the gaming, like I said, they do a good job in a way of putting new content out there here and there, but they don't think about it longevity wise. They don't think about all the downstream like trickle down effect problems. There's a lot of like lost in translation stuff, but it's not an Amazon problem. It's a Amazon gaming problem, right? You can't have a company that has 500 subsidiaries underneath them. You can't blame the top corporation that's the umbrella corporation for all of its minor things underneath it that are broken, because everything has its own subdivision. That's just like saying that the president of the United States is the problem with a specific unit of the Marine Corps of a specific base, right? So if you look at like the military, you know, hierarchy, you know, you have, let's say you have like the president up here, and then you have the 4 divisions underneath them that have like their own generals. That general's in charge of a bunch of other generals, and those generals in charge of a bunch of other generals, and then those generals in charge of a bunch of other generals, and then those generals are in charge of a bunch of bases, and then those bases have like lieutenant colonels and stuff underneath them. Like, you can't say that this Joe Schmo private over here that decided to do something fucking stupid, like, you know what I mean? Like the stupid stuff that he's doing has any impact on the president himself. That's like that's basically what you're saying. You're saying that Amazon Games has one stupid thing that they're doing, that Amazon itself is the problem for it. Like that's like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong. It is technically Amazon, but I can't fault Amazon specifically for one of their subsidiaries having problems with whoever the fuck's in charge of it. Now, we could argue the fact that Amazon is the one that put that person in charge of that division. But at the end of the day, I still don't see that being an Amazon problem. Like Amazon's fault for that person sucking. But they should possibly, the higher ups, more higher up the food chain that are above Amazon Games, to look at the trickle down effect and be like, huh, the game's struggling. Let's get some feedback, figure out why it's struggling so bad, and see where the disconnect is and where we could fix this. And maybe it comes up with the person that's in charge of Amazon Games and they fix that, right? Like there's so many things, man. You can't just pinpoint one specific thing and say that's the problem, right? It's just like society as a whole. You can't say, oh, society is a problem because of games, you know? People are violent because of video games. Like, that's just a stupid generalization. There's so many other reasons why things are having problems. There's so many other reasons why, you know, something works and something else doesn't work. It's just impossible. I gotta catch back up on chat though, because I've been ranting and I haven't been paying attention to these walls of text you guys are posting. I just saw one of your messages that you haven't seen a single branch of Amazon that does well. I'm gonna pull up a list of Amazon branches and we're gonna go through some of them and kind of like I said, everything is different, nuance, right? Like your experience versus my experience, your country versus my country. So we're gonna kind of somewhat skim through some of them, but I do want to catch up on chat really quick while I have the moment. All right. Oh, you're back on Talisman, Thor? Nice. Yeah, so, and also, Cal, I can't really, like, can you really blame Twitch for streamers that are being stalked? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like you have an Instagram following and people are harassing you and stalking you because you are an Instagram social media person, right? Oh, that's Instagram's fault. Not really. Like, it's no one's. It's not the person's fault. It's not the company's fault. It's the person that's doing its fault. Like, no matter what you were to do, you still would have stalkers, right? That's the problem. Stalkers are inevitable. It's not a company problem. Like, yeah, there's steps they can try to take to minimize it, but at the end of the day, there's nothing you can do. If you're putting yourself out on the internet, if you're putting yourself out there and you're accessible to people, you're going to get the good with the bad. There's nothing you can do about it. Trying to catch up on chat. Hold on. Also, I saw a new message from somebody. What up, Trash Can? What's going on? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a good day. We're on a random rant. Really? It's some random. Was there a random dude or somebody that worked there or something that just touched her and she wasn't expecting it, or it was inappropriate or something? That's crazy. Tried to kiss her? Oh my god. Exactly, too, mate. That's what I'm saying. You can't blame games for violence. It just doesn't make any sense. And once again, Thor, like, yes, it was Twitch that put on the event. It was Twitch that hired the security and so on and so forth. But if the security didn't do their job, that's not an Amazon problem. That's the security company's problem. Once again, we're diluting the intention here of whose fault it really lies upon. If you get into a car accident, is it your insurance company's fault that you got into a car accident? Or is it your fault that you got into a car accident? Right? Can't say your insurance company sucks because I got into a car accident and they didn't cover my, insurance or whatever. Because there could be a reason why they didn't cover your insurance, but it was your fault that you got into a car accident. I got a car accident because my car insurance is bad. It's like, no, you got into a car accident because you don't know how to fucking drive. Or it was a pure accident, right? So once again, they didn't have good enough security because they either went with a lowball security company that didn't prioritize the, you know what I mean? They tried to cut corners. So it's partially Amazon's fault for cutting corners with spending less on security, but it's still the security company's fault that it happened. They didn't have enough like security employees. They didn't have a stringent or strict enough policy or whatever it is. Not an Amazon fault. The security company's fault. Right? Once again, if you own a building and you hire a security company to protect your building, it's not the company's fault that your building got robbed. It's the people that are in charge of protecting the building's fault. You have the flu. Oh, I'm so sorry. When aren't you on? It's true. Why can't you? Is it because you're sick, trash can? Sorry, we're taking a hot minute here. There's a 2x EXP event we're taking advantage of right now for refining skills. Yeah, Dig, you're gonna blame your insurance company's fault that you got hit by a car? That is a problem. I'm not gonna lie. There are companies that feel like, oh, you're overstepping your bounds. You're doing your job too good. Like, you know, there are fucking stupid people. Once again, stupid people don't fault, like, can't fault a company for a stupid person, right? Individuals will always be individuals. Companies will always be companies. Individuals don't represent the entire company, typically, right? Unless it's the actual owner of the company, then obviously his wishes are the same wishes as the company. There's a lot that goes into it. That's what I was saying, Edge. Like, it's like 10% Amazon's fault for not doing their due diligence of the actual hiring of the security company. But at the end of the day, if you were to sue somebody, do you sue the company that hired the company that they hired didn't do their job, or do you sue the company that didn't do their job? Yeah, you sue Amazon because they're the ones that hired the people, but at the end of the day, the money comes from the person that didn't do their job. Like, let's say you walk into a bank and you rob a bank, right? You have a security guard there, right? The security guard didn't do his job. Let him rob the bank or whatever. Do you sue the bank for your money being lost? Do you sue the fucking the security company? Like, where does this trickle down eventually stop? Who's the one actually at fault here? The security company, the security guard, or the bank itself? Like, there's so many problems here. You can't say, oh, I'm never gonna bank with that bank again because my money got stolen out of one of their banks because somebody didn't do their job. Like, well, I heard that there was a lot of issues. Well, not at the thing itself, but I heard prior to the event there was a lot of streamers backing out because of like a lot of harassment and security issues and stuff that they didn't want to deal with. But anyway, here's a list of Amazon companies. I don't even know what most of them are. Audibles. I don't think Audibles is a bad company. I don't know. I don't watch them or listen to them or use them, but I don't think this is bad. Twitch on its own isn't bad, but that's what the caveat. We're not talking about the people, the viewers and stuff like that. We're just saying the platform itself isn't bad, right? Yes, they might have weird business practices and they might not be paying people enough or whatever the fuck, but the platform itself works, right? It's got a good UI, it's got a good search algorithm, it just works. But the way it's used and the way that people interact with it is the problem, and that doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't fall on Twitch's fault. You know, anything can be used inappropriately, anything can be used in an unintended way and have unforeseen, you know, circumstances. Like, shit, even a fucking movie. You produce a movie, someone becomes infatuated with the actor that plays in this fucking movie. Is it the movie's fault for producing the movie? It is not. Movie's a good movie. Doesn't make the movie bad because one person decided to, I don't know, go and track this actor down and kidnap her or some shit, right? Like, there's no correlation. Amazon itself, like, we can't, I mean, Amazon's Amazon. Amazon Prime, like I said, as a US citizen in the US, I don't think Amazon Prime is technically bad. They're really good about return policies. I've never had a problem with returning something as long as you order something that has free returns and stuff like that. So I don't think this is technically bad. I've never had a problem with the ring system. I've had ring forever. Never had a problem with that. Never had a problem with Alexa. Now, occasionally it does randomly turn on and talk to me and stuff, but it typically works pretty well. No idea about their food. No idea about their food here either. Amazon Music, I don't think is bad. I don't know the difference between these. A lot of these I don't know. I don't. What is this? It's like airplanes? Couldn't fucking tell you. Couldn't tell you. A lot of these I don't know. But I'm just saying, looking at this list of stuff, you can't tell me that all of these companies are bad. What is Ring? Ring is like security cameras. So basically, you can pay for the service where it does 24/7 recording and stuff like that, and you can get third-party people to like monitor and stuff like that. But you don't pay for it. You just get, you know, alerts on your phone. It's basically a home security system. You can get one for your doorbell. You can put ones up around the outside of the house, the inside of the house. You can get door sensors and stuff like that. It's basically overall house security system that you can put together at your own leisure, at, you know, whatever you want, you add to it. It's pretty cool. I actually really like the Ring. I mean, you're not wrong, Edge. I know you're 100% correct in saying Amazon is at fault. Yes, they are at fault because they are the ones that hired those people. But let's say, hypothetically speaking, Edge, they hired the best qualified, top of the line security company that put in a bid for the offer, right? Let's say they literally did their due diligence. They did everything by the book. They did it correctly. And this still happened because the security company flopped. They failed. Whoever was in charge security-wise of the event failed the event. Is it still Amazon's fault for the security company failing to do their part? That's what I'm saying, though, Edge. Like, we don't know the ins and outs. We don't know if they cheaped out. We don't know what happened. But at the end of the day, like, there is more than just Amazon's fault because it's Amazon's hosted event. Because there's more than just Amazon. If it was Amazon's security company, like they provided their own security with their own from their own security company, blah blah blah, that's a different story, right? Because that's an Amazon company under Amazon. That's Amazon on Amazon. That's Amazon's fault, right? They went with the easy route. But like I said, it really depends on all the facts leading up to all the situations. We can't just look at a situation and just be like, Amazon's at fault because they hosted the event. Like I said, there is blame to go around in all parts, but without knowing all the facts, every single detail of the backroom deals and everything else that went on, we don't know the exact extent of who's truly at fault. I just don't like the blanket accusation of blaming the person at the top for people underneath, right? Like I said, like the military example is the best I can explain. You can't blame a general of a base for the action of one private that is stationed at his base. You cannot hold him reliable that he doesn't even know who the fuck this person is. He's never met them. He's never interacted with them. Nothing. You can't expect this general to be liable of something that one individual under his command has done. Because at the end of the day, every individual is their own individual. Right now, if there's a repeated behavior issue, right, that is known and it has been passed up the chain and the chain is aware that this person has behavioral issues and is repeatedly doing these behavioral issues, then yes, that's when it falls upon the higher ups that they haven't done their part in fixing and rectifying the situation. But like I said, at the end, like at its core, I can't blame someone or something at the top for something down the chain, right? That's why, like I said, it's a random rant, and like I said, I agree with portions of it that yes, Amazon is partially at fault for most things because they are technically above everything, and everything kind of trickles down, and shit always rolls uphill and downhill. But I just don't like the idea of blaming Amazon for Amazon Games' problem. Because like you said, I showed you the list of like Amazon products, I don't think Amazon as a whole is bad. Its premise and its idea and its like acquisition of different companies to provide different services is a good idea, and it's decently done in practice, but the subsidiaries underneath them is really where the breakdown of the bad quality and service that we're obtaining, right? Like I said, Ring, I haven't had a bad experience with it. Other people have. Different companies or different people in different regions and different, situations have all had different experiences with these different things. Never used audiobooks, but I feel like, their audio section is probably pretty solid. It's probably just like, their Amazon video stuff where it's pretty easy. You buy a fucking movie, you play the movie. Now there are some random one-off issues where they have server problems or whatever, where maybe your video is not available after you purchased it, and usually their customer service is pretty good. But like, the wife does nothing but order on Amazon Prime, and every single time she gets something that has a scratch, cut, open box, not to her liking, she just returns it, and she doesn't get charged for any of this. She doesn't have any problems doing it. She puts in a return request. They accept it within like 10 minutes usually. It's like almost instant. And then she just brings it to Kohl's and she calls it a day. We've never had a problem returning something. Never had, like, technically we've had a problem with one thing, but it never actually became a problem. But like I said, never had a problem with Amazon Prime. Never had a problem with our Ring. Never had a problem with our Amazon video stuff. Never had a problem with like Amazon audios and like music and stuff like that. Like all that stuff, I've never had a problem with any of that stuff. The only thing that we've actually problem with, and it's not even like that much of a problem, it's literally Amazon Studios or gaming studio, because like, and I don't even think it's the whole studio that's the problem. It's literally just New World. Like, whoever the fuck's in charge of their maintenance updates and their pushing of their patches and stuff like that, and the implementation of future content, and like, I just feel like they're very slow. They're very not up to date with the times. They're not very in touch with the community as a whole to understand that you can't just be taking the game down whenever the fuck you want. You can't just be changing things all willy-nilly because you feel like it. Like, I just feel like they're not gamers, right? Like, if they were an actual gamer and they had to experience this stuff from outside perspective, they would be unhappy with a lot of things they're hitting people with, I think. But since they're not, I feel like they're just kind of out of touch. Watch that later, Rage. Oh, I'll try. Like I said, Thor, some of that stuff, like you were saying with the language issue with Amazon itself, like going to Amazon Prime or whatever, I can see that, right? Like that's literally an oversight on Amazon's part. And once again, yes, that's Amazon as a whole, but it's still a part of Amazon. Like, Amazon is the company, but Amazon Prime is the actual service that you're having a problem with. Once again, it still boils down to Amazon is in charge of that service and who is running that service. So it does, part of the blame does fall upon the umbrella part. But I think that's a country issue, right? Not a country issue, but like, if you spoke and read English, right, very well, or you lived in the United States and that wasn't a problem, I don't think you'd have a problem with Amazon Prime, right? Like just ordering stuff off of Amazon. But since you are in another country and they don't have the language conversion for you, then it's a dog shit product for you. Once again, everybody has their own interpretation of these situations. Some people hate Ring, some people like Ring, some people like Amazon Video, some people don't like Amazon Video. Everybody has their own experience. Like, for example, I had ADT security system. Most people would say it's a very good security system and they like it. I fucking hated it, right? It wasn't that it was a bad product. It was their customer service ruined it for them when I tried to leave, right? So the service itself, I never had to actually physically use it, so I don't know how good the product actually was because I never got robbed or anything like that. But the customer service was pretty fucking stupid, right? Most people don't have that problem, right? I don't know. It's one of those things that, like, one person can do the exact same thing another person does and they'll get a different outcome because they're talking to a different person. Once again, it's not the company usually that's the fault. It's the person you talk to. I can't tell you how many times I'll call like my ISP and be like, hey, I'm having ISP problems. This is what I've tried, X, Y, and Z. And then the one person's like, oh yeah, sucks to suck. And then they're just like, can't do anything about it. Right? And then they just send a tech out a week later. And then there's other times I call and I talk to a very experienced person, someone that actually knows what the fuck they're doing. And they're like, oh yeah, okay, I can help you. And they help me. So it's literally a person to person, experience to experience problem. Once again, yes, it could kind of fall upon training at the company, being the company's fault for not training these people properly. But also some of it just boils down to experience that these people have obtained from working their job for so long and other experiences in their life that can contribute in a good way. I don't know, man. Like, my problem is it's really hard for me to articulate the way I want to explain it. And that's why I rant for so long, is I'm trying to articulate it in the way that I want to, and I can never hit it right on the nose. But at the same time, like, I agree. And like, the problem is I'm always like, I can always see both sides of the argument. I can always see that, yes, it's partially one person's fault, but it's also partially the other person's fault. Because we can argue devil's advocate for both sides, right? We can argue that, yes, it's Amazon's fault because they're the person that put this person in charge. So if they're the ones that put this person in charge and that person is doing poorly and they haven't replaced him, then it's Amazon's fault. But we can also argue that it's the person's fault that's in charge of the place, that is running it poorly, blah, 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 and not so much Amazon itself, right? It's, I don't know. It's really hard to articulate the way I want to. I'm in MP. Yeah, so we used to have like 30 servers and they've condensed it into basically 2. And then in the last year, I think they've upped it to 4 because they only had Valheim and one others in the RP server for a long time. And then I think they came out with MP more recently because of the new update. Not really because of the new update, I don't think, but I think there was literally a queue on all the servers. And I don't know if MP is just new and people were transferring to it in general. There's 10, or if it's been here for a while, it just didn't have a big population. I don't know exactly how that worked out, but yeah, I'm on MP right now. EMPI. The only reason why I think it's somewhat of a relatively new server is because Everfall doesn't even have maxed out profession tables and stuff. I mean, why can't you show it in English, or? I don't know how you access it, because I know there's like different servers for like the different regions. So it's like when you're over in Europe, you're accessing the Europe servers, right? When you're in Germany, you're accessing probably the Germany servers or actually the Europe servers. I don't know how that works over there. But in US, I access the US servers. In Canada, I'm pretty sure, Edge can verify this, you access the Canada servers. And yes, there are ways to access the different servers by changing the URL. But when you access a different server, you get a different set of properties and things when it comes to like searching for items and stuff like that. So it's a little different. It's just like a Netflix, like if you change your VPN of where you're connecting from, you connect to a different server, and you're gonna see different shows and TVs and movies and stuff depending on what region you're accessing it from. I think it's the same thing with Amazon, right? Depending on what region you're accessing it from will depend on what servers you hit, which will depend on what you're allowed to see and not see. Yeah. Oh, so Amazon itself doesn't have built-in translation changer. I mean, doesn't some of the actual like Chrome, Edge, Firefox, don't those have built-in translators? I mean, sometimes they're not super good, but don't they have built-in translators? And once again, Thor, it's like if we can't blame Amazon for something that's actually a more systemic problem, right? Amazon doesn't suck because they're not doing this. If other companies are not doing it as well, then maybe it's not Amazon's specific problem. Now, I'm not going to say it's not a problem. I'm not saying Amazon shouldn't do better and they shouldn't fix this, right? They shouldn't be more aware of their client base, giving translation adjustments and stuff like that. Because people live in the United States that don't even speak English, right? So you, like, if you can't translate the page to a language that people could speak, you're alienating a good portion of the population that wants to use your service. So at the end of the day, I think as a whole, as a business model, you should want to not alienate customers. You would want to increase the amount of customers that can access and use your product. So alienating them indirectly by not allowing, translations is kind of a dumb idea. But I don't disagree with you that Amazon couldn't do better. And they shouldn't, and they should do better. I definitely agree with you that they should do better. They should do more to help their, the people that are trying to access their product, blah, blah, blah. But you even said yourself, it's not specific to an Amazon thing. I'm kind of more curious to know, like, what really is the crux to the problem here, right? Not you specifically, but in general, like the companies that are just refusing to add this. Like, why aren't these companies doing this? Why aren't the companies adding more translations to their website to accompany for more people to access it? Right? This opens the floor to a whole other discussion and rant, and pulls us away from company-based problems and country-based problems to just what's the systemic problem here? Why aren't companies doing this? Because it makes sense. Logically speaking, it makes sense to do it. Yes, coding wise and upkeep wise and updates and stuff, it can be a problem because some language doesn't translate quite correctly, right? And at that point, what language are we starting with and what language are we converting to makes a big difference in the way it translates. So there is that huge translation problem where some things aren't going to translate correctly. The Dropple EXP? Huh? What do you mean Dropple? Sorry, Yuck. Reword that? Are you talking about double EXP? Are you talking about the 2 times EXP? At the event that's going on right now? It's organic. Here, I'll go and show you. It's actually just built into the game right now. If you look at the bottom right when you go to do it, it's just gonna say EXP time like 2 times or 2.1 times. I'll show you. Yeah, so here's the problem. They lock character creation when there's too many people trying to create characters, and they made a problem because they locked the other 3 servers and only had MP open, so everybody had to create on MP, and now they're locking MP because there's too many people making characters. So down here, see how it says 88 smelting XP, blah, blah, blah. If you look at it, it says the base is 44, and then they have another one that says base, blah, right? Times 1, so it's 2 times the XP. I don't know the exact duration. I never paid attention to it. I just know when I logged in, I saw it at the bottom. Yeah, streamers all moved over. People that were coming back to the game, since if you haven't played the game in X amount of time, it your character goes into limbo and you get to pick what server to put it on. If you have a character that you haven't played in a while and it is in limbo, you might be able to just transfer them directly to the server. So it's not a character creation, it's a character swap. I don't know how that works because I haven't tried it. But the problem with the character locks too is those change hour to hour. It might not be working right now, but in an hour they might open it up. And then they might close it again because a bunch of people made a character. And they might open it again, and then they might close it again, and they might open it. It's fucking dumb. Once again, stupid ass fucking management decisions. So stupid. Oh, you can help? Hell yeah, Edge. Hook a brother up. Come over here and help me out with this elite quest. Let's go. Tober, do you have this elite quest yet? If you don't, you should try and go and get it up in Brightwood so we can help you complete it while working on it. Edge is gonna come help me. Oh, I got you, Thor. Yeah. So the companies themselves are just like lumping all of Europe in together and be like, oh, they all speak French. Yeah, I can see that being a problem. Because you guys speak so many different languages over there. It's just like saying that everybody in America speaks American. You know what I mean? Like, it isn't true. A lot of people speak Spanish. A lot of people speak like Japanese, Chinese. Like, there's so many like different. Like, my neighbors don't even speak English. They're from Ukraine. They don't speak English. They've been here for 8 years, and only their kid speaks partial English. And he's like 30. Right? So I don't know, just once again, I feel like that's like, yes, it's a company problem, but if almost every company is doing it, it's more of a systemic problem than just a specific US company problem. It's a mindset. It's a like, I don't even know how to explain it. One of these just, I don't even know how to word it. I don't want to say it's like an American problem, but it kind of feels like it. Like, Americans just feel like, hey, everybody should just speak English, and it's like, that's not how this works. Like, are you fucking kidding me? We don't. This isn't like, we don't own the world, bitch. Like, people speak other languages, so accommodate. That fucking simple. But at the end of the day, I do think that some of the, like I said, Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Opera, and stuff like that, I think they tried to bridge the gap by giving their own translations, because I think a lot of those have built-in translators. But I definitely think I don't know. I'm not a coder myself. I do know a little bit of like how to code and how it works. I just don't know how difficult it would be to make your website the way you want in your own standard language or whatever, and then have your own built-in translator built into the web itself, like into your website itself, to update that, maintain that, and keep that all like, you know, hunky-dory going forward and everything else. I don't know how difficult that would be, because the more stuff you add to your website, the more things you have to troubleshoot, the more things you have to Q&A, and the more problems that there could be with simple updates. More logistical stuff that you have to worry about. Yeah, I can see that too, Thor. And once again, that's like a company business model issue, that they're trying to obviously profit as much as they can, and paying for customs is a big hit to their profit. And yeah, once again, if you don't live in the US and you're buying from US, it's hard, because like you said, you have to pay extra. So it might be cheaper than buying from another website. It might be a good product or whatever, but if you can't get it for a reasonable price, what's the fucking point? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying your alternatives aren't better than Amazon, Thor, but it might not be better for Americans, right? Like if I was to buy stuff from your alternative websites, it might be worse for me than it is for you, right? Once again, put shoes on the other foot at this point. If I try and purchase things from like a Russian company, Russian website, I'm gonna have to pay those extra fees. I'm gonna have to pay those extra, stuff. I'm gonna have translations problems. Like, I'm gonna have the same problems you're having with the American sites. Once again, I don't think that's that company's fault. I just think it doesn't suit my needs. It doesn't suit what I need and what I look. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. For you, for where you live, I definitely could see Amazon being a bad company for you because nothing lines up with what you need or want. Right? It doesn't work for you. And there's nothing wrong with that. But from somebody that has experience with using these products for many years with very little problems, I don't know. I don't see it, like I said, once again, from my point of view, it's a good company overall. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just how I look at it. From a US perspective, right? From a US perspective, I think it's a good company. Because like I said, with what you experience and the problems you have, I could see it being a terrible experience outside the US, right? Between the shipping problems, the translation problems, the customer service problems and stuff like that you're probably running into, I could see all of that being an issue. I don't know why this game is so stuttery today. It's actually driving me insane. All right, Edge. Once I get back to the town and I drop this stuff off, I'll teleport up. Also, Topher, Terminal can now be tracked. Let's go. Did you have the elite quest, or are you able to go and pick it up so all three of us can go and just do this quest together? I think Edge already did it, but he said he'd log in and help me out with it. I'm not trying to put you on blast. I'm not trying to say you're wrong in your thinking or whatever else. I'm just saying, from my perspective, it's hard for me to blame the person at the top, the CEO, and the person just the umbrella part, like the tip of the umbrella, for a faulty like bottom part. It's just hard for me to do that. Damn, let's go. 12 outer stones, man. We're fucking cooking with outer stones today, man. Let's go. Oh, we need some outer stones? This is crazy. So what I need to do, Edge, is this up here. It's in Brightwood. It's in the middle. It's that elite island. I have to get in there, and I think I have to kill the boss at the top or something. If I remember correctly. Yeah, it says search for somebody's necklace from chests in there, and then destroy the Havelock. It's called Heart of Darkness. I don't remember exactly where I obtained it from. You might have to Google that. I'm almost back to town, and then I'll teleport over. Been almost 4 hours of mining stones. It's actually kind of crazy. We got a level and a half today, though. Well, we finished our level, and then we got about a half a level so far. It's actually insane. Just from mining boulders. And also, Tover, this is why, like, doing a skilling level, like, Ironman, is like, it would be relatively easy. It'd just be time consuming. You could literally just run routes like I'm doing right now and just speed farm it. Not speed farm it per se, but you know what I'm saying. Okay. Let's swap to this. Let us fast travel. I don't mind waiting for you guys as well. Like if you guys need to go and grab the quest or do like a chain part to it, I'm down to wait for you guys. I don't mind. I'll just, you know, get more boulders so I wait. It's fine. I don't mind either way. Yeah, I don't know where it starts. It's been a hot minute. I don't know if you get it down here. I think you get something here and then you have to go in here and do a couple other things and then it tells you to go over here. I don't remember, but it could be. Oh, is it to the left? I mean, bro, just go and grab it. I don't mind waiting. Yeah, just go grab it. Oh, I remember doing that. Yeah, yeah. This is actually really easy to Edge. You only have to do a couple of things. You do something here, you do something up here, and I think you do something like here, and then it brings you over to here, I think. Yeah, it's not that much. It's actually really fast. I can come over and help you. Here. Let's make it quick. Tover, if you don't have this, come join us. We'll do the quick chain to catch you guys up, and then we'll just do the elite quest together. Also, if you guys want to do the elite Papa quest, the Papa Bear quest, the one that took me 10 minutes to kill yesterday, we can do that one as well. I'm pretty sure that one specifically is right here. And you do the daisy chain quest to kill a bunch of bears and stuff up here, and then it brings you to the Papa Bear. Where is Edge?
Would you like a cup of water?
Oh, there he
You
is.
look thirsty as fuck
Yo,
right now.
mate, thanks for that. Appreciate it. Alright, I don't know what you need to do. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of frames. Like, what is going on with my frame drops right now? It's really bad. It's crazy too, because I have all of my games off. I don't even have any of my idle games playing right now. Oh, can't find that either. Alright, Edge, what do you need to do? Do you just need to loot the boxes? Oh, get this right in front of you, right here. Look at this. Read this gravestone. I don't know if it's part of the quest or whatever, but you can type it in game as well. Just type it into party if you want. Edge if you don't want to type it in the actual. Which I just don't know what you need to do. I can't remember. I want to help you, but I don't remember. Search manner. Yeah, I don't know where that is. How do you mark the map again? Like, I know there's a way to like look at something and to like, you press a button and you can like set a marker on the ground. Like, I thought it was middle mouse, but it's not. Why is my game so fucking laggy? Driving me insane. Did they like revert my video settings or something? What the fuck is going on? Well, this has changed. Like everything's still on low, off, or whatever. Like, I don't understand. Can't even like explain to me why this is being covered up by the UI. Like that's so dumb. Where's my actual like okay, input latency is like 70. Like why do I have 70 ms? Where's my FPS? Oh, is it? I have 70 FPS. Like you know what? I had a problem with this before. We're gonna lock this shit at 60 and just call it a fucking day. I had this problem before where I lock it at 60 and now I'm stuck at 50. Like, what the fuck, dude? This fucking game's stupid. And I'm still getting fucking stutters. Bro, your game sucks. It's so hard to dodge when you're just stuttering everywhere, too. Jesus. Welcome back. Is it B? Oh, sweet. Thank you. I couldn't remember. It's been a long time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Here we go. I don't know why my game is so bad right now. Like, it was fine yesterday. Like, nothing has changed, it looks like. I just don't understand why it's so bad. I don't know why VSync is on. Always have VSync off. Oh, now I have 60 frames. Okay. Jesus. Now I'm capped at 60 frames. What's so weird is... Oh, then it just dropped. Like, why am I just getting random... Like, why am I getting random frame drops? Doesn't make any sense. Everything's on low. Oh, I hate it. Yeah. I couldn't remember what the button was. I thought it was middle mouse. That's what a lot of games are. I'm not happy with this fucking random lag spikes. I might have to restart my computer or something. I don't know what is going on. I mean, obviously I'm not going to do it right now while we're streaming, but it's just, it was fine yesterday. And today is just not a happy camper. Ugh. Like, I understand if, like, I have another game open in the background. Like, usually I have BDO in the background, Eidolon in the background, and other games and stuff. Now you're fine, Edge. I'm just trying to keep up best I can. You're already high level, so you don't really need the help. I'm just trying to somewhat help if I can. Because I think at some point you have to kill, like, one of the bigger guys, which I think you're going to be able to one-shot anyway. I'm just reading chat, and I'm struggling with those random stutters. Like, I don't understand, like, why am I lagging? So most of the time is just spent trying to fix this fucking lag problem I've been dealing with all day. I don't understand. This game is so bad sometimes. Like, I have my FPS locked. I'm playing literal full screen. And I'm just, like, I'm literally not even moving, and I'm getting, like, random FPS drops because people are running around me. Like, is there, like, ultra low? Can we like, turn stuff off instead of just low? Like, the fact that I have it as low as possible settings, and I'm still getting fucking FPS dips is crazy. Like, that's actually crazy. I'm getting FPS dips on the lowest possible fucking settings. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Jesus Christ, Edge. All right, Tover, did you finish your quest chain yet? I mean, it should be. I mean, the only thing I changed was VSync and the FPS cap, and the FPS cap was actually applied because it wouldn't go above 60. But for some reason, like I was getting 70 to 80 frames, and I block it at 60 so I don't get fluctuations, and I'm still dropping down to 50 randomly. Oof. Oh, fuck, that was weird. Got out of that zone, changed the lighting, and it really fucked with my FPS. What if we just lock our frames at 50? I'm tempted to just lock my frames at fucking 30, and I guarantee you I'd still have frame drop. So Tover, did you not pick up that quest? To do the quest? I was gonna help Edge, and he just read shit. I'm reading fucking 7 chats and trying to fix my shit. Don't you bitch at me. Don't you give me sass. I don't want to hear your sass. Say, look, no, lol, searched manner, right click map. I'm zooming, my bad. Sorry you're typing in company when we're in a fucking party. You might, okay, so the quest supposedly is over there somewhere, Tover, but if you've done some of these quests, you either A, have this quest, which is called Heart of Darkness, or you're on one of the chains in one of those areas over here, like what Tover or what Edge is doing, or you've already completed it. If you already completed it, that's fine. I'm gonna go pee really quick. Give me just a second. Oh. All right. I'm just gonna wait for you down here because I just try and follow you around. I'm just gonna keep behind the whole time. I can't keep up with my fucking FPS constantly dropping. Making things like literally impossible. Here, piggy, 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 piggy. No, I'm over the wrong side. I got someone's over there just fishing. Ugh. I'm gonna go discover this spot really quick. that. Yeah, when you come, guys, come from the south of the spot and run up, because you'll not be able to get there from the top. I think we're gonna respec our bow though. Like, I like the idea of this for the poisons and stuff, but I think we're gonna go for volley, rapid shot, and penetrating shot. And we're gonna go with those instead. Is it? Okay, you probably already completed it, Topher. It's not a big deal. Alright, so there's that. This is actually really nice. 25% or 15% more damage, gain in power, like just when you dodge. This is actually huge. Now, I don't know if that's just a simple dodge roll that it works with, or if you actually have to dodge a hit. But I just wanna... I don't really care about the slow. What else we got here? Heavy attacks, the arrows fly faster and deal more damage. This is pretty much what we're going to be doing all the time. Does 10% more damage, toes at least 10 meters away. That's the goal, so we want to be a little further away. Increase armor while aiming. Deal 50% more damage, targets below 50%, so it's only like a 7%, 7.5% damage increase. Heavy attacks deal 10% base damage, foes with 100%. It's only the first hit, doesn't help. 10% more base damage to foes. As long as you have not damaged them in less than seconds, it's not really worth it. Increase the distance the arrows travels before they're affected by gravity. This is useful, but only useful if we don't have anything else to use it on. When you land a headshot, heal yourself for 10% damage. This is pretty nice. Increase critical strike chances with bows. That's better, just straight up damage. So in theory, if we wanted this, which would be more damage, but only when landing headshots. That's the thing. Is I don't want to rely purely on headshots with this. So I think we're gonna go with this one for empower. I don't know if we have enough points though, because we only have 8 points left. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, exactly 8. We'd have to lose a point here. Probably be this one. So let's refund this really quick. Okay. So let's I don't remember what we missed here. There was I think that's it, right? And then we put the last of the points over here. If you're surrounded, it just inflict rend. Hit a foe with 100% health, inflict slow. Hit a foe below 50% reduces all bow abilities. Okay, so okay. Hit a foe with a debuff grants 5 stam. If you're dodging a full stam, gain haste. See, I don't really like any of these. Haste. Debuff duration longer. Yeah, so maybe we don't worry about this. Okay. Guess none of this is really like we're not gonna be. I guess we just take advantage of this. Okay, fuck it. Should have read it before redoing it. But we're not gonna be able to take advantage of this. That's fine. All right. Sorry guys if you were talking to me. Oh, you haven't been here yet, Topher? Oh, okay. I knew you were a lower level. I just thought you were high enough to actually see this. Oh, sorry. My assumptions. So you don't have to join us if you don't want to then, Topher. I don't know what you have to do to unlock the quest over here. It's a chain, I think, that, or a level that just eventually unlocks it. Maybe it's a main story quest. I don't know. I think Edge is on the last part. I think he has to go to this castle to do something, or over in this area, and then I think it sends him down here, where I'm at. I don't remember exactly. I know, every time I hit a buddy, I have to stop. It's kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Wait, we do it over there? All right, where are we at? We starting here, or you're still not on the quest yet? All right. I know there was something in that house. I think there was something in this house earlier. There's another quest I did. I can't one hit him? That's so annoying. At least you can. Oh, we got the fishing pole. Let's go. Yeah, I got the purple one from a quest. I got this one. And it was a quest that I got later in Weaver's in here somewhere. Not Weaver's, Brightwood. I don't know why I always say Weaver's. I mean Brightwood. Alright, I think this is where you finally get the quest, Edge. Yeah, I think this is, you talk to one of these guys, I think you get the quest to go to where I was at. Did you already do the Papa one, Edge? The big bear. All right, that's on the top right, or where the bear cave is. So we can do that one as well. So I think we have to loot a chest to find something, and then we have to destroy so-and-so. God, you do so much damage. It's fucking crazy. How did I miss it? Twice! I'm not talking about it. I missed him twice. I thought he was gonna move forward on the second shot. I missed the first shot completely. Because he did move. Oh, that's so annoying. What the? Bro! That's some bullshit. Guys to our left, be careful. I almost shot the guy with the shield. Alright, I got what I needed. Did you get it? Uh-oh. I missed everything. Alright. So the other part, I think, is up top. We don't have to fight everything if you don't want to. Bro. 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 Are you heavy attacking? Because heavy attack should insta break that. I mean, maybe it's because he's an elite. It doesn't break it. I don't know. If you have like a knockback or a stun or a stagger, it usually breaks that instantly. Alright. Oh, someone pulled it? I don't know where it went, but I saw... Maybe someone was already fighting it. Ghost. Oh, it's up top. Okay, yeah, it's in the building. That's what I thought. I think someone pulled it out, and that's why I saw it. Oh my god, I missed my third shot. Bro, we do no fucking damage, Edge. Why does it gotta move so much? Like, literally, why does it have to move so much? And then he pushes me into the knock, like, the stun. I'm just gonna go stand up here. He just moves way too much. For no reason. Oh my fucking god, dude. I don't know why I just jerked it when I shot. And somehow that third shot went through him. You got this, Edge. Can you turn him around so he doesn't get too close? I don't want to accidentally get hit with that stun lock. There it goes. Fucking hurt. That's my only problem with like live action stuff. Oh shit. I fucked up. I fucked up. Jump. Jump. I don't know how I did this. Somehow I pulled everything from the outside world. I don't know how I did that. Sorry, my bad. I almost got this, Edge. I love it. It's like you have to actually aim your skills and stuff, but mobs like dip, dodge, weave, and zip zap like in different directions, so it makes it difficult to actually land a hit on them sometimes. Alright. Well, that's done. Thank you for the help. I don't know, Edge, like a whole 3-man party just fucking came in and tried to ruin our shit. I'm gonna go out the back way and get the other thingy. Oh, I got an umbral crystal for that? Yo, let's go. There's another pattern right there I want. There's 2 of them. Ouch. 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 Oh shit, you pulled that? How about I'm just gonna go on the roof. You wanna get on the roof and just de-aggro it? Because it's gonna take a minute. I overshot that. You're gonna pull something behind you? Be careful. You're about to pull like 2 more mobs. Yeah, we should just reset this. I'm not doing any damage to these fucking things. Doesn't help that they keep dodging out of the fucking way of my arrows. Why I hate ranged weapons. You have to actually aim it at them and they just dash so much. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, stop moving! I'm gonna lose it. See, this is why the explosions and like the not you, Edge. It's them. They're literally just dashing. He jumps backwards and then he like dips down to like attack and then he like does a little random spin leapy thing and makes it so fucking hard to actually hit him. You know what? Fuck this. Fuck this. I'm going in hack and slash style. Oh, this guy's standing there watching us fight this. And isn't gonna... Thank you. And isn't gonna help us. God damn it. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh my god. The knockback, bro. That's something that I really wish they would address. Mobs just like auto attacking you like that somehow push you. So frustrating. Alright, that was fun. Yeah, it's so crazy. Like, I understand like a heavy attack or like a legit ability that pushes you a little bit, but just the onslaught of ravenous attacks that just push you, and just keep pushing you is just ridiculous. I was looking for any more pages that we might have missed. Not really seeing anymore. Alright, good enough. Alright, well thank you for the help, Edge. That was the only quest I really needed help with. Everything else is pretty much done here. So I'm gonna just jump off and go swimming. No, I did not. I don't see anything. Where'd you link it? Hey, that's mine. It's all mine. Where'd you link it, Tover? Oh, oh, you got the Skinner shirt. Let's go! Hell yeah! Huge. Oh, I was taking it off my screen. Oh yeah, I didn't. Did I not tell you they added that? They added that in Angry Earth. I guess you were a little confused when I made the comment. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna go swimming. Like, I'm just gonna swim across. And you're like, what do you mean you're gonna go swim across? And there's legit swimming. You can't actually drown anymore. Kind of nice. At level 13, huge. I need to work on my activity card too. It's something I keep forgetting to just claim my activity day stuff. I'll do that when we get over here. Claim my activity board. I need to level up to level 20 on my my season board so I can get the hatchet. Like, that's such an easy hatchet to pick up for a level 700 gear score. Ooh, ooh, 46. Yeah, if you haven't started working on this, you should. But getting to level 20 right here, it's just such an easy 700 gear score hatchet to get you started. It's so easy. You just need to be level 65 to wear it. It's so easy. It's like a no fucking brainer, bro. I'm already level 7 and I haven't even done anything yet. I literally haven't done anything yet. All right. We got the activity card. Let's go. All right. So we got. Okay, so we got this. Okay, and then we could claim. I want to say this one. That's pretty good. All right, so what we can do here is we can either focus on some of these, which is like a player. No, we can just use our wilds. Boom, right? And then we got another one here. Boom. And then we can use 2 here. Close. Then we can use 2 here. And we can use 1 here. We get a 2 for back. And we boom, boom. Hit him with the boom. Hit him with the boom. 1 card done. Okay, there we go. All right. And we just gotta do a handful of these. So this one will get done. This one we can easily get done. All right. 1 card's done. We'll do some stuff and things. All right. Well, thank you for the help. That was the only thing I wanted to get done for this zone, because now we're done with this zone. We're done with this zone. We're done with all the zones up until our new zone. Oh. So I think we just go back to our your harvesters. No, you're not allowed. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to stone harvesting. I want to get to 180 stone cutting, so I don't have to think about it. Oh, you linked something new? Okay. Oh yeah, I saw these. Well, I didn't look at them, but I saw you link them. Yeah, so chance to gain life mo, luck, huge, recovery, whatever, yield, great. And the EXP, like I said, low key, I like EXP even at like max level. I think it's insane because getting through the proficiencies is huge. Then you got luck, yield, recover. Like I said, the recovery is just what the fuck ever. That's like one of the worst stats. Chance to gain soul mote, and then Azoth is whatever as well. It's helpful but not needed. But yeah, these are really good for like starter pieces for cheap. Yeah. So resources. You got soul motes here, luck. I think the reason they're worth nothing or they're cheap is because of the gather recovery specifically. Because most people don't care about that. It's like a dead stat. And I think the Azoth is relatively a dead stat. But since they hit like 3 mods, they're still worth something, but not really anything. Because like luck, yield, and moats is pretty solid, but Azoth plus recovery is just most people don't care about. So I think that's probably why they sold them cheap just to get rid of them so they get their money back. But fucking great for a starter. Like hell yeah, like, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's the thing. Luck and yield is really all you need. Like yes, speed would have been nice, and the moats are great, right? So you got a triple. The only thing that would have made it better is having the speed on it, or EXP on all of them. But even at that rate, like you're gonna spend so much more for that extra 1 stat. Like, is it really worth the extra 1 stat at that point? Like, the money wise, right? Unless you're going full five prop ones, and then those you're spending like 20k. I don't know. I like them. They're pretty good. But all right, she's gonna be a Boulder stream, I guess, guys. Yeah, it's the middle of the night. Not many people do it this time of night. But thanks for the help, Edge. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, did you want to do the bear one? I know you're going to bed. It's pretty late. But did you want to do the elite bear quest? It's not that many quests. Okay. We can do it another day too. Yeah, okay. If you want to do it like Friday, we can do it Friday. Yeah. I mean, you could easily do the bear by yourself, honestly. I'll talk to you later, man. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out and stream and helping me out. Always a pleasure. But yeah, Topher, will you be available tomorrow or the day after to do the Minecraft stuff? I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, I know you work those days, so it's up to you. If you don't feel up to it, you don't feel up to it. Just let me know tomorrow or the day after. It'll be later at night, obviously, once wife's gone to sleep and everything. And I'll just like, I'm probably just gonna pull up a video and basically just follow a guide on someone else that did it. So it'll just basically be the two of us. Like, there's a few things that we probably want to pick up to make things easier, like the dirt wand, the infinite water things, stuff like that to make things faster. And we'll obviously have to pick up a bunch of seeds, or at least make the seeds after the farm's already in place, and then use the seed baskets to like fill it up. Let's play this song really quick. Oh, all right. Give us another hour buff. What the? Yeah, call it as well. All right, sounds good. I appreciate you for hanging out as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sleep well, man. Also, Dig, there might be some nights that I play Lotro off stream. But it's not gonna be like progression stuff. Just an FYI. Just throwing it out there. So if you see me on, know that I'm probably like doing some like rep stuff and whatnot. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Sleep well. Maybe I'll catch you this weekend. Yeah, I think we'll try some of the older dungeons. Like, I want to kind of get it on stream because, like, I want the progression on the stream. But I don't know. Kind of just depends on how I'm feeling. Like, that's the only problem is I want it to be on the VOD. See you next stream. All right, mate. I appreciate you. You getting out of here? Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll talk to you later, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sleep well. Catch you this weekend. If you need me in the meantime, hit me in the Discord as always. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ugh. Oh. All right, at least we can pick up star metal now that we're running around. That's actually really good. All right. So, press F1. Okay, cool. So we got one of these. Doesn't matter which one we really get, honestly. Kill ancient guardians. We could probably do that. I don't think there's corrupted guys around. Kill enemies with magic. I don't even have a magic weapon. Technically I know where there are some corrupted guys. Do I have a magic weapon? I do. Okay, so we can temporarily put this on. And we can kill some stuff with that. Alright, we don't need to do these ones. We just need to do the ancient ones. I was just checking this damage. Tended to get burnout. Like, I'm never probably ever going to use the fire staff, so I'm thinking about getting burnout on it and not really caring about the rest of it. I can use the burnout to actually traverse the map faster while gathering. I can just like hit R and just like I could go from like this node all the way over to there, like good traversal pattern. Save us a little bit of time. I don't know if like killing bunnies with this would count. I think it does. Yeah, like right here, this would be a perfect time to use the burnout. I can just go or just burn out all the way across here. The problem is like I take a left back there, but then I have to come back up here, get this direction. Kind of a little bit of backtracking. The fuck is a New York styled bagel? Like, I know they got like Chicago pizza, New York style pizza, but what the fuck is a New York bagel? Literally never heard that one before. What a weird ass commercial. I hate this commercial. This community college commercial. Like, why the fuck do you have to justify you at the community college? Like, you want to go to fucking community college, go to community college. It doesn't fucking matter. As long as you get a degree, like, yeah, your degree from where you get it from kind of holds more weight or less weight, but you fucking learn the content. Like, that's all that matters. You showed you can sit through a curriculum and you can learn, you know, information being tossed at you. All it really fucking matters. So stupid. We did get like a level and a half today though. We went from 44 to 46. We just did the one quest and mostly just boulder mining. Got a bunch of adder stones. Oh yeah, Tover, did you want some adder stones, man? Or you think you're good? Okay. When I level up my stuff, bro, I'm just gonna make so many fucking bags. Shooting for like really good bow. Because the thing is, like, the bags actually make a big difference. I've always wanted to test it, and I'm 90% sure it works, but I want to verify it. That if you get multiple bags with the same perk, FY, like AKA like reduced duration or reduced whatever carry capacity or whatever it's fucking like the carry weight of like a specific item type. So let's say you do minables. Does if all three bags have that reduced weight, does it make the weight reduction like 3 times? Like does it do it for each perk, or is it only a single perk? I'm curious on that. That's the thing. I think they stack, but I'm not 100%. I would like to test that, but at the same time, like at that point, I would almost want bags, like a luck bag for dungeon runs. I would want, you know, 3 mining, like three luck bags for dungeon runs and most open world stuff, and then I'd want like 3 mining bags, so when I'm going mining I can hold a shit ton more mining, and obviously a combination, so if I'm doing like a bunch of resource gathering I could do like more than just the one type. So I would like the different resource bags. I'd like a luck bags, like this. Maybe if I'm like doing territory grinds as well, like maybe territory standing bags. I can see you having like full sets of different bags as well. We're getting there. 119. All right. Let's get rid of this 340. That's our current one, right? Lock that. Don't accidentally get rid of that. Physical absorption, thrust damage. Okay, I'm okay with that. That's a good bow. This one's just slightly better when wearing, but it doesn't have a gem slot, so I'm not super worried about it. But yeah, we'll get rid of it because it doesn't have anything in the gem slot. That's light armor. That's light armor. I should look at light armor perks as well. I said this one's better. Hold on. All right, good. We get rid of this. We're gonna put that back on. I want to keep this. Put this on. Get rid of that. Alright, good enough. Oh, I forgot. This one doesn't have the attributes assigned. Every time I reassign this one, like the attributes aren't assigned. Oh, we're so close. 7 more points. I think one more level will have 300. That's we have the potential of a one hit. We're getting there. Like I said, I'm shooting for 180. I'm almost at 120. We're getting there. We're making good progress, but it's gonna be the whole stream, I guess. It's just gonna be boulder farming. And then this weekend will be quest progression probably. That's the problem with the Ironman progression being stream only, is there's gonna be nights where we do nothing but resource grind, or we do nothing but like a specific skill profession, or you know, just sit there fishing for fucking 6 streams in a row or some shit. Like, some nights are just gonna be really bad. Like, I feel like for fishing, unless we're like farming for something like specific amount of like catfish or something like that, where you will probably have to divvy that up into portions. Like, do 1 hour of fishing every day until fishing is done, so you guys aren't subjected to like a full 12 hours of fishing in a row. So I'll probably have to do things in smaller increments when it comes to that. Like 6 hours of just boulder farming can be very boring. Bro, can you just die? Alright. For shits and giggles, let's just verify that those are working. 2 ancients, okay. And the bunnies do count for kills. So 4 more ancient kills. Actually, we can just kill the ancients like quickly. And then we'll just kill bunnies with the fire staff. It'll just be faster. Wait, it being in my offhand still works? Oh, that's busted. Okay. Did not know that. Since it, I guess it kind of makes sense though, since it's technically getting XP. Okay, that's busted. We just got a couple more ancients to kill, and then we'll be done. I think we killed like 8. I had to take a guess. Put on our bow again. Actually, we're gonna leave the staff on, and then we won't burn out down here. All right. We just grab all 3 of these. Yeah, so 3 levels. Shouldn't be too big a deal. What up, Toby? What's going on? You singing? Oh, hell no. Howdy. You got a good song though. I think How Ore You is actually a good one. I think it's like 35 seconds or something like that. It's the one I leveled up doing. It's an easy song. I think it has a relatively good amount of notes. I think I have it already, I just haven't learned it. Wait, why am I so full? Wait, what? How am I full already? What the fuck? Barely even started my run yet, and I'm already almost full? That doesn't make any sense. Interesting. I mean, I do have some like leather on me and other miscellaneous things I guess I can get rid of. I hate the fire stab with a fucking passion, dude. I still haven't gotten a fucking rabbit's foot. Do you need to have X amount of luck in order to even get a rabbit foot to drop? Because I know certain things require X amount of luck for it to even be able to be possible. I don't know if... Yeah, you got one. I think Edge got one too. I've yet to get one to drop. And I've almost only skinned rabbits for all of my skinning levels. I think I've killed a couple of boars. Not boars. Yeah, I think I skinned like 2 or 3 boars and like 5 or 6 wolves. Everything else has been rabbits. And I'm at like 40 something skinning already. I've killed so many fucking rabbits, bro. And I have yet to get a fucking foot. Crazy. Actually crazy. I gotta go empty my inventory a bit. Oh. This is where the second bag would have came in handy, man. So annoying that it just disappeared out of my inventory. It's a weird, like, glitch. I need to do the leather. I know that's starting to add up. It gave us a little bit of room. That's like 20 pounds worth. And then we're going to actually drop it off. Should give us a lot more weight reduction. Yeah, level 120. What else? Oh, that's another thing I want to test. These trophies, I wonder if they stack with like the... Oh, that's probably why. I don't think I got rid of my brick last time. That might be why it was like, I was so full. I don't think I dropped my brick on the ground. Alright, so transfer that. Transfer that. That. Here, and we'll get rid of this. Oh, my adder stones. That's 12 adder stones. I keep track of them. We should have a lot of inventory space now. I don't know if most of these will be back by now, but we'll see. Oh. Alright, we got an hour and 10 minutes left. Like I said, there's no way we're hitting 180 tonight. We'll get as much done as we can. At least I'm not tired today. Bro, I slept so much today. I think I slept like 12 hours. Like, no exaggeration. I'm pretty sure I slept like fucking 12 hours. I feel fucking amazing. I would wake up and I'd lay there for a second and I was like, bro, I've been sleeping forever. And I just go back to sleep. Just like I woke up like 5 or 6 times today and just went right back to sleep. I just rolled over and I was like, oh, I'm comfy. I just fucking fell asleep, dude. Like, wife came to bed at like 9:30 and I just kind of semi woke up, but I was just like half in and out of sleep until like 10:15. Yeah, I think the two best weapons I could use for like resource farming is Great Axe with Fire Staff. So I can have charge and burnout for like map traversal. Someone come up here and kill everything. Bro, I needed a couple of kills. Bro, this is bullshit. Who's up here? Oh. Alright, mine's done. Alright, there we go. So we're gonna do boom and boom. Okay. We could do 2 town board missions, technically. Skin 10 enemy. Oh, tier 5. Can't do that. Alright, gun or bow. We could finish that one. Play another song. Let's put our bow back on. We'll just kill some more rabbits and we'll be good there. That'll get done. We just gotta play another song. We'll get that one done. Ooh, little chunky rabbit. Oh, that'll give us those 2 done, and then we can reset. The missions. Try again. Yeah, Tover. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the help. Thanks for hanging out. As always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stay up whale. Yeah, most people do, man. I don't know. We kind of just get into the groove of things, and I have a tendency to like even when I'm not streaming, when I play games with my friends and stuff, like in Discord, people just stay up later than they should. I do it too. Like when you're playing with your friends, you just stay up later than you're supposed to because you're having a good time hanging with your friends, even if you're not really doing a whole lot. Harvesting 100, that's huge. Yeah, and it's cool too because like when you get like back into a game, you get back into a new character, you want to get that grind, man. It's been so long since you've done the grind, you kind of want to just do it, you know. And, like that's a big part of it as well. It's been so long since I played New World. I want to grind because I haven't been able to do it in so long, and now that I'm limited to only being able to do it on stream, I want to just put the time in. Yo, 13th Outer Stone, huge. We're gonna have so many of these. Give me a fucking rabbit's foot, for the love of God. Yeah, I'm getting all the luck on the Outer Stones, 0 luck on rabbit's feet, man. I mean, I had the same problem last time, Topher. To get my 3 rabbit's feet, I think I killed over 5,000 rabbits last time. I have a really hard time getting rabbit's feet. I always have. I literally spent like a week farming rabbits nonstop. Not even exaggerating when I said I probably killed over 5,000 rabbits to get my 3 rabbit feet on my other character. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Alright, have a good one. See you, see you. Hopefully no more hornets. It's fucking crazy. If you get stung by another hornet, you just need to burn the house down. Kind of want those, but I don't really want to go out of my way for them either. Like, even these are kind of out of the way and not worth it without movement skills. Like, I feel like if I had burnout, these are actually viable. Then I can just burn out to the top. But without burnout, I feel like walking down there for an extra 20-ish stone just isn't really worth it. Kind of wish I was in light gear for this. So I can dodge roll. Like being able to roll all the way to these boulders is so much more helpful. And in this rare situation, I think having the movement speed on resource gather is pretty helpful as well sometimes. You roll to the other one, and if it's a little distance away, you have that movement speed. You get there pretty quick. But it's just kind of a rare situation, niche situation where the movement speed is worth it on certain situations. Sometimes it's more of a detriment though, because you have so much movement speed, you just run right past the node. You gotta like backtrack. Doesn't really save you much time when that happens. Give me gosh dang rabbit's foot! Holy flip! Flippity 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 flip. Bull. Shenanigans, man. Platypus. Kumquat. Jesus. Alright. 2 more kills. Then bow will be done. I'll also just play one more song. Get that one done. We'll do that before we leave the town, I guess. Alright, let's do this quick song. Alright. Why doesn't it bring it up when I do it? Press F1 and it doesn't bring it up. Alright, so we got that one. Now we just need this one, which will give us like this one. Technically we can claim both of these. Give us 2. We can reset we can reroll the activities, try and get a couple extra. And we can claim most of that board. Nico! What's going on, my friend? going on? Pokemon still? Nice, nice. Hopefully that's still really fun. I watched someone play it the other day. It kind of looked cool. Like there's a lot of cosmetics. You can change out your outfits and stuff. Combat system. It's the same one I'm thinking of. The combat system looked kind of interesting. Kind of like the remade Final Fantasy VII, where you can like move around and like, you know, reposition yourself, and your pets are repositioning and stuff. It's kind of cool looking. I thought it was pretty cool. Let us reroll activities. Yes. I got 3 now. I don't know if that reset the wild stamps or not, because if it did, I could have used them and then redid it. Alright, so what do we got? Enemies with bows are gun again. Gather resources. Okay. I don't know if any of those are necessary, but we'll just do them and see. Those are just going to organically happen regardless. God bless it. I don't know if there's any ancient kills. I just know it needs me to kill some things. I'm assuming it's not free. That's a lot of freaking Pokemon. Yeah, that's too much work. I've never even caught all 150 from the original. I always wanted to, but some of them were just so tedious. Like, specific events I had to do. Yeah, but it isn't like, didn't you have to like, you can only catch a Mewtwo if this, you can only catch a Mew if this, like, this required a lot of tedious, like, messing around with to actually catch all of them. Or all 151 or whatever. Yeah. I had red, blue, and yellow. So yeah, yeah, you'd have to transfer them with the transfer cable or whatever. You know, it's not so that's not so hard. It was just the random ones where you had to do like random events to obtain them. Those are the ones that I was just like, yeah, I'm not so much about that. That's a little extra. Oh, that's actually really cool. I just remember back in the day, man, when back in my day when I played Pokemon, you had to have the actual like USB cable to plug into both Game Boys to be able to do any type of transfers. That was rough. Them good old days. Back in my day. uh Oh, it did work that time. Okay. We got that one, and then yeah, this will give us this. Okay, that's easy. That point we just need shields and leaves. Which we can't do any shields. And there's no leaves. Okay, so that's fine. We'll just do this one. Yeah, so we'll get that one done. Which still means we can do like a 2 for here. We can do a single here. We can do a 2 for here. This will be done. And then we can use like 2 for, 2 for, and 2 for. So we can get all of them pretty much done. So let's just finish up the bow gun one. And we'll be good to go. Oh, Pokemon Go one? Oh yeah, that sounds terrible. It literally sounds awful. Oh, that's kind of cool. At least nobody was paying attention to the animals at all. Everybody's just playing Pokemon throughout the zoo. So fun. I remember that there was an article of a guy that he was playing the Pokemon, right? Pokemon Go, and he was so enveloped in the game with zero idea of where he was going or where, what he was doing, that he literally rode his bike to the police station. And the police were actively looking for this man for a felony. And he literally delivered himself to the police station chasing Pokemon on Pokemon Go. It was so funny. So funny. Like, how oblivious do you have to be that you're staring at your phone so intently you don't realize that, hey, I have a felony and I'm going to the police station. This is going to end badly. Like, what was going through his mind? It was just crazy to think of, man. Shit made me laugh. It was pretty good. Pretty easy way to level your mining too. Boulder farming. Ooh. Like early level, just sitting here boulder farming, getting a bunch of adder stones for later. Pretty simple. I mean, you can always do it later too. I just feel like getting the levels early, so while you're going through the zones doing your quests, you can actually pick up star metal and orichalcum and stuff, so you don't just leave it behind. Leaving it behind is just such a waste. I despise it because like you just leave so many resources behind. And it's like most people are like in the same boat, right? Like they didn't spend any time leveling their professions, so and they spent most of their time just leveling their character, that these resources just sit and no one farms them and they're just left there. And you're just leaving so many resources behind. Between moats and harvestables, just all sorts of stuff. So if you spend a day, put yourself one day behind in questing, right? And level progression to get your levels on your gatherables, bare minimum your gatherables, to level 100 at least. Then start questing and gathering the resources along the route while you're going. You're gatherable professions should, in theory, keep up with you while you're going through. Because if you start hitting like the tier 2 resources and like some of the tier 1s while you're going through and hitting all the moats, you get a decent amount of XP to be able to do the tier 3s by the time you get to the tier 3s. And then the tier 4s by the time you get to the tier 4s. Like, yeah, there'll be the one-offs where like there's like one Orichalcum or an Everfall, and you won't be able to do the Orichalcum ore, right? Because you're still a tier 2. But you'd be able to do like the star metals, and you'd be able to do the iron, and you'd be able to do the silver, and probably the gold if you ran into it. You wouldn't be able to do the platinum yet. But you'd be able to do all that, which would give you huge EXP, give you huge materials. You'd be able to store it all so you can deal with it later. Same thing with like hemp and wirefire or silk weave or whatever it's called. The weird wood when you run across it, because that one's super hard to obtain sometimes. You wouldn't be able to do the ironwood for a little while, but like you would just get so much XP from these tier 2s, tier 3 resources while questing. It would just, you would basically be at max gear, max professions by the time you got to max level before that, and you'd just be able to gather everything and you wouldn't have any problems. I mean, you'd have a stockpile of resources by the time you got around to using it, and you'd still have to farm after that, but at least you wouldn't be leaving it behind, which is the key thing that I'm getting at here. Is like leaving resources behind is just such a waste. All right, there's that. I think we have a handful more mobs to kill for the bow, and then we could finish our activity card. Yeah, we're almost up to 100 smithing, which allows us to do star metal, which is kind of nice, but we're not really farming iron right now. We're just periodically getting some. Yeah, 124, that's huge. We're almost there. Well, not almost. We gotta get to 180 and we're 124, so it's like, what, 55 or 56 levels? Quite a lot of levels to go. Doesn't help we keep stopping to kill all the damn rabbits. Kind of slowing us down a little bit. If I had 3 rabbits feet, I wouldn't kill rabbits anymore. Literally the only reason I'm killing rabbits is for the rabbit's feet. Care less about the actual leather and the meat, which I will use to level up my stuff. Just byproducts. I want the fucking rabbit's feet. Who's that rabbit? Give me the rabbit! Gimme, 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 gimme! Here, rabbit, 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 rabbit. Feel like I'm Elmer Fudd, bro. Who remembers Elmer Fudd? Am I aging myself here? Have you been taking a break from Eidolon, Nico? We're gonna be getting World 7 soon. If you're not prepped for it or not. Gotta pee, but I only got like 45 minutes left to stream unless I go a little longer. And I kind of want to go longer. I just don't know how much longer I'll be able to go. Due to like the house waking up, you know. Who uses a hammer on wood? Talk about being inefficient. Okay, shoot that bitch with a bow. Most efficient way you can do it. One shot and just keep going. Or use skewer on spear, so you jump into him and then you just skin him right away. At least you don't have to stop with the spear, right? The bow you have to stop to like pull the bow back, unless you use like penetrating shot or something. One shot. Unless you can kill him with like a light shot. It's like having to ADS to then shoot it. It's just kind of a waste. Rather just pull out the spear, do the skewer jump, kill it, scan it. Cooldown's probably off cooldown by the time you get to the next one. Much better use of your time. I see a bunny. Oh, the wolf. That face. Let me down. Oh, bunny. Bro, I wish there was like a rabbit counter in this game. How many rabbits have I killed? That would be great. Oh, bro, they should add a beast, like a bestiary counter, or like a slayer counter. Oh, that'd be sick, bro. Why can't we have a slayer counter in this game? That'd be dope. How many wolves have I killed? How many, you know, bears have I killed? How many turkeys? Like that would be sick. They don't already have it. I mean, they might already have it, but that would be sick. I've killed 5,472 like bears. I'd be like, damn, that's a good bear hunter. I don't know. Maybe he barely kills, you know them? I don't know. It's barely any, right? 5,000? Rookie numbers? Ooh, we're almost 125 mining though. Making some decent progress. That's what I'm saying. I don't really give a shit about like the gathering skill XP, like for double XP. Like that's whatever. Even like the leather, double XP for like leather and weaving and smelting and stuff. It's just kind of negligible because you farm so much of it for doing the professions. Like it's unnecessary to have double XP in this. The fighting skill, like that, this. The stone cutting skill, on the other hand, ain't nobody want to be farming stone, bro. Nobody wants to farm fucking stone. Hell no, bro. This is the worst. But since you need the levels anyway, you need the adder stones for later. I think it's worth. Like, don't get me wrong. If we were doing higher tier mining and stuff, we would have already been like probably 200 mining tonight. Like we would have sped level this shit so fast just doing iron and silver, let alone hitting like the star metals and the random other ores and stuff. We would have got so much more XP. But I mean, honestly, like, who the fuck cares? Hey, EXP will come. I will say though, getting to the proficiency levels and getting the boxes to have a chance at like the profession outfits on some of these, like the mining outfit, super worth. Yeah, this route, I've already gotten almost a full mining level from this route. Not a lot of XP per rock, but it adds up, man. How many rocks you gotta break? Just to level up the stamp skill. 19 Adderstones today. That's crazy. 5.5 hours. We'll say 5 hours, because we definitely took like a 30-minute break to do the quest. Might have been even longer. I've gotten fucking almost 20 Adderstones in 5 hours. With very little luck. Like very little luck. I think I have the mining glove zone that we found, and the pickaxe with the luck. I have like 7 or 8% luck. Like very little. What up, Papa? Mop on top. Interesting. What a name. $26. Alright, let's season. Did we finish the journal? One more kill. Alright. One more journal and then we should be able to finish the whole activity log. There's our kill. Okay, let's do this. And we go boom, 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 and alright, halfway to our goal. Alright, alright, so we can do this one. One-handed combat weapon we can do. We can just switch to our hatchet again. Not very many to do here. Lost, we don't have. Yeah, so this one's not much. So we just 500 resources and the hatchet. And we just put the sword on. Okay. What is this? Alright. So 10 kills with the sword. 500 resources, and then those will be done and we'll just do a quick reset. This one might be a bad one since we're such a low level. Like, unless we do some PvP, we won't be able to get many done. Most of it's like tier 5 resources, which is level 60 plus. Oh, we're getting there. Got 140 already. Plus the little bit of leather we gathered. And kill these ancients for a couple extra kills. I don't think it's worth going down here for this one. And then go back that way for that one. That one's better. Because at least I looped for those ones. But down for like a 12? Like, doesn't seem worth it. Alright, we're over 300. First one is almost done. Oh. Funny. Fucking bunny! Give me your foot! I just want your foot! It's not too much to ask for, please! Alright. We should be hitting the 500. Yeah, there it is. Then we just need 6 more kills. Then we can reset the activity feed. I think we'll use all of our wildcards before we switch it as well. Because we're going to be logged off for a couple days. So we can get some more wildcards by that. Also, I don't know if re-rolling the activity log if it gives us wildcards as well. Because for some reason it looked like when we re-rolled it, we went from 2 to 3 wildcards. I don't know if that was just like a day reset that we got lucky on or what. And now we can truck. Oh, we got Void Metal. That's actually a huge proc for us. That Void Metal is actually massive. It allows us to get a couple like one-time crafts for a few things. Gotta make sure we don't accidentally use it on other crafts. Just gonna default to trying to use the best materials. Yeah, I don't know. Without traversal without traversal skills, I feel like going the other direction is just not worth the time. I can't backtrack fast enough. The time I spent going like backtracking is like the extra materials I get for going that direction is negated by the backtracking time. Or I'm not gaining materials while I'm backtracking. Second. So we technically can just kill them with this. I just wasn't sure since we don't get weapon XP for killing bunnies. I wasn't sure if I had to actually kill it with a weapon or not. Oh. missing rock right there? $20, let's go. I mean, don't get me wrong, we have farmed a lot of stone today. That's a lot of adder stones for one day. What's funny is you can actually make good money selling these adder stones to other players. Because people just, they don't want to farm them to spam bagcraft. They'd rather spend like 100 gold to buy it from other players. Like, don't get me wrong, let's say you sold it for a whole 100 gold. Like, it's only, what, 2,000 gold that we made? And like 2,000 gold for an entire day of farming is just not a lot. But in theory, you could have sold all the stone as well, which is not worth much. I think stone's worth like, I don't know, 0.1 gold each, something like that. So 1,000 would be like 10 gold. But I mean, if you farm 50,000 gold or 50,000 stone, that's like 500 gold. Something. Adds up over time, you know? Oh, alright, a couple more kills. A couple more loops. We'll be calling it a night, I think. Oh. I should use my things. I always forget, bro. All right, 500 resources. So that's one here. Play 2 songs. Okay, so I can give us this. No loss. Enemies with magic. Okay, so at least gives it to this. And one-handed. So it doesn't matter which one we do, honestly. We just do the one-handed one, which gives us this. So 10 one-handed kills. Like we'll end up getting both these done. So it doesn't really matter which one. Um, we can put the bow back on, and we can just get the magic kills right here, and the 500 resources and the 2 songs. Right, so let's play a song. Put on our bow. I always forget, like, those like a little minor detail I almost always like overlooking for. I don't think we'll be able to like min-max and complete this whole card with what we have. But we'll do our best. This will give us 3 more. Then we'll have 3 gimmies to work with. Since we don't know if we get gimmies on a hard reset. I don't think we do. Maybe get 1, but I'm not 100%. Oh. Let's take care of the resources and the 10 kills. Okay. Almost put the hatchet on. Kill these guys fast. We'll just have to kill some wolves. It'll just be easier. Got wolves. We shot them. A little easier. Just get our 10 kills. Didn't even see that one. Run past it so many times. Kind of blurs all together at this point. Need to get the haste on dodge. Kind of nice. Not really worth it for dungeons, but kind of nice for like Just open world map traversal. Yeah, one of our next projects, obviously after we work on leveling, gonna be 50 furnishing. I think it's 50 for the minor trophies. Obviously, basics will have to wait because that's like 100 furnishing, and I need to farm a bunch of materials for that. The miners are just really cheap. Don't require much of anything except for the rabbit's feet. Rabbit's feet is the only thing that actually required for any of them. The other ones require specific resources. That one. Then we just have the one last one of 10 kills. Alright. So we can do bam, bam, bam. We get a bammer, another bammer. Get this one. We get the two for here. Get the single and then the single. Alright. Alright, so 10 with the bow. Okay, that's easy. And a melee weapon. Okay. So we can put the sword back on with a bow. Two. Oh wait, never mind. That's wrong. That's melee. Alright, with a regular person. So 500 resources and the bow. So pretty simple, easy one again. Kind of like that we're almost to level 20. Well, 19. We're more than halfway there. Granted, I still gotta get to 65 before I get my weapon. Or can I use it until I can actually use it, but at least having that grind out of the way, we have our level 700 gear score item at level 65 would be kind of huge. Give us a good weapon once we hit 65 to just grind on. One of our grinds out of the way. The rest of it just boils down to us running muted ones. You get a few more of the artifacts that we're looking for, like Mjolnir and stuff. Definitely do dislike the fact that what people are saying is like there's no gem slots on artifacts. I think that's a really stupid oversight on their part. That, like, I'm pretty sure they used to have gem slots, and the fact that they're gonna remove them, it seems really weird. I mean, some of them might have got replaced with like skill slots. The skill slots aren't nearly as good as gem slots. Skill slots do give the availability to add a skill slot that's missing from the weapon that you would want for your build. But I feel like it having the niche perk for being an artifact is worth it, but giving you a perk slot and a gem slot is definitely a much better option. I went to the right. So I wish they would have gave skill perk and profession, skill perk and gem perk, slots for all artifacts. It would have made them much more viable. Actually, it would make them probably BIS in almost every situation. Every build would want at least an artifact in every slot, because you can have one artifact in like every section. You would be running like an artifact weapon, artifact this piece or something. You know, one armor slot, one jewelry slot. You have an artifact and like at least running 3 artifacts per build. If that was the case. Because you get a guaranteed perk on each one that you want. You get a guaranteed gem slot on each one. Still need the 7 more kills. Before I worry about doing a reset. Also want to use our 2 perks to see if it caps it out again. Messing up the efficiency flow. Let's go. Getting a good amount of harvesting XP too after we finally hit 30. Now we can actually take advantage of picking up those harvestables when we're running around the T1s. We were like leaving so many of them behind, and we would have had so much more XP if we weren't leaving them behind. They're not class XP. Other roll XP. We get to 130. Whoa, making good. Let's just wrap it up. Ugh. I really do think a rabbit counter would be hilarious. Or just some sort of like Slayer counter. So it counts all like the beasts that you've killed, all the humanoids you've killed and stuff. Like instead of tracker of how many mobs you've killed in general. Sick. And obviously it would count like tags as well. Like you just tag something and someone else kills it, like. But it doesn't. It shouldn't count if you're in like a group and you don't actually do any damage. But if you healed, it would count, right? Counts if you heal somebody that gets the kill, but it doesn't count if you don't heal somebody that kills it. Like, healers would like Actually, yeah, maybe it shouldn't work for healing, because healers would just be able to like hell inflate that stat. Ooh, sorry. So yeah, maybe because I mean healers still do damage. They auto attack basically something. So I guess yeah, you don't do damage to the mob, you don't get credit for it. I can see that being criteria. What? I did kill it. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, that's done. Alright, let us just use them here. Let me do the reroll. Oh yeah, so it doesn't give you any. Okay. So we're gonna have to wait to do this, but we can do the double song. Ancients we can do. So songs, ancients, resources, and beasts. Okay. Let's do the ancients real. It doesn't have a specific weapon to use. Get a handful of these done. These are definitely a bottleneck. Okay. Just a couple rocks, but it's fine. Alright. All we really care about is getting the 10 ancients done with the one-handed weapon. That'll give us those two done. 500 resources. Playing 2 songs. And then we'll just have to wait out the rest of it for wild cards. Unless we do like expedition or something. Rabbit. That's a rabbit. Oh. Don't like that it repositions you to do the mining. Sometimes it like really makes it a little janky. Jacks up the positioning. Sometimes it makes it impossible to actually mine a resource or something. Because it wants to pull you to a specific spot, and that spot isn't like a mineable, but where you stand is. It's really annoying. And it's not even specific to mining. There's a rabbit that way. I guess we'll hold off on doing the journal turn in until we can kills. Problem is we'll get our one-hander kills done before we get the ancient kills done. Could go up there and finish ancient kills and the one-handers. Probably worth. Do this and then we'll just go finish it. Unless someone's already been up there. Look like it. Hate that since they're laying on the ground, misses the first attack most of the time. Alright. So we get that one. We got this one. What's the other one? 2 songs and oh, beast. Okay. That's fine. So rabbits it is. No matter how we look at it, it's rabbit. I mean we could technically just kill the wolves too. I just know we'll end up killing enough rabbits in our next couple loops. Like, not really worth spending the time killing the wolves. Okay. Alright, well, once the rabbits are done, or the beasts are done, I think that'll be all the cross swords. Then we'll get another one of the vials done as well with playing the 2 songs. Oh, we need brimstone and sandstone. It's kind of weird that you can do brimstone at 130, which is like not even level 60. You have to be like level 60 to be able to get to the zone. Maybe 50, maybe 55 or something. Gotta be relatively high level. It's like right around the same time, the same point. Your mom's 60? I don't know actually. Couldn't tell you. What up, Chris? How's life, man? We're almost done for the night. We're just trying to take as much advantage of the devil refining XP as we can. I don't want to do it off stream, so I'm trying to push this a little bit further. Chilling, nice. Grind master. What you grinding? I've been holding this piss for like an hour, thinking I was gonna be like done by now. Like it's the end of stream, but like I want to go a little bit further, as long like a little bit longer if I can. Try and get as much double XP as we can with these refining skills. So maybe I'll go take a piss really quick right after this route, and then we'll continue on for probably like, I don't know, it might be 15 more minutes, might be 5 minutes, it might be an hour. I don't know. Just wait for the house to wake up. But I do need to go soak the dog food, so I'm gonna take a piss. I'm gonna soak the dog food, and then we'll We'll do some more routes until people wake up. Oh. I'm really annoyed that my second bag got deleted. Stupid fucking glitch, dude. Alright. I'm gonna go piss really quick, soak the dog food, and then we'll craft all this stuff out and go another loop. Be right back. All right, we're back. Woo! Oh. Making progress. Now we're gonna get rid of this leather so we don't start hitting our max capacity. That's fast. What up, Cream? I'll read your message in a second. So far so good. This is our 4th day, roughly 20-ish hours. Now, I would say the last 6 hours shouldn't really count. Roughly 14 hours of actual progression. We could have took a hiatus today from questing, pushing the storyline, because they had 2 times refining XP today. I don't know how many days it's gonna go on for. But we want to take advantage of the 2-time refining XP specifically for stone cutting. Save us a lot of time in the long run. So we have pushed stone cutting to 130 today. As you just saw, it started at level 1. We're now up to level 131. We're trying to push for 180 specifically. But we're not going to make it today, obviously, because we're at the end of the stream, pretty much. Basically, we're at the tail end. Like, I usually stop at 5. It's 5:10. I'm going to go until the house wakes up. Try and get as much XP as we can. But in about 14 hours, basically, we got to level 46. And I'm kind of a completionist when it comes to, like, things on my maps. So we finished Windsward, Monarch's Bluff, Everfall, and Brightwood. We're currently just starting the quest change for Weavers. We haven't done it yet. We're at level 46 now, and like I said, today is literally kind of just a wash. It's just a day of me literally farming stone all day long. That's all I've done. Obviously rabbits as well, because I'm trying to get my rabbit's feet. I think I've skinned like 500 rabbits and I haven't found a foot yet. Granted, I don't have any skinning luck, so I mean, that plays a factor. But it's just, I always struggle getting rabbit's feet. But it's going pretty good. Are you grinding? Doing any new worldy things? But yeah, today was we made a steel axe and we made a steel pickaxe. So we got the hatchet and we got the, well, not hatchet, but we got like the lumber hatchet or whatever, and we got the pickaxe, both steel. And then we've been farming adderstones while we're doing the stone farm for the stone cutting. Kind of a 2-for-1. Killing rabbits, obviously, every time we have a chance. Picking up any gatherables that we can while we're doing the route. And working on our stone cutting and our activity card all simultaneously. So it's a whole lot of stones all at once. We're doing a whole slew of miscellaneous things all at one time, while we're basically getting 0 progress at the same time. It's progress, but it's horizontal progress, stuff that doesn't have to be done now. But setting us up for the future, basically. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think you'll have some lag problems. I don't know how bad the lag is personally. If Chris is still hanging out, I don't know if Chris played New World or not. He's an Aussie player. Not 100% if he has the answer for you, but he might be able to tell you one way or the other. I don't know how bad the lag would be, but Oceanic servers usually struggle in games like this for sure. So yeah, I don't think you're gonna have much of a player base playing over there. Like Thorn and Liberty also has a problem over there, but in a worse situation, it's like it's too many players on one server. There's so many players crammed into one freaking server over there on that game that it crashes the server all the time in the instances when they're trying to do world bosses and stuff. It's like impossible to play it. And they refuse to give them extra servers. At least last I played it. That was the problem. But yeah, when it comes to New World, I'm not 100% on the lag for Aussies over here. But if there's not a lot of players, your best bet is to try and go to a server that has okay ping, but actually has players. Yeah, so every company is different though, Cream. So for example, a friend of mine, she lived in Europe. I don't know exactly where. Um, and she played on North America servers for Black Desert Online with me. And the lag was basically almost non-existent unless you were playing PvP. Then it was, you can kind of tell a little bit of lag, but not really. But her trying to play other games like Stardew Valley, just connecting to me in general, right? Or other like playing. I think she tried to play New World and she could not play on North America. It's just depending on the server connections, the server stabilities, and you know the server statistics and stuff. Some games handle the lag from country to country much better than others. So I can't speak to the New Worlds specifically. So that's what I was getting at. Is I can't speak to New Worlds lag versus distance problem. Because like even take Path of the Exiles for example, there's gateways, which is basically like different servers. And when I try to connect to somebody's gateway, play on an oceanic gateway, it takes me 5 minutes to connect to their hideouts. It literally takes me 5 minutes, if not longer. And like that's crazy. Just to load into their hideout to do a trade takes me 5 minutes. That's how crazy it is for Path of Exiles. So every game is different. That's why I said there's no way to know unless you try it. I do know my friends in EU that play on North America East servers with me. They say the lag is tolerable. But I would say for Aussie, you probably want to play on West, if I believe correctly, right? And I don't know Aussie to West how bad the ping is for that. So, like I said, I mean, it's no skin off your back if you already have the game and you're not putting any money into it. You're already playing on Aussie. Like, yeah, just try and make a character on North America and just see how it feels. If it feels okay, then you're gonna get a lot more players. So it'll be a lot more fun. I don't know if there's a if the servers are distinguished between East and West anymore for North America. So I'm not sure if they still do that, but if they do, yeah, just pick West if you can. The ping will be better than playing on East. But yeah, we were working on an activity card too. We're kind of at a stopping point for activity card though, because most of the stuff I need to do is either expeditions or tier 5 resources. I can't do tier 5s for a while, and I'm not going to do an expedition tonight. And I used all my wild cards just testing something. But we don't have any wild cards to push us, and I don't want to reset for 100 Azoth either. So I could just complete the card and move on, go to a new card. It's usually what you do. But I can just hold on to it for a couple days, get some wild cards, and complete it that way. So what do you enjoy doing in a New World, Frame? Like what's your go-to just everyday login to do? Are you just like a PvPer? Are you like a dungeoner? You do like nothing but wars and PvP? You know, outpost rush, maybe 3v3s. You just like elite chest run and kind of just open world stuff. Do you try the whole Ironman aspect? Oh, I mean, if you have questions, feel free to ask. Cream, are you brand new to the game? Like, is this your first time playing into it, like with this expansion? If it's your first time, I can understand like being on a low pop server and not having fun. Like, even as like an experienced player, playing on a low pop server can suck because trying to find like parties to do dungeons and mutes and you know world tours and stuff can be a pain in the ass. New to the game? Oh, okay. Um, well, like I said, if you have any questions, I can kind of feed you some information to kind of guide you in the right direction. Like I said, I don't give cookie cutter answers. So just to give you a rundown of this, the channel. We're here to basically give you information so you can make a sound decision on your own. So we do guide the conversation in a way that answers your questions more directly. But we do rant and give more information than it's asked because you don't know what you don't know. So if you have questions and you're kind of curious on something, I'll ask you some questions. So I'll answer your questions with questions. But at the end of the day, you should, in theory, get the questions that you have it answered, and it should push you in the direction of like what's gonna be better for you. So yeah, like I said, if you have questions, feel free. If you like are curious on like what play style, if you're curious on like what weapons, what combinations, if you're unsure of like you know specs or whatever. I'm not the most knowledgeable person when it comes to builds because I only play certain things and I play it a certain way. I don't play the meta stuff. Meta stuff you're gonna find on Google. But I can give you like the basic information, just to kind of put you down the right rabbit hole, right? Fishing, I will say fishing is kind of chill. Um, I've done way too much fishing in this game. It literally puts me to sleep. And that's because it's just really chill. It's one of those skills that if you're just in a like you need like a chill out period, like after a good mute or a good like PvP session or something, you need to just like chill out. It's a great skill just to sit down, throw out your reel a few times, have a good time, just kind of chill out because fishing is required to make instruments in this game. I'll show you really quick. So in order to make instruments in this game, you need strings and you need picks and stuff. Basically, it boils down to requiring. I'm gonna get down here. Where? So, like to make these, right? You need snail slime, which requires snails, right? So you gotta dismantle snails to make these. And then this takes snails. This takes catfish whiskers, so you gotta farm catfish. So in order to make the high tier instruments, you gotta farm freshwater greens, basically, which is the green quality fish. You gotta farm the catfish and the snails, and they come out of the same place. And you work freshwater, and they have to be a green quality, obviously. And you need, like I said, you need catfish for basses, you need catfish for mandolins, you need catfish for guitars, and then you need snails for flutes and drums. But then you got like resonant hides that you have to farm. You got like the reeds and these types of things, which come from other parts, which I don't think I have them learned yet. Okay, so here's the reed, right? Reed is pretty simple, right? And then these are relatively simple. Dude, where are looking for the other parts? Maybe I'm not seeing them. They should be up here with the rest of these. I'm not seeing them. You'll learn them eventually. But yeah, so at some point you need certain things, like certain resources and miscellaneous things to craft like the picks and things like that. So you're gonna need like pearls, I think. Might not be pearls. I might be wrong on that one. That's why I wanted to look it up because I can't recall it off the top of my head. Um, Okay, well, I mean, so let's just take it one piece at a time here. What did you want to do? Right? We can just start with the basic question. Like, did you want to try and heal? Did you want to try and tank? Did you want to do like which one of these did you want to try first? Right? We're not gonna talk about all three of them because they all have their own conversations. But we can start with one and then we can caveat into a second one and then so on. Like I said, I don't mind chatting. I don't mind answering questions, even if it brings me past stream time. As long as the house doesn't wake up, I'm not going to just log off on you. Once the wife wakes up and the animals get up, then yes, I will dip out in mid-conversation. But I'll do my best to answer any questions you have. All right, so so I will say healing in this game has a little bit of a learning curve, but it's very fucking easy. It's probably the easiest thing to do in this game because most of it is just throw down AoEs and make people stand in them. That's literally almost all of the healing. There's a few caveats to that where there's a little bit of like learning curve with your secondary weapons to buff people and knowing when to heal and when to like use your secondary weapon for damage. Like I said, we're not going to get into that, but healing is hands down the easiest thing to do in this game once you get used to it. Tanking is probably highest skill ceiling, but also secondarily the easiest of starting. It's got a super easy basics, but it definitely has like a high skill ceiling. You can tell the difference between like a good tank and a bad tank, basically. But with DPS, they also have a very high skill ceiling, but it's not as high as tanking in my opinion. But you can clearly tell the difference between a very skilled DPS and a just mediocre DPS. There's a big defense difference between the DPS, the rotations, the survivability, and just the utility they bring to the entire like team. Whether it's like kiting mobs into things, pulling aggro as like a secondary tank to keep it off the healer, you know, killing adds in certain orders, lots of different miscellaneous things, right? You're back? What do you mean? I've been here the whole time. Welcome back, Brock. I thought I scared you off when you asked me the other day, like, what was there to do at endgame, and you were like, "Fuck that! I'm done with this game. I'm gonna refund that shit right now." Like, I thought we scared you off. Anywho, so if you want a DPS, now the question is, do you want to be melee, which I find to be easiest but also harder. So it's easier to do the damage, but it's harder to survive. I will say range is a little harder to do the damage, quote unquote, because you have to actually land your shots, and when mobs are moving all over the place, it can be more difficult to land your hits, and when you miss one, it's a huge DPS loss because, you know, you have a long reload time in your ranged attacks versus your melee attacks. So if you miss your 7k hit from your range attack and you have to recharge the attack back up when the other guy is just sitting there spamming attacks and doing a bunch of damage just consistently, but you are very much more survivable, right? You have a lot more survivability when it comes to being ranged. So pick and choose. You know, if you want to be ranged, that's fine. If you want to be melee, that's fine. If you want to be mid-range, it's still ranged, but there's mid-range ranged, and then there's long-range ranged. So, which one sounds more appealing? I mean, we could talk about all of it, like I said. So, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a huge fan of the rapier, personally. It is a good weapon in some situations. Between utility, evasion, disengage, engage, and it does have some decent DPS output. But since it is a point-blank melee skill, it's very niche, in my opinion. Like it is a really good weapon. Sometimes some builds will like flourish with that weapon. I just don't like it personally. Hatchet is insane, but I don't think they combo well together. So the way we look at builds and in this game, Cream, is it's weapon priority, right? So when you're looking at putting your build together, are you going to be splitting your attention between two weapons, or are you going to primarily be focusing on only using one weapon 100% of the time, 80% of the time, 60% of the time? Like, you got to figure out, like, are you going to be sitting on your hatchet 99% of the time and barely using your offhand? Or are you going to use your hatchet and then switch to your rapier and then switch back to your hatchet, and you're going to be going back and forth roughly 50% of the time? right? The reason I say this is because what you can do, and I'll just give a prime example of using like a bow plus a void gauntlet, right? And you won't know this unless you actually look it up yourself, but New World DB, right? This is like the item the database. There is artifacts that change how things work, right? So for example, this one specifically is a void gauntlet. This setup is designed to strictly stay on your bow or musket 24/7. You literally a 100% uptime of only being on your musket. And the reason for that is because basically what this does is it allows for all of your range attacks to inflict and disintegrate, which basically is a damage over time effect, and it lowers their armor. But it works for both weapons. So as long as this is in your offhand, even if you don't use it, it still applies to your other weapon. So it's really, really strong. It gives you extra DPS for your ranged weapon. Now, something like this could work for, even in theory, a hatchet. But like I said, it's very niche in the sense that you only would want to use this if you're 100% staying on a ranged weapon 100% of the time. Right, so that's why I said there's a lot of caveats to this. There's a lot of ways to like make your builds. There's a lot of ways to suit your specific play style and stuff like that. So for me, okay, it's like I said, every weapon has its pros and cons. Every weapon has its specific use, whether it's DPS oriented, whether it's healing oriented, whether it's utility oriented. Some weapons can be used in 3 different ways. Some weapons can be used in 2 different ways, and some are just strictly just one way, right? So it depends on what you're trying to use it for. And if you're trying to use the flail for damage, I wouldn't recommend it. It does decent in like AoE types of things, because you have like a trip that knocks a bunch of things down. You got like your whirlwind ability that knocks that hits a bunch of mobs and stuff. But overall, I don't think the damage output from a flail is very good. Hatchet, on the other hand, fucking phenomenal. It can be absolutely mind-blowingly like top tier. It's crazy. So that's why like there's a little bit of thought that goes into the build. So it depends on the playstyle you want to do. Now, do you want, like I said, you said you were thinking like hatchet. Now are we talking like melee hatchet, or are we talking about throw hatchet? Let's just dive into the hatchet first, because you have 2 options here. There's two sides. There's straight up melee hatchet, which is left side, and then there's throwing hatchet, right side. Now technically you can grab berserk on no matter what side you go to, because berserk is just really strong. But you can get like rending throw and infected throw, and then you can change your block to an actual throwing weapon, right? You can. So that's what I was saying. So like I said, it depends on how you want to do it, right? Depends on if you're gonna be 50-50 swapping, or if you're gonna stay on one weapon specifically. But I like the hatchet. Both are optional, like ranged or melee, right? But what I like about the hatchet is even if you're spec'd into throwing, you can still melee attack, and I'll show you. Right. So this is my hatchet, right? So I have the perk that removes my block but gives me a throwable, right? So now I can just chuck axes, right? But I can't block anymore, right? Now I have the throwable with the right click, right? And then I have the abilities that are throwables, right? So it's like, oh, I just chucked that, and it just like puts like infected ground on it, blah, blah, blah. I missed both throws, so ignore that part, right? So like that's the rending throw, and then the other one does whatever. But I can still melee attack. Now the only problem with this setup is the perks and abilities you're building into on your passive tree are heavily weighted towards wanting to be at range. So it's not ideal to go throw build and play in melee range, right? Like I said, everything has its pros and cons. But if you want to have mid-range abilities with, say, close range capabilities or long range, whatever, I'm on EMPI, EMPI, but I think character creation is currently turned off. It does not take very long to level up, Cream. So even if you re-level a character, it shouldn't take you all that long to get back to 40. Like 10-15 hours if you just bum rush the campaign. Like if you just stick to the storyline, it'll go really fast. You guys are gonna have an ad in a minute here, but I can keep talking for a little bit before the ad comes up. So here's a couple weapon combinations I would give you, Cream, so you can have ranged and melee, right? Also keep this in mind. This is another thing. You're going to want multiple builds regardless if you want to kind of not stay meta, but if you want to kind of stay relevant in DPS, because the main thing is like doing as much damage as possible. This is the sheet that tells you what everything is weak to. So for example, Angry Earth and Vanguards are weak to slash damage. Slash damage is only Sword and Shield, Hatchet, Great Axe, and Great Sword. Those are the only slash weapons in the whole game, right? So when it comes to fighting Angry Earth or Vanguards, you're going to want to build that caters towards one of those four. Great Sword is a great one for melee. Hatchet, another one that could be either ranged or melee, another great option. Great Axe, very utility oriented in my opinion. It's best used for grouping up mobs and stuff like that rather than doing the damage, but some people can do really big DPS with Greatsword as well. This is typically for tanks. You can play it as a DPS. I used to. I'm going to opt out of it in the future, but pretty solid. And then if you look at some of the other ones, actually we're going to be in an ad. I'm going to wait for the ad to be over and then we'll show you some more. Give me a second. Oh, I'm on East. I'm on East. Sorry. I said it might be a little too laggy for you being Aussie. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I don't know if you're in an ad, but try West. West would be your best bet. And in all honesty, like 200 ping isn't too bad in some situations, in some games. Yeah, and that's the thing is like even me playing on East Coast server, I still have 70 ping on an East Coast server, and I live in the East Coast. So I'm saying their servers are actually really poorly optimized. So this is one of those few games that playing on a different region almost isn't viable. Unless you're okay with a little bit of lag. But some games, even at 200 ping, they don't feel laggy. This game, on the other hand, I have no idea. I struggle to play this game in general. This game just stutters for me all the time. But I'm going to say, like, even in, like, some of the other games I've played, it's like, oh, you have 200 ping, but it doesn't feel like you're lagging. Like, it's very good compensation built into the shit. You'll get a hatchet pretty easily. So did you load into the East server or the West server? Because from my understanding, my server is currently not allowing character creations. Yeah, 41 doesn't take long. But like just doing quests, you eventually, get all the weapons. Just quests just give them to you, and you get them from like drops all the time. So it's not so bad. What are you gonna stick with? Sorry. You're gonna stick with like your level 41, or you're gonna stick with the weapons that they gave you? Because I'm gonna be honest, the Fire Staff Blunderbuss just sounds weird. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I don't know how laggy it will be for you. I've never tested it, and I would worry that you would have so much delay, being able to like dodging attacks. You would just die a lot. I'm worried that with how unoptimized New World is itself, that their servers probably aren't that optimized either, and it would just feel bad. But what I can do for you at least is go over the weapons and stuff, and like I was saying before, the weaknesses to the mobs, right? Because that's the key thing right here, right? Is you want to make sure you're hitting the weaknesses for the mobs, right? Like I said, every mob has its own weakness. So like Angry Earth and Vanguard are slash, and then Corruption and Beast are thrust. And then it gets a little different when you start talking about Lost and Ancients, because Ancient is weak to strike, but they're also even more weak to lightning, right? So that one's a little different, right? So what you can do is you can take like a strike weapon, like the hammer, because that's one of the few, and you can put like a fire or a lightning gem in it, and you can convert to lightning. Or there's an artifact called the Mjolnir, which is a hammer, but it converts 99% of the strike damage to lightning damage. So it's probably the best Ancients weapon in the game, DPS wise. The problem is, like, since the hammer is so slow, there's the argument to other weapons might out DPS it if they just do a lightning conversion gem, right? And then they have better DPS on that weapon versus hammer. So there's the argument that technically other weapons could beat it when it comes to Ancients. And the same thing with the Lost, right? Since the strike is really bad here, but the nature's good, you can use almost any weapon as long as it has nature conversion on it, and you can just whoop some ass with some nature conversion. So that's like the weaknesses here that you're kind of shooting for. So your build will kind of like cater to that. So you have different weapons for different situations. And then when it comes to the armor, the best way I can explain this to you is when you're in light armor, you're doing 100% damage, and you're taking 100% damage, right? When you go to medium armor, you're taking 90% damage, but you're dealing 90% damage. And then when you go to heavy, you're taking 80% damage and you're dealing 80% damage. So each tier you go up, you lower the damage that you take, but you also lower the damage you deal. Because basically what ends up happening is as you go up from light, medium, and heavy, right? If you look at these, you deal more damage in light armor, but you have less armor and you have less, defensive layers and stuff like that. But, you can dodge roll further, but it costs more, right? If you go to medium, the dodge roll is like roughly the same, but you don't go as far. You go half the distance, but you have more armor, but you don't deal extra damage. And then heavy is for tanks, or heavy is arguably worth it when you're playing like a melee build. So if you're playing like a great sword, or if you're playing melee hatchet, or sword and shield, or great sword, or rapier, or anything that's like in the fray of things, heavy is arguably probably better even with the damage reduction, because your damage that you're going to be taking is so much less. If you don't, you're probably going to die. But if you're very good at the game, and most people say, oh, for leaderboard runs and stuff like that, you want to be in full light for as much DPS as possible. But for generalistically speaking, medium and heavy is safer for melee than running light, because you can get one tapped in light armor. I would say medium. If you're gonna play DPS, I would go medium. If you're worried about dying and you really suck at dodging, taking damage, then heavy is probably a better option for you than medium. I would stay away from light until you get better at the game, and then switch into light when you feel more comfortable. But when it comes to the weapons, like I said, you got your slash weapons, you got your thrust weapons here, 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 and here. You got your, obviously, magic weapons over here. You got your strike weapon and your strike weapon. I think this is also thrust damage. Yes, so thrust damage. So you have all those to choose from. So some of the go-to combos is spear and bow. I call this the brain dead build. You literally just stack decks and you absolutely just shit on everything. One of the highest DPS builds out there. Whether you do use the spear for close range and you use the bow for long range, this is really, really high tier. Other combos are like bow and hatchet. Even if you're doing melee hatchet or throw hatchet, these can combo very well together. Um, then you got you can also combo like spear and musket, right? And then you got like hatchet greatsword is a good combo, but it's like you either maybe doing throw hatchet with melee for this, or vice versa. Maybe you just double melee option. You got pretty much any weapon that can combo with blunderbuss as long as it's a dex or a strength item, and I'll show you that stuff in a second. Ideally, you typically don't combo magical ones with like any of this, right? Usually, like fire staff can combo with like rapier because you can use this for damage and then you can use rapier for evasion and disengage and stuff like that. Life staff typically combos with like void gauntlet or flail. Ice gauntlet and fire staff are usually a good combo. Ice staff once again with like rapier is fine. But you typically don't combo them with like any of like the one-handed or two-handed melee stuff. It's just kind of weird. But musket's pretty strong, bow is really strong, spear is really strong. This is situationally can be strong, but it's usually used for utility for its like gravity well and its maelstrom. Right, these two skills here. And then you can use it for charge, for disengage or engage, especially for PvP. It's decent. Greatsword, once again, it's just high damage output or tank ability on this side. Flail, it's mostly like healing or CC and tanky kind of stuff. So, like I said, unless you're tanking or healing, you probably want to opt out of like these two in this. Rapier, like I said, you got the bleed side and the pokey, and then you got the evasion, disengage, engage, kind of blocking attacks and stuff like that. Like I said, this is like utility side where you're using this as your offhand. If something gets to you, like let's say you're using range like a bow, and something gets to you, you switch to this, you hit them with the riposte to get a stun, and then you run away, right? And then that's where you got the evade and the fleech or whatever to disengage as well. Hatchet, like I said, you got straight up melee, which just like engages you and like hits something and staggers them. This gives you like a 4-hit combo, and this just boosts your damage. This side, you got 2 throwing abilities with the ability to add just automatic throws, like auto throws, and then berserk just to boost your damage. So that's where your hatchet comes into play. Your spear, you have a couple options here. A lot of people really like Cyclone. I'm not a huge fan. It's a good AoE, does a lot of good single target damage. But this is like 1 damage skill. This is a CC skill. This is a CC skill. This is a like a leaping skill that applies like a bleed and a debuff. This also is like a poke, which also applies another debuff. And then this is like a javelin, which you literally just chuck it to do range damage, but you can only chuck it every 15 seconds. It's niche. It's more of a PvP thing when you get like a different skill, because then it goes from being just a throw to a hook where you can pull things to you. But this is a really good option for using it against like corrupted mobs and stuff like that. Super good DPS. So combinations wise, like I was saying, like everything can be used in combination just depending on the utility in which you're using it. But like go-tos, obviously, like I said, life staff, flail. Hatchet can go with most things just because it's a very universal skill. Like I said, you can go with like a double throw with this, and you can play melee version with these if you wanted to, or you can play a ranged version with this. Like I said, this can be either straight up DPS, or you can use it as disengage utility for any of the other skill weapons. This is basically just going to be your full on just damage, whether you go with dot damage with like poison and explosion with volley, or you go with these 3 for just raw damage. Like all those are really good. Musket, personal preference, I think left side is just really strong, because these are like instant casts. I'm gonna respec my musket eventually. So it just depends on the setup and playstyle you're looking for. If you're looking for like a melee brawler, I would recommend like hatchet and probably greatsword, just for like a melee brawler. Yes, eventually you will want to put things. I was going to talk about attributes too. So if you look at these, like let's take sword and shield for example. See how it says damage scales with strength with an A next to it and dex with a C? That means it primarily scales with dex, and it scales a little bit off of dexterity. Or if I said that wrong, you know, strength for primary and dex is secondary. So it doesn't scale as, so like you would go like 300 strength and like 200 dex at this point. That's kind of what you would shoot for if you were trying to min-max your damage of your sword. But like this one right here. So Great Axe scales S tier off of strength, but only E off of int. So you wouldn't even want to put any points into intelligence if you're going for Great Axe damage, right? But you want to hit breakpoints when you're shooting for things, and that's why it's like 300 and 200, because 200 would be, you know, bonus backstab damage and headshots, and then 300 on this would be, you know, damage while under, you know, 90% life or whatever. But Constitution, typically most people go bare minimum 25 con. Now there is the argument for 5 con for leader runs. Like I was saying, literally 5 con builds with light armor for DPS to get min-max as much DPS as absolute possible is a possibility when you're very, very, very skilled at the game. But that takes a lot of practice, so I wouldn't opt into that. So for your starting, bare minimum of 50 con is kind of what you shoot for, if not 100, because it gives you more HP and it gives you more phys, you know, reduction, and your consumables are better. This extra HP from being at 100 con also gives you a lot more HP pool to work with, so you don't get one tapped all the time. But it lowers your overall damage because you have 95 less points to spend on your damage, right? It'll be fine. If you just put, I would put 50 points into here, just minimum, or 45 points, go to 50, and then everything else in dex, you'll be fine. Because if you look at the bow scales S tier on dex, and your hatchet, you said hatchet, right? I gotta find the hatchet. For some reason I don't see the hatchet. Oh, it's right here. That's why. It's B and B. So it'll scale decently. Your hatchet won't hit as hard as your bow, but it'll hit pretty hard. That's kind of why people do bow spear, because spear's A tier damage scaling off of it. But it's fine. Like the amount of damage that you're gonna lose of being a B tier scaling is fine. Also, one other thing to keep in mind: the higher your stat goes, the more diminishing return it has on your damage increase. So in the earlier stages, it's going to give you more to the damage than it is in the later stages. If that makes any sense. So like brain dead early stage builds that I would shoot for would be bow spear. Hatchet would just basically anything. If it was me and I was gonna run hatchet, like once again, this boils down to what your primary weapon is gonna be. What are you gonna stay on 90% of the time? Are you swapping all the time? If you're not swapping and you're staying on one weapon most of the time, then whatever weapon you're staying on most of the time is the one you focus on, and the other one you equip specifically for the utility it brings to the table, right? So prime example, right? Let's say you wanted to primarily use a bow, right? You wanted to do 99% of the time you wanted to be on your bow doing your damage, okay? You don't really care what your secondary is doing because you're not using it for damage. You're using it for what it brings to the table. So you're using it in situations where a mob gets close to you and you're in melee range at that point. You're either A, trying to disengage, or B, you're trying to CC it or prevent yourself from dying, right? So that's where you take into consideration, okay, what am I trying to do with my secondary? Am I trying to just CC something and like disengage again so I can get back at bow range? Am I trying to slow them? Am I trying to just straight up kill them when they get into melee range? Which would be more of like a 60-40 split, right? 60% of the time you're pelting them before they get to you, and then you switch over to your other weapon, and this is where you would want like a 50-50 damage split. So that's where like a bow hatchet would come into play, where you want a 50-50, split the damage. So you pelt them as much damage as you can before they get to you, and then you switch to your hatchet to finish them off. Or would you be like pelting them with your bow, trying to CC them with like a spear, right? Maybe you chuck a javelin at them to knock them on the ground, and then you disengage, you run backwards, and you start pelting them while they're chasing you again, right? A lot of different ways to play it. Same thing with like rapier. Rapier could work as well. You pelt them until they get close to you. You switch to the rapier. You hit them with a riposte right before they hit you, which gives a retaliation hit plus a stun, and then you can just backpedal and pull your bow back out and start doing more damage. A lot of different ways to play it. You're an Xbox. I'm gonna assume you're not an actual like inanimate object of an Xbox, but you played on Xbox. Xbox. Oh no, poke that sentence. Can I just assume English isn't your first language? Like, don't take it the wrong way. I'm not pointing you out. The sentence structure either says that you're a bot or English isn't your first language, and that's fine. If it's not, it's not. I don't. No shame here. I'm just curious because the way that sentence reads doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Right? So you say you're an Xbox. Okay, so I'm an Xbox player, right? And you say, and switched to player, nice to meet you. So I'm assuming what you meant by that, like I said, unless you're a bot, then it makes more sense. But if your English is your first language, I'm assuming you used to play on Xbox, or you still do, but you're switching to play more onto PC, personal computer. Interesting question. If you have light, or if you have medium, I have a heavy. Okay, I didn't realize that. Oh, I put that on temporarily. Medium and medium, right? And then maybe you have a shield on. A shield shouldn't matter unless you have a weapon that changes it. Oh, I don't want to put this on. Hold on. Where is? I'm gonna put that up here. Let's put this on really quick and just see. You shouldn't be in light unless you're missing a piece of gear. You shouldn't be in light because, like, even if I take this off, right? You see, like, that doesn't make any sense. There's literally no way. Technically, there is one way to be in all medium gear and be considered in light gear. He's just a nice person. No, nice or not, I'm confused. The sentence. Huh. Can you take a screenshot and put it in my Discord? I'm kind of curious. So I wonder if there's like a way that I can like, because like in theory, your helmet should weigh 2.6 pounds. No matter how we look at it, your helmet should weigh 2.6 pounds. Your chest piece should weigh roughly 6 pounds. Like your gloves should weigh roughly 2.5 pounds. You know, your pants should weigh 3.5 pounds. You should have 5 pieces on, and 3 of them should weigh 2.5 pounds. One of them should weigh over 6 pounds, and one of them should weigh around 3.5 pounds. Like I'm confused. So if you hover over these and any of them are different than that, then they're not a medium piece. I'm confused. There's literally no way to be in light set. Like the only possible way, literally the only way, is if you have an artifact for the chest piece, right? If you have an artifact for the chest piece, this is how you can make it work. It's the only way to be in light armor or be in light category with full medium on. And the only reason that works is because there's a light armor piece or a chest piece that has 0 weight. The only way it works. Oh, you want to get it on Xbox? Oh. Okay, I think I understand what you're saying more. Okay. Put it in the screenshots tab. Ooh, that was weird. It should be a screenshots tab. All right, so first off, that helmet looks like it's an Arcana piece. It looks like a light helmet. Don't know about the rest of it. I can't tell. Is it? I don't know. Can you take me 5 screenshots? Like hover over the gear and take me 5 screenshots? I'm curious. I want to see what the weight is of each one of those because I'm curious on what those pieces are because I'm wondering if one of them has like a weird weight reduction or something where it's not weighing the correct amount. Maybe there's like a bug with it. Because every medium piece should weigh the same. Every light piece should weigh the same. Well, not everyone. Like chest and legs should be different, you know, compared to like helmets, hands, and feet. Like all 3 of those should all weigh the same. Like each piece has a set weight limit that they're set to. That's why it doesn't make sense that you're in a light set with full medium on. I know it's a lot of work. I'm asking a lot of you to take 5 screenshots, but I'm actually curious. Because that's crazy. If you can be in a light loadout with full medium, that's actually busted. Literally busted. Because the defense increase that you get from being in medium loadout is purely from being in medium armor that has higher armor and elemental damage reductions. Not because you're in a medium loadout, but because you're wearing medium gear. Right? That's where the defense comes from. So if you can maintain a light loadout while having the medium gear, you get the defense and the offense at the same time, and it's busted. There should be no way to do it. Oh, that's why. Yeah. So it is a medium helmet, but you read it. It's a... Okay, so I was right. It's the Arcana piece. It's an Arcana skilling piece. Right? If you look at it, it has no defense. It has no armor, and it has no elemental reductions, right? So if you look at this, it has no armor and for elemental or physical reductions, right? And it has no stats. It has no perks. So it's literally like you're wearing nothing, and it only has 0.4 weight. The very first one like instantly tells me that that's why you're able to do it. So the helmet would have to change. And then your chest piece is fine. Your gloves are fine. Same gloves I'm wearing. And then, yes, your pants are the same way. You're wearing the Tanner pants, which are profession based, and they have no armor, they have no perks, they have no stats, and they only weigh 0.4. So that's how you're able to do this. Okay. That makes sense then. I think you gave me 2 pant screenshots instead of your boots, but yeah, that's how you're able to do it. Yes, it's only useless when you're not doing professions. Right? So if you're doing Arcana, you want the helmet, right? Arcana is going to give you better crafting for your Arcana. And then the other one, the leatherworking one, whenever you're doing leatherworking, you want to wear them because it's going to give you more yield, right? Yeah, so the gear score is obviously indicative that it's better, quote unquote, but you have to pay attention to the perks as well, because there are skilling outfits in this game for every single profession in the entire game. And if it's a skilling outfit, it has no combat stats. So it's like you're naked. Oh, back from feeding the kids? Nice. What'd you feed them? Peanut butter and jelly? With a baseball bat? Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Hi, puppy. You're awake a little early. You want to go outside and go potty? All right, give me a second, guys. I'm going to let this dog out. All right, I'll let the dogs out. I'm gonna go get them in a second here. Yeah. So you're dying because you don't actually have armor. Which it happens. I mean, not a big deal. So yeah, put on gear that actually has armor. You'll go into a medium set. You'll have more armor. I mean, shit. Like, So one thing you could do, it's a little bit of min-maxiness and not fun, but you can min-max your light and medium pieces, like do the math yourself and figure out what's the maximum amount of armor you can get, because like I said before, every piece kind of has a set armor value that it can have and weight value. So like so hats, right? They're not always going to be 83 and 83 at this gear score. They're not going to be equal. Sometimes it'll have like 100 armor with like 70, physical. So it'll be like 100 Ellie with 70 fizz, or it'll be like 100 fizz with like 70 Ellie. They'll be like mix matched a little bit. Sometimes it'll be higher in one and lower in the other, but it averages out somewhere around the middle somewhere. So, like, hypothetically speaking, what if you ran like a medium chest with like 3 light pieces here, like a medium chest and legs, but with all light pieces? Would that put you right under the threshold at being right at 13, keep you in the light set? Or would you have to run like light chest and legs with all medium of these pieces? Like, you could combo them together to get as much armor value, like this armor value down here, the Fizz and Ellie, as much armor value as you possibly can while staying in the light set. There is an argument for doing that, because like I said, staying in the light section gives you that 15, quote unquote, 15% damage increase comparison to being in medium armor set. But like I said, the defense value specifically comes from the armor difference between light and medium. I don't know if I have a light piece to like compare it to. That's medium. I don't think I have a light piece to compare it to show you. Oh, I know what we can do. When we get back to town, I'll show you in the vendor. I'll go to the NPC and I'll show you it in the crafting bench. I'll show you what it looks like being a heavy piece versus a medium piece versus a light piece, and you'll see what I mean. Like, they have set like weight values for each section and for each type, and then they also have quote unquote, depending on gear score, the armor values and stuff will change. Made him tea and eggs. Oh, okay. Got a 65? Hell yeah, let's go, Prog. That's massive. Also, something else you can do, Cream, if you're playing in a melee situation, always get some form of leeching. Whether it's a perk on the weapon or a perk on your jewelry, you want at least one piece of leeching gear. Because if you don't, you have to rely on either blocking or dodging almost every hit, or you can easily get whittled down and die. But if you have some sort of leech, if you take like one small hit, it's not the end of the day, right? You can make it up with like a little bit of DPS output. But when you get further into the game as well, Cream, that's where like the min-maxing kind of comes in, because in order to really put out some damage and to really put out some survivability and like DPS and whatnot, you have to start investing into trophies. So you have to get 3 houses. You have to get 15 trophies or more. Technically, minimum 15, but let's just keep it easy, and you just got to get all the trophies basically. You have to start getting weapon stones, like the high tier weapon stones. These things here, they give you extra damage. You got to get weapon coatings, which I don't have one, but this is like an absorption version, but they have damage ones as well. But you get weapon coatings, and then you get some form of way to gain in power, plus the trophies and other buffs and benefits. So there's a lot of like stacking buffs that you have to acquire going forward, and all of these buffs will just start skyrocketing your damage, and you'll start going from hitting 2,000 to 3,000 with your bow to start hitting 6,000 to 10,000. Like, it almost doubles and triples your damage by starting to stack these buffs. When I get back to town, I'm gonna let the dogs in, and then I'm going to show you the armor differences. So just give me just a second. Get this broccoli. Doesn't go to waste. I'm gonna go let the dog in really quick, and then I'm gonna show you some stuff. Give me a second. Alright, dogs are in. Alright, Cream. You ready for me to show you what I was gonna show you? I'm just gonna go over to the tailor. It's easier because I can show you medium and light at the same time. Like I said, you'd have to do the math yourself. You can easily do it just by staring at the vendor. So here's what we were talking about. So here's your cloth one, right? So chest pieces, right? Chest pieces at this base value, right? They have 56 armor and they weigh 3.5 pounds, right? But if you look at the leather, the medium set, this one specifically has more fizz than Ellie. There's obviously other options that will equalize this roughly around 100 and 100, right? So keep that in mind. But it weighs 6.2 pounds, right? So it is almost 3 pounds heavier, like 2.7 pounds heavier. But you get basically double the amount of armor for another 2.7 pounds, right? And then you compare like the gloves to the boots, because the boots, gloves, and helmet will all weigh the same. Like you see how this is 1.5, this is 1.5, this is 1.5, and they have roughly the same armor. So these three are the same. So basically you can count these all in the same basket. So basically 25 armor across the board with 1.5 versus we'll say 45. So it's basically 20 extra armor for 11 more, like 1.1 extra weight. So 1.1, let's just say for 3.3 pounds, you're gaining, what was it again? 45 to 20. So 60 armor, roughly, for 3.3 pounds. So it's like 20 armor per pound versus this one is, was it 56 to 100? I think it was to 100. So 90. Maybe it's like 105. So we'll just say 50 extra weight for 2.7. That's a much better weight to armor ratio. And then you do the same thing here. This is roughly 7 plus 7, which in the middle, it's like, I don't know, close to 60, but not quite. Versus 30. So it's like basically like 30 extra armor for 1.5 weight. That's actually a really good bang for your buck. Like, but you'd have to do the math, right? So 3.5, you can only go to 13. So 3.5 plus 6.2. So that's like what, 9.7. And then if you did these, you'd have like 4.5. So that's too much. So you'd have to find the min-max like weight ratio to armor ratio yourself. I'm not going to do the math right now, but you can do that is what I'm getting at. I know you guys are in an ad, so I don't know how much of it you heard and didn't hear. Oh. Are you not an ad right now, Cream? Want to make sure before I start talking. I just wanted to make sure you're not an ad. So you answered me, so I'm assuming you're not an ad. I didn't want to start talking if you couldn't hear me. I got an achievement. Okay, sweet. So each loadout, like each of those builds that you just mentioned, are viable in their own way, right? So it depends on, so leveling as a healer isn't obviously the best option. Now there is the argument that you can level with the Void Gauntlet and you just go Void Blade. It's basically a melee version of being of the Void Gauntlet. It's not what you would do as a healer, but you can definitely go left side and just level with this if you wanted to, and you can just throw down the sacred ground and the beacons at your feet and stuff just for healing yourself while you're just standing in there life stealing with the Void Gauntlet. There is the argument for that, but at the end of the game, you definitely want to be running Oblivion because it gives him power, like more stam regen. Oblivion inflicts weaken, reducing damage, blah blah blah. So you definitely want to do this because it gives him power, it applies weaken, and it gives stamina regen. So you want to drop this on the melee group. You want to drop this where the tank is standing and tanking to give him a ton of stamina regen and to buff and weaken the mobs, or buff the people and weaken the mobs. This is hands down the best skill for the Void Gauntlet in the entire game. And then you can technically take advantage of the Orb of Decay because there's two methods to it. There's the healing form of it, and then there's the damage form of it. So it turns into a healing orb when it returns. So you send it out, and on its way back, you press it, and it'll explode wherever it's at on its way back, and it'll do a healing burst. So this is an extra form of healing as a Void Gauntlet user. And then the last one is personal preference. You can either use Tether, or you can use Essence Rupture for more lifesteal for players, or you can use a Scream for more CC. It's personal preference. But Flail, on the other hand, you have options like you have like the knockdown for some CC. You have the Barrage, which spins and does some damage. It can cause some stagger, and then I think there's some stuff down here that like applies weakens and fortifies and stuff. I personally don't think the Flail is as good personally, but there is an argument that the Flail is really strong, basically is what I'm getting at. There are builds where the Flail and Shield is actually the go-to secondary. I personally like the OG Lifestyle Void Gauntlet because it's just easy. You literally switch the Void Gauntlet, you drop Oblivion on the ground, and then you just stay in your healing staff, and you just heal people. You just literally left attack constantly. Yo, Unreformed? Oh, what up? Unreformed, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Sorry, I'm really bad with names. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you're having a good day. Also, Cream, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. So if it was me, I would just do the OG Lifestyle Void Gauntlet, drop the Oblivion on the group, drop the beacon and the sacred ground on the group of people that need to be healed, have one direct heal for any oddball people that are running around taking damage like they shouldn't be, for like the ranged DPS and stuff like that. And just like I said, with the left attack from the passives on it, it heals people that it goes through as well, so that works as well. You're just lurking, but like the explanations. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Most people in this channel just lurk and they just listen to my rants anyway, so I appreciate it. But yeah, I do my best to explain things in like a Bam Bam style, super simple. But I also like to give more information that is asked. So if you don't know something, you at least learn something, and you don't know to ask something unless you know it exists. So if you don't know what you don't know. That's my philosophy, right? So if I give you more information than you asked for, and you learn something new that you didn't know existed, then you know to ask another question, right? It kind of sends us down a rabbit hole 99% of the time. But I'd rather teach you guys as much as I can than just cookie cutter give you a flat out answer and then you don't really learn a whole lot, right? I would rather teach you what 1 + 1 is than tell you what 1 + 1 is, right? What if yeah, I mean, bro, fucking World of Warcraft proved it like 9 times out of 10. Like, if you have to make an add-on that literally plays like a siren sound and blasts it in your speakers in your headset that says, "Get the fuck out of fire, move, you're standing in something you're not supposed to," then you know there's really dumb people that play video games. Just throwing it out there. Did they? That's funny. But I mean, at the same time, in some of their defenses, if you turn your graphics down too much, it doesn't show ground effects. And I found that out the hard way. I was like, what the fuck am I dying to? And it's because my graphics settings were turned all the way down and it wasn't showing ground effects. And it got me killed a lot until I figured it out. Once I figured that out, I never died to it again. But sometimes like, you don't see something like getting placed underneath you while you're like tunnel focused on something else, and it can get you killed. It's true. And sometimes the add-on is very helpful to like prompt you to be like, oh, you're standing in something you're not supposed to. Oh shit, let me move, right? Like, because you're not like paying so much attention to your feet sometimes. So it's helpful, but the fact that you have to rely upon it is the problem. Like some players literally just rely upon that add-on itself to tell them when to move. It's bad. I also read an article for a while that they're changing some of the APIs and stuff. So weak auras, which is literally like a requirement for 99.9% of all players in the game to use, between basically telling you what to stand in, what not to stand in, what to, when to taunt, when not to taunt, when to dispel, when not to dispel, blah, blah, blah. Basically tells you how to play the fucking game. They are no longer going to be updating it and changing it going forward because they're changing the APIs and it's not worth them changing their code. So I could see there being a big void when it comes to the add-on market, and I could see bad players starting to shine through as being bad players coming up very soon. With For each expansion or for each update that goes on past this, I can see it being a huge problem. But we're about to have to get off here, guys. I hear rustling upstairs and stuff. People are about to start waking up. Um, so give me just a second. I gotta go and check something, and then we'll do our little outro and we'll get out of here. If you have any questions, throw them in the chat before I get back, and then I'll answer them when I come back before we jump off. Give me just a second. All right, I'm back. We'll do a little outro here, guys. We'll answer any last questions and call it a night. If it was, if you're asking for my personal opinion, unreformed, I think professions are always viable. They're always useful, but I would say it's mostly for like bags, tools, that kind of stuff. Maybe even jewelry right now, because jewelry is actually really hard to obtain, according to a lot of higher level players. That they're struggling to actually get jewelry, but the gear itself is too easy to farm. So crafting gear, like armors and possibly even weapons, are too easy to obtain, so it's not worth crafting those. But foods, buffs, coatings, anything from Arcana and the cooking station, those are all probably worth still making. Gems, jewels, and those types of things are all probably still viable as well. It's just a lot of people aren't focusing on crafting right now and professions because they're focusing on leveling new characters or, you know, grinding the new content and whatever. And they're not really putting any effort into professions currently. So for healing, it's all light. Like, okay, but with the caveat, like I said, you could min-max it with light and medium pieces, but you have to stay in a light loadout. No matter how you look at it, you have to be in a light loadout no matter what. And the reason why, if you look at the light loadout, it says outgoing healing plus 30%. If you're in a medium, you don't get that 30% healing buff. And if you're in heavy, you have a negative 30% healing buff. So you have to be in light armor if you want to main heal. If you want to actually put out good heals, you have to be in an actual light loadout. So that doesn't mean you have to be in all light pieces, but you have to be in the light loadout. The New World servers, I think MP is relatively new, the one I'm on, but like Valhalla and stuff is as old as the game is, like 6 years old. And I think the other one, that the RP server, is also like 6 years old. I don't know about the fourth one, because MP I think is the newest, and then there's Valhalla, and then there's the RP server. I can't remember what that one is. Those are the two oldest, and then there's a third one that they came out with probably shortly after that one, maybe like 2 or 3 years after that. So it's also relatively old, but not quite as old as Valhalla. And the other one, like I said, I don't know the names of all of them. But MP, the one I'm on, I think is, it could be an old server, but it feels like a young server because the crafting stations in the cities aren't max level. So either A, the city was so underpopulated, like the towns and stuff and the server, that they never won their invasions, so their towns just got beat to hell, so there wasn't enough players to defend them. Or it's a relatively new one and people are just finally starting to level it up. Yeah, well, so the Oceanic servers usually only have one, possibly two servers in any game I've ever played, because there's a lot of players, but they have like really bad peak times and really bad load times, I feel like. So I feel like Oceanic servers usually only have one. They cram all of you into one server to make sure you have enough people to play. The problem is like on NA, like there's a lot of people and there's always queues on these servers, but on downtimes there's no queues on any of the servers, right? So we have the same problem where peak hours there's queues on every server, but on non-peak hours there's never a queue on servers. But we have 4 servers now and it still has queues. Yeah, so sometimes there's a lot of healers. Like I said, healing is one of the easier ones, and a lot of people actually don't mind healing in this game. But there's obviously a difference between a good healer and a bad healer. Tanking is honestly a little harder because holding aggro, doing aggro, holding the tank, you know, holding the boss, it's just a lot more tedious. Most dog shit players will gravitate towards big numbers, being big PP, playing, you know, DPS, or playing a brain dead healer. So tanks typically will be like the bottleneck in a New World, in my opinion. But then there's certain times of the day where you just have no healers and you have nothing but tanks. So having the different loadouts, like you were saying before, is worth it, because at a certain time of the day, like right now, you could switch to a healer. I mean, you could switch to a tank and you can queue as tank and you could probably get into dungeons pretty easy. Here's the downside. The way that the gear drops in this game is the gear drops based off of what equipment you have equipped. If you have light equipment equipped, it's going to drop 90% of the time as light equipment. If you have heavy gear equipped, like let's say you're playing as a tank, most of the gear dropped is going to be dropped as heavy. You know, if you have a medium, most of the gear is going to drop as medium. You're going to get the occasional off pieces that are different weight than what you're wearing. So that's the problem. So what I would recommend is, let's say you were tanking, but you wanted to get healing gear, right? Before you open any chests during an expedition, switch to your light set so you can get light gear to drop or medium gear to drop, whatever your healing set is. Switch to your healing set so you can get those pieces to drop as the correct weights you're looking for. Okay, so the reason you can't hold aggro as a tank right now is because you do not have a carnelian gem. So what I mean by that is, you see this orange gem in my sword? You have to have one of these to tank. If you do not have one, you cannot tank. And the reason for that is because it's a taunting gem. So taunts are active. So without this, you cannot taunt. And it has increased threat generation, right? This sword comes from the very first dungeon in the game. So going in there to get this sword to start tanking, yeah. So if you do not have this, you cannot tank. Now, don't get me wrong. Very first dungeon, you can make it work. Just gimp yourself along. Everybody just DPS. You can kill it. It's not that big of a deal. But if you get this weapon to drop from the first dungeon, this one right here, the Amir dungeon, it drops off of one of the bosses in there. Let me look it up. The space between New World DB, the space between. I'm trying to figure out which person it drops off of. It drops off of. Okay, so it pretty much drops off of anybody in the dungeon. So level 25 mobs, basically. So you go into that dungeon, you can go in solo if you can kill them. You can just get this you can get this sword to get you started. See how it says zone Amir? And it's off the mobs. So any of the mobs inside of Amir can drop it. So the zone has to be Amir, which is the expedition. So what I was showing you, the this page here, this is the available rewards, like via the bosses. This is the boss drop, not the mob drops, right? Now sometimes this will show you available drops that mobs will drop as well, but not always. So that information reformed is actually very convoluted, and it's a very long conversation. I'm not very versed in what's good and what's bad, especially when it comes to metas and best in slots and stuff. But from the general public, the general understanding from consensus of people, if it doesn't have a gem slot, destroy it. The only caveat to that is profession gear, right? If you look at it and it has like profession stats, or if you're putting together like a luck set or something like that. But 9 times out of 10, if it does not have an actual gem slot, it is worthless. Multiple reasons for that, but that's the general consensus. If it doesn't have a gem slot, destroy it. So if you don't see a gem slot on it, just instantly destroy it unless you're looking for profession gear. Now, other than that, all of it pertains to whatever your build is. So, for example, prime example would be, let's say, slow attacking weapons, aka bows, great swords, warhammers, things like that. People are saying that some of the best in slot weapons are gym slot, obviously, and having what is it, attunements on them. So you have like nature attunement, frost attunement, lightning attunement. These attunements because they add extra damage on top of the weapon. See if I can show you what one of the attunements looks like. So sometimes with the expeditions as well, Cream, you don't have to get a 5-man party. You can do them with like 3-man. That one specifically, you need a 3-man party, bare minimum, because of the mechanic. You have to stand on 3 different platforms at the same time. But you know, if you get one high level player, he can carry you through it as long as there's enough people to do the mechanic. Or if you just have enough, if you have a healer and like 3 DPS, you can still run it. The healer just has to make up the difference of not having a tank and just heal people. Yeah, so that's also the problem. You're playing on a server that's kind of dead in population, and you're playing in an off hour, most likely. On top of, most players are at a high level because it's not a brand new server. So trying to find people at your level looking to run that dungeon is basically impossible. So what your best bet is to do is to go into chat and say, hey, I'm a new player, I'm trying to do this dungeon, can someone help me out? And people, sometimes level 70s will be like, yeah, sure, I'll come with you, right? And obviously you need 3 players to do it, so you got to get one more person, and then they'll just run it for you. That's what I would do. But Cream, like I said, if you're going in for that sword, you can probably solo the mobs. You can literally enter the dungeon solo, just killing the easy to kill mobs, looking for the sword. Because it doesn't matter what mob you kill. You can literally just do this. So go in here and literally oh, okay, sorry. You need a minimum of 3. Okay, I forgot. So what you can do is say, hey, I'm trying to launch this dungeon. You might be able to just walk in. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think you can walk in anymore. You used to be able to just walk in instead of using the queue system. I'm actually curious if you can just walk in. But message in chat and be like, hey, can somebody queue with me in this dungeon just so I can go in and kill mobs? And you can just leave right away. And some people will allow, you know, will just do it. And then they'll just leave party just to get you into the party. Just to get you into the dungeon sometimes. Try to see if you can walk in. Like actually teleport down here to this. And see if you can walk in. I can try it if you want and see if it works. Need 2 more? You just need 1 more. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's you and then you need 2 more, right? Yes, Prague. So I actually saw a video where a guy was showing it off. It's nuts. Actually nuts. Like legitimately fucking insane. That's what I'm shooting for right now. Why I'm putting together a throw hatchet build, specifically because I saw that guy's video. Yeah. I have to get off here soon, guys. So give me a second. Where? God damn it. All right. This is the build. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right, guys. Like I said, I'm gonna get off here now. This is a great stopping point. Gave you everything I could give you. We do have a Discord. If you have any questions past what we've already answered that we haven't cleared up, feel free to put them in the Discord. I'll answer them as I can whenever I'm online. I'm going to be working the next 2 days, so if you have questions when I'm not streaming, feel free to toss them in the Discord. Just at me. We'll be back this weekend. We'll be grinding more New World. We can answer more questions then, go over things, help you out, whatever. But I appreciate all of you that have been here. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, go into the About Me, click it. You know, go check that out. If you ever miss a stream, or want to clip something, see something back, talk about something, whatever. Go check that out for me. I'd appreciate it. I just ran up the stairs. Now I'm tired. So the normal expeditions are per day, Cream. Muteds are weekly, raids are weekly, and everything else is weekly. But the dungeons are per day. So it's not that big a deal. Shouldn't ever be running more than 24 in a day. Because if you run a full-on dungeon, it's going to take you 15 minutes minimum to run them. If you can run 24 of them in a single day, you're doing something wrong. But anyway, I'm going to try and walk in and see if this works. I know some games, queuing like what we're doing, you can't do it unless you hit the minimum, but I know in some games, if you actually manually navigate there, it'll let you walk in. But I don't know if this one will. So I think it just pulls up the queue. Yeah. They don't let you do it because there's a bare minimum that's required to actually do the mechanic. So you'd have to message. I would honestly, Cream, just message the in the game. Just go to looking for group channel and just be like, hey guys, I'm trying to go into this dungeon and farm for the sword. Can anybody help me out? Some people that are bored won't mind helping you out. Some of them will just jump into parties so you can launch in and then leave. That is a possibility as well. Ooh, wrong thing. But anyway, so if any of you haven't joined the Discord and you want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you have any gaming questions, ever need any help, and want to share something, show something off, or help somebody, feel free to chime in at any time. And like I said, if you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I would appreciate that as well. Any support you guys can give, I would appreciate it. Like I said, go and check it out. It has all the VODs. Every time the stream ends, it goes right to there. If you ever have any questions when I'm off stream, hit me up in the Discord. Like I said, on the days that I don't stream, I am still sitting on my computer because I work from home. So these next 2 days when I'm not streaming in the middle of the night, right? I'm still here. I'm just working from home. So like I said, if you need me, at me, ask me questions. I'll answer what I can and help you out the best I can. But I appreciate you guys. Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good rest of your day. Yeah, like I said, hope you enjoyed the stream, and hopefully we'll see you guys this weekend. We're gonna be on Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. And if you live in different time zone, that would be Saturday morning, Sunday morning, and Monday morning. But I appreciate you guys. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully you stay safe, and hopefully we'll see you this weekend. I appreciate you. Bye 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 bye. Thank you. See ya.